roar of engines fills the grandstand here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Oh, that's a huge slide through the turn. It has to be said that this is truly some of the best racing you'll ever see. This is motorsport at its absolute finest.
Good morning everybody and welcome to Sydney Motorsport Park for round one of the Shannons Trophy Series. I'm Dean Herriage, great to have your company, and as I say, this is round one of three of the Shannons Trophy Series. From here we move north to Queensland for a rally, or for Queensland Raceway for the 4th to the 6th of August for round two, and of course we'll finish this series in the Bend Motorsport Park on the 13th to the 15th October, and that'll be round three. But it's all about the action here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We are live and free, and perfect opportunity to bring in Darren Smith, one of our expert commentators for today. Welcome here to Sydney Motorsport Park.
Thanks, Dean. Thanks, everybody. I hope everybody enjoys a great day of racing here. We are blowing a little bit of steam at our mouths at the moment, but it's clear blue skies here to come and join us at the track. Free entry. Really looking forward to a packed program, Dean.
It's a packed program, 6 categories, over 150 entries. That says it all. We're about to kick off very shortly with the cars behind us.
MARC cars, yeah, compact field. We've got John Goodacre and the Hargraves car right behind us at the moment. They're the contenders. They've had a good weekend so far. Really looking forward to seeing how the MARC cars as a category develops over this year's trophy series.
We're going to be on air for 8 hours and filling in some of those races. Of course, we've got the XL is going to be their always hotly fought category.
XLs, wherever you open a gate for a race meeting these days, you have an XL field there. They're all lined up, ready to go. And again, they will provide plenty of action and a pathway that has been trod by numerous people, drivers that are getting their way through at the moment. So we'll wait and see what the XLs turn on.
And speaking of pathways, Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia Scholarship Series. This is a chance for some people to try and get into the main series of 86, and we got them on a couple of races today.
It's a really good program, actually, what Toyota have got there, and we love having Toyota involved in Australian motorsport. It just makes sense. It's a good fit. But the Scholarship Series is certainly providing a path for these drivers to get onto that all-important, the T86 program with the supercars, and providing a really good pathway and great racing at the last round of Phillip Island.
It certainly is. Great racing. Mobil 1 Australian production cars joining in with the Monochrome GT4. They're fantastic to watch around here.
Really good fit there. It's really fitting in very nicely with the GT4 cars and the production cars. Looking forward to seeing those races. 2 one-hour races today, and they will be action-packed, pit stops and all of that sort of thing. So keep your eyes peeled for that one throughout today.
And you talk one-hour races, we talk enduro a little bit here. Workhorse Radicals will be out there today as well, of course.
Certainly some names coming through there, some very established names. Josh Hunt, Melinda Price on her return to motorsport, but some young racers that are really setting it on fire and have already here this weekend. Radicals, very, very fast, grounded, over and under aero, very, very fast sports cars.
Yeah, love watching them through turn one. You talk to Alex Gardner, he did a great job yesterday. Can't wait to see him out there today. And of course, we've got a huge field here of the improved production cars. Do we have enough grid spots for them out here today?
Certainly do. They get their once-a-year festival. This is it. It's a Nationals, and it's over 2 races this afternoon. They've had plenty of heats throughout this weekend. The under 2 litres and then the over 2 litres. And Adam Poole has been setting this track on fire for a month now, setting lap record after lap record. So it'll be chased down that white Monaro, that's for sure.
It all comes down to this. Of course, you're joining Gary O'Brien in commentary very shortly, because we're kicking it off, of course, with MARC Cars Australia coming up very soon.
Sprint race with no pit stops. They had a race yesterday with pit stops. Some had 2 drivers, some didn't, and that race was won by Adam Hargraves in that blue MARC GT, a new concept car out of Queensland's MARC Cars Australia. And we're just about to have a grid for you for this one. Johnny Goodacre will be alongside him. He's the newest protagonist to take on the MARC GTs. Jeff Morgan and Eric Constantinidis in their Porsches make up the second row of this fairly small grid. Unfortunately, we had a few incidents yesterday. Andrew Lifehead and Frank Marmarella in their Ford Focus Mark 1 cars. Jake Camilleri out of position 7. Unfortunately, Darren Curry in the Mark 2 Mustang-style car had an incident yesterday. It won't start. And Grant Noddleson in his Mark 1 crashed during qualifying. So we have got a small compact field. It's a sprint race. They did have a longer race yesterday. Fastest in qualifying was the Cameron McLeod John Goodacre Mark GT. Unfortunately, they had a longer pit stop because they qualified fastest, and it allowed Adam Hargraves to get in front, and he was able to hold on to take the win. Third spot did go to Morgan Constantinidis, was in 4th, and Lifehead Marmarella were the next two. Unfortunately, Jake Camilleri had a transaxle issue in qualifying, and then in the race the issue reoccurred and they were not a finisher. That's been totally rebuilt. Look forward to him coming through the field in this one as they head down the back straight now up towards turn 9, where we will soon have a start. As you can see, 10 degrees at the moment, or just over, 80% humidity, or feels a lot drier than that. Very cool this morning, frost on the windscreen of the cars before they got to the track. Rolling start, of course, as they come around to the controller midway down the straight. Very long straight here, almost a kilometre in length. They come around the corner and head down the straight. So it's Hargraves from Goodacre. Then it's Morgan Constantinidis. Lifehead in the background there in position 5. And away they go, and it's a charge of LS cars out in front, or LS powered cars out in front as they go down through turn 1. And it's Goodacre will go around the outside of Hargraves and will take the lead. Well, Hargraves come back as they head into turn 2. He does, gets down the inside in the blue car, gets the lead. Already Jake Camilleri up to position 3. He's stormed through the field on the opening lap. Goes around the outside of Goodacre, going over the top of turn 3, over the tunnel. And it's Jake Camilleri setting the track alight at the moment. So come down to the back of the track. This is a part of the track you can't really see from the grandstand area. It's behind Corporate Hill. And they come out back into sight for those that are here watching from the viewing points, whether they be on top of the tower or the control points around the track. Jake Camilleri in second. Darren joins me now.
Thanks, Gaz. There's a bit of a run from pit exit all the way up here to the commentary booth.
Yeah,
but
a little bit out of breath, aren't you?
Fantastic to see the trophy series underway, the inaugural event. I feel as though it's 2010 Shannons National style all over again at the moment. So it is absolutely fantastic to be back here. We're live streaming. Motorsport Australia have put their money where their mouth is, and we're underway with the MARC cars. And what a fantastic looking field. Johnny Goodacre, what a great return to top-level motorsport in the Gap Solutions
Jake Camilleri off at turn 1, manages to get it under control, loses position 2, goes back to 3. The interesting thing here is that Goodacre and Camilleri were protagonists back in the saloon car days, if you remember, Daz.
They certainly were. There's quite a few revisits here, actually. Camilleri, great to see that. He's had the MARC car ticking away in the background. In fact, he's done a lot of international events going back pre-COVID with this particular car, and doing well. Notice Jeff Morgan's in there, obviously not in a MARC car, but in the Porsche there. That was when he set his whole career in at the wheel of Porsches. But I guess whilst we're developing this series, some invitational cars will certainly make their way in and out as the series grows.
Well, that's what they did up in Queensland at the Queensland Raceway for the opening round. This is the second round of the MARC Cars Australia Championship. And it was the introduction of the MARC GT to the track, or only track actually around Australia in that particular, the blue car that you see out in front with Adam Hargraves at the wheel. Johnny Goodacre's not letting him get away at this point either. He's staying in the fight, and this is the first run he's had in this car. Tested it last week, now brought it out on track, and you like the colour scheme. He was very tempted to go with one of his favourite beverages as the green, but opted instead to be a little bit more conservative than that.
Yeah, it looks $1 million though as they go down through turn 1 now. Alan Moffat and head up to Bond, which they named those corners at one of the Muscle Car Masters meetings back, it'll be about 2015, 2016, I think, wasn't it, Gaz, here at Sydney Motorsport Park?
Moved for the lead. Didn't quite get it done, though.
Gee, an old saloon car racer, they stuff it up the inside, don't they? It doesn't matter what you're at the wheel of. John Goodacre getting pretty racy with it. These new MARC GT shaped cars, certainly you can see where they've angled their styling from. It's very much a European GT looking outfit, and they look absolutely fantastic on track. That iridescent or chromed local search car there of Adam Hargraves. And Adam's been at the wheel of the previous model as well, the Mark II Mustang, for quite some time, doing various different invitational type races, with particularly with sports sedans and occasionally off the back of a GT type of race as well. But he's getting the power down very, very nicely indeed here. Jake Camilleri still ranging in the background. And he's doing a nice job. In
the first innovation of MARC cars, I think they've got a little bit of an upgrade. You would have called them a Mark 1 Mazda to start with, but I think now it's more like a Mark 1.5 that we're looking at. Now they've had some upgrades at it. Little bits and pieces that came out of the Mark II have found their way into the Mark 1s.
Well, there's always improvements in electronics and telemetry nearly every day of the week these days. So combining some of that bits and pieces into the car. Now down the inside, John Goodacre. Hargraves tipping it in there nicely. He wasn't anywhere near the passing manoeuvre there, so Adam's got every right to tip the car in and take his spot on the track here. And I guess this is what we're going to expect, Gaz, when you have two cars that have come out of the same factory. They're the same for all intents and purposes, except for suspension and tyre pressure settings. These guys are just going to be battling it out. You'd have to expect trying to find the demon tweak between them as to see who can get the upper hand. At the moment, I would suggest that John Goodacre is getting great turn and really good drive off the corner. We can actually see it there. It was a good demonstration as they head around Corporate Hill, and maybe get a bit of a look here. Adam has gone fairly defensive down into the hairpin there. Let's see if the 66 Gap Solutions car of John Goodacre can get the power down and drive up the hill to the complex at the top of the Sydney Motorsport Park.
A bit of an issue with the timing at the moment. It's showing Camilleri is in position 7. We know actually he is in third spot ahead of the two Porsches. But you don't have to have a lot of cars to have a good race, do you, Daz? These two guys are really turning it on at the moment.
Certainly are. We are definitely having timing issues here in the booth as well. So we'll keep an eye. We know these two guys are leading the race, and we'll make sure we can keep an eye on that. They're great shots there for round 1 of the trophy series, and fantastic to have Dean Herridge down there hosting the show for us as well. Really cool that Motorsport Australia have been able to bring in the guy that hosts the show for Rally Australia, or the Australian Rally Championship as well. So some great people really working very, very hard. And again, like the Mark Carsfield, a pretty small group of people making sure, pedaling pretty hard in the background.
Yeah, and we're just seeing Johnny Goodacre take the lead away from Adam Hargraves. I don't think it's over yet, though. I think the local search Mark GT will be coming back, and just as a byproduct too, the Mark GT SS is in the pipeline as well. This will be a car that is a sports sedan spec rather than a GT style of car. In other words, it won't have the traction control or the ABS and some of the other little things that aren't allowed in sports sedans.
So some good lap times punched out in qualifying. A 1:27.87 was John Goodacre's fastest lap there, and that was achieved on lap number 6 of 7. So the cars are starting to work their way into that sphere now. So they're getting the best time as the car comes up to temperature.
There's Jake Camilleri from Grand Prix Mazda in Queensland. And of course he races, well, he's got double duties this weekend. He's racing in the Australian Production Car Series as well, which are combined with the Monochrome GT4s. We'll see them on track twice today. And Jake Camilleri had a DNF in the first race of the production cars, but came back to win Class C in the night race yesterday. So we'll see a fair bit of Jake in the course of the day. Here's our other two cars. Andrea Leifhead was a long time member of the Australian Racing Drivers Club, raced Alphas for a long time, and been in and out of the US, I think, from what I remember, and come back to Australia and decided a MARC car might be the way for him to go. He's got a Mark 1 Focus there, and at the moment he leads Frank Mamarella, the Queenslander, who's been in this category for some time, having come from Excels.
Yeah, Frank Mamarella also raced the Hyundais in the production cars as well for some time, with a bit of a family affair there as well. So he did really good stuff there. They did a couple of Bathurst 6 hours.
They won the class,
yeah, did a very good job there, and really enjoyed his time there. But you'd have to suggest the pace difference with one of these cars is fantastic. That's the GTA Motorsport car of Andrew Leithhead there as well, the black-yellow car there. That's also a Focus, Gaz. So the Mazda, of course, was the body that Jake Camilleri's got, and we're seeing actually in the Victorian State Series a couple of the Mazda bodied cars racing in sports sedans.
Indeed, you do, and I think there's a sports sedan champion, Tony Groves, was he in,
absolutely
in one of these cars?
He was. Tony won last year's sports sedan championship in Victoria. He's taken the season off this year to travel Australia. Big shout out. He'll be watching this. He's an avid fan of the MARC cars, so big shout out to Tony, travelling through Central Australia with the family. As these two cars strike a really good silhouette, accelerating up out of the hairpin. Red wheels stand out, don't they, on the underpinning?
They look really good. So the gap between Goodacre and Hargraves is actually blown out a bit. It's out to nearly 4 seconds. We're having Camilleri showing in P5 now, but I think you'll find he's still third on the road. And the two Porsches, of course, Jeff Morgan and Constantinides, which have been a bit of a good background or backdrop to this, in being there and almost getting onto podium for the both of them. Actually, just Morgan got a third yesterday. And of course, must remember too that later today they got another sprint race, and it won't be John Goodacre in the car, it'll be Cameron McLeod who will take that car out for the second race today. They teamed up last night, and as I mentioned earlier, unfortunately the longer pit stop cost them victory. They had to settle for second behind Hargraves.
Johnny Goodacre's just done the fastest lap at a 1:30.74 on lap number 6, so that's smack bang on when he did his fastest lap in qualifying on lap number 6. So he's got the MARC GT operating right in the window there, the 67. Gee, that looked to be bouncing around on the rear axle there, coming around the early part of Corporate Hill there. So we'll keep an eye on that car. That didn't look nice at all.
Unless it's just a bump in the road.
Yeah, well, there is a few bumps around there that do upset the cars from time to time. John Goodacre's extended his lead out now just on to 5 seconds. We've got just on 10 minutes left in this race, so 15 minutes completed, and all runners still completing. There's the 55 Select Smash Repairs car, and that's Frank Mamarello. Very experienced racing team from Select Smash Repairs, and Frank heading up the team there as well. So Frank currently sitting in position number 7, and his fastest lap is a 1:40.8197. So we'll keep an eye on if he can improve there. He did a 1:40.1 in qualifying on lap number 7, so he's on lap number 7 now. Let's see if he can punch out his fastest lap in this one.
This is turning into a little bit of a battle. This dice for 5th and 6th positions. Make that 6th and 7th positions.
Leithhead and Mamarello on screen now. So just getting word from race control that Camilleri's not picking, his timing transponder's not picking up in the middle sector. So that's why he keeps dropping down the times there. So if you're watching our timing, there it is, confirmation, fastest lap 1:30.74 for John Goodacre. He would expect to be pushing on a fair bit harder than that, you'd expect, Gaz, with a qualifying time of a 1:27.
Of course, we mentioned that he did race saloon cars. He also did the Porsche Sprint Challenge for a number of seasons, and one stage I think he had a record number of starts in that series.
He did. He was one of the many hatted drivers, along with John Morris, going back a number of seasons ago now. Certainly in the what is now called the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, was called the GT3 Cup Challenge back in the day. And that was when John Goodacre became quite famous for having that particular colour green of his favourite beverage.
Instead of the manufacturer's logo on the car, it had the brand of beverage that he liked as well.
Certainly did. John Goodacre again just setting fast sectors. Interesting now, Jeff Morgan is also setting faster sectors, and so is Eric Konstantinidis as well. So they're both in Porsches. So sitting in third and fourth place.
Just under 8 minutes of this one remaining. Of course, this championship will continue. It goes to various other states, and as you mentioned before, Daz, there's a good chance that they'll be joined by some of the other MARC cars and the new cars that are coming along. I believe that Axel Donaldson is having a Mark II being built that runs with the Coyote engine. The Mark GTs that we see out in front at the moment are running the LS power plant, and these cars here, they're also in a Coyote branded power plant.
Interesting enough, these cars started off with Ryan McLeod, had the brainwave to start building a car that was fit for purpose for taking to do longer distance races, the VLN races more appropriately in Europe. And they've certainly found a very happy home in Australia in various different forms, in particular the Bathurst 12-hour in the invitational capacity they ran there. But certainly, along with Mike Borland and the Spectrum, or Borland Racing developed Spectrum Formula Fords, pretty much MARC cars and Spectrums represent the Australian automotive manufacturing industries these days.
Two of the largest.
Yeah, absolutely. When the big manufacturers left our shores, there was some of these boutique race car manufacturers became the brains trust. John Goodacre now just coming through on the field, so he really has set a ripping pace. And when we look at the times for Lethed and Mamarello running it at 140s and in the late 130s, and John running down in the 130s, 132s. He's certainly going to catch the field in this 25-minute journey.
Just goes to show you the development of the MARC cars, where they've come from their origins up into what the current spec cars are.
Yeah, the time and effort when you're going to be building a bespoke car like these, every detail has to be taken account for in the design phase before you even start to buy composites and buy steel to put together a space frame. It's a very much engineering process that has to be adhered to, because as soon as you start to buy equipment to build a car, that's when you're starting to drop money, and you've got to try and make sure that you can have a product that you know what you're going to be. And the aid of computer-aided designs and things like that these days come very much to the fore when they're designing these MARC cars.
Another thing about these cars, they've been designed to be repairable fairly easy. Given that, of course, that we've lost two this weekend because they couldn't be repaired here, but we have seen in the past where they've replaced the whole front end of a car between races, and that happened down at Phillip Island, if you recall.
Well, for those here at the track, make your way down to the back of the paddock area, because you can actually see MARC cars have got the crash structure, the front crash structure, well displayed out the back of the paddock there, and it's very, very interesting for those with an engineering bent or a chassis sort of mind. Very interesting to get down there and have a look at that, and really enjoy the engineering that goes into a MARC car. And I guess for me, Gaz, and I know you like it as well, the fact that they're made in Australia just adds a whole new level of pride to watching these cars go around.
Well, the other good thing about it is that a lot of them have been sold overseas. So particularly the Mark II Mustangs, there's quite a few of them have gone overseas, and the original Mark Is as well have been over. And you mentioned the VLN series in Europe. Jake Camilleri took part in quite a few of those races, so they have had a little bit of international recognition, you might say.
Yeah, well, the original chassis were named after European circuits. Like, the chassis were given a name, and they were named after various different tracks where those 12 and 24-hour races were being run. And does make for some actual interesting reading if you want to look it up online and see where the cars have gone on the planet and what they've raced in.
And you can see now that we are focused, I use that word lightly, with the live head and the Marmarella cars, and in the background coming up on them is Jake Camilleri. So he's about to put a lap on these guys as well. So
Goodacre leads now by 6.6 seconds over Adam Hargraves. Adam Hargraves, the gap back now to Camilleri is 25.3 seconds. Then further back is on 25 seconds is Jeff Morgan. And then Camilleri's timer re-situates itself and puts him in the 4th place on the road for this first race of the Trophy Series. Of course, they have raced across this event this weekend already.
So Goodacre's lead almost out to 7 seconds with just over 2 minutes of this event to go. Jake Camilleri, as I mentioned, coming up on the back of these two Mark Focus V8s. They run a similar Coyote engine to what's in the Mark II car. I think that even the Mark IIs have had an upgrade on what they could run as well. They come around the top of the circuit, we can see them coming out onto the straight. And this stage it looks like Camilleri may not get to actually overlap or put a lap on these two. Still a little ways behind them. Fastest laps just showing up on your screen there at the moment. Goodacre with 130.7, Hargraves at 132.13, Camilleri 133.04, and then the two Porsches 34s and 35s, and the two cars we've been watching here for quite a while in the high 40s.
Just on a minute now to go in the first race, the inaugural round of the Shannons Trophy Series, and it looks to be one of the old stalwarts, Gaz, of the old Shannons Nationals, John Goodacre. So everything old is new again, even John's new race car. Yeah, well, he still remembered us. That's a good thing from all those years ago. Of course, the saloon car started in 2006, and so John's been racing in different categories, well, saloon cars and then on since that period, and possibly before that as well. And recently got back into a saloon car, unfortunately rearranged the front end of that, so they've had to find another body and rebuild it. But it looks like Marmarella may have slowed up a bit. He's just let the two Porsches go through on him as well. And he has dropped a bit of time to life head at the moment. 36 car. Gee, that looks good, doesn't it? That deep, almost like a Mazda actual factory colour, isn't it? That would be deep red. Mazda dealer. Yeah, so like a candy apple red, isn't it, really? Yeah. So I would imagine we're on our last lap at the moment, with John Goodacre out in front and leading by over 10 seconds now. And here he comes around the back of the circuit, up from turn 6. Around the back of Corporate Hill, turn 7, fast left-hander there. That you've got to be a little bit careful. You probably think you can go quicker through there than you actually can, and then the full brake stop down at turn 8 there.
the second hairpin, I guess you'd nearly call it, on a track after turn 2. Although this is probably tighter than what turn 2 is, because it's like a double apex, isn't it, really?
Still John Goodacre's fastest lap, a 1:30.7438, set on lap number 6, currently on lap 14. So the car not being able to, well, is it car or is it driver that not being able to respond to getting another fastest lap as he lines it up, plunges down the long straight here. The sun is absolutely shining, brilliant and beautiful, and he heads off on what looks to be another lap of Sydney Motorsport Park.
Looks like they've been given a bit of grace, a bit more race time.
Yeah.
Let them have another lap, boys.
Down into turn 1, back down through the gearbox. The Gap Solutions number 66, and comes out around the right-hander. Turn 3, up over the tunnel, down through this very, very fast right-hander. Race control now communicating to us last lap. And this is our race leader, car number 66, John Goodacre.
Done a good job in this car, considering how little time he spent in it.
As we've touched on, Gaz, though, a vastly experienced racer. He's driven very, very fast cars before in the Porsches and his older Mark 1 car as well. So I reckon he's enjoying this. You can just see how nicely they sit inboard and back in the chassis here. So a lot of safety considerations have gone into the way this chassis has been built.
It sits well on the road, doesn't it?
It does sit very nice. Great shot there, that long shot, just to watch how nicely it sits through that top. Round the left-hander at the top of the straight here. Applies the throttle beautifully. Just a bit of a telltale bit of oil up on the rear of that car there. So obviously using a little bit there as well. Checkered flag, and race number 1 for the brand new trophy series goes to John Goodacre in the MARC cars, in the MARC GT. Checkered flags now waving. Adam Hargraves gets through into second place there. So a terrific race to open the new series up. And here's the battle that's raged all race long, Gaz. It looks like Frank Mammarello's gone through on the number 67 there.
Well, it made a bit of a blur out of me, didn't it? I thought he had a drama, but maybe Andrew had an issue there somewhere along the line, and it's allowed Frank to get ahead of him. So this will be a good result for him. He'd be happy with that. This brings the car around. That means that they will finish in 6th and 7th position. But another race later today, we'll see the same field, except that Cameron McLeod will jump into the winning car from this race and try and make it a double for that team.
Big sign across the top of the straight there, 20 years of race fuels. Of course, providing all of the fuel for the track here at Sydney Motorsport Park, permanent facilities there. Big shout out to all of our race officials as well. It was a bit of a chilly start to the day. We can already see they're down to a vest and a t-shirt in the crow's nest there where they waved the checkered flag. So here we go. Confirmation of the 2023 MARC Cars Australia Championship. Race number 2 for this weekend. John Goodacre takes it by 11 seconds over Adam Hargraves in car number 20. The MARC GT. Then Jake Camilleri comes in third place, 37.5 seconds behind there. Jeff Morgan into 4th place. Eric Constantidis into 5th place. Frank Mammarello brings home the number 55 in 6th. Andrew Leithhead in 7th. Darren Curry and Grant Donaldson rounds it out, and the fastest lap's gone to John Goodacre at a 1:30. So terrific run there to open the event here today. And cars making their way back down into pit lane. Of course, there will be a Parc Ferme aspect of this as the cars just making their way in. And we will have pit lane interviews and in due course as the podium for Sydney Motorsport Park up the top there. And Gary, that's a really nice way to open things up. Cars are getting themselves ready for the next race as well, the XLs, but certainly we're underway, aren't we, in the Trophy Series?
We are, and what a good result for John Goodacre, a second yesterday and a first today. So a great introduction to a new category for him, the South Australian, making the full trek across to Sydney Motorsport Park this weekend. That's a big effort, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. There's quite a few teams actually that have trekked across from the west. We noticed in the Arise Racing outfit in the Radicals, and the Radicals will be on track a little bit later on at 12 o'clock today. So be interesting to see how the Western Australians travel. They've certainly started off pretty well, haven't they?
They certainly have. We've had 3 races for Excels already, so we've got another one coming up shortly.
So we have got Dean Herridge down in pit lane with our race winners.
Yeah, thank you, team. John, congratulations. The smile and the team jubilation says it all. You must be happy with that one.
Oh, extremely happy, yeah. It's been a long time between drinks, and the new car's just sensational. It's great. Yeah, just couldn't ask for anything better, yeah.
I spoke to you yesterday about this new car, and you said it was easy to drive and everything. That must just bank what you were hoping was all going to be out for you.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's just such a good car to drive. It's easy. Well, compared to race cars, so they're not all easy. But for a race car, it's sensational. Little effort. Just cruising around. It was great.
It looked like it was easy. You said a fantastic fastest lap time in there. Do you know what time you've done through there? Did the team tell you about that?
30 point something. I just went to crack a 30, and then I backed it off after that because I got in front of Adam. So probably use these tyres for the next race. So I just backed it off back to 32s or 3s or whatever. It was easy. I could probably went a bit quicker, but there's no point,
Well, it's one apiece now. You got the third race coming up this afternoon. You'll be looking forward to that.
Yeah, no, it's sensational. Yeah, it should be a great battle between us. I'm sure he's got something up his sleeve that we haven't allowed for. No, it's good. Awesome. Thank you.
Congratulations. All right, we're going to move across to Adams, chatting to the team. They've still got some helmets on. We'll work with that at the moment, guys. Fantastic job. Adam, got you on that occasion. Yeah. Congratulations, though. Third race coming up. You can square it off in that one this afternoon.
That's right. Yeah, I'll try and get him. Do my best.
How's it feel out there on the track today? Beautiful conditions for racing.
It's beautiful conditions. Yeah, no, it felt good. Car was good. Car was running well.
So what is it going to take to get him on this one? You popped out a good lap time in there on that race.
Just got to be faster.
The simple analogy of being faster, is it going to be that simple though?
No, it's never that simple. Sometimes you just feel faster on some days, more so than other days.
And the thing is, the category's growing, and there's a good feel out there with the camaraderie amongst all the competitors in this MARC Cars field, isn't it?
Guys are great. Yeah, and I love the group. Love racing with them. It's clean, it's fast, it's competitive. It's great.
Well done. Good luck for this afternoon. We're going to go across to Jake, have a quick chat. There was a bit of talk about what was going on. So I actually think we've got Jeff. Jeff's here with us in the Invitational. There's a good battle going on with the Porsche versus yourself here with the MARC Cars.
Yeah, I mean, fabulous to be here with the MARC Cars. They're a phenomenal concept, and I wish them well in the future, and I hope, we get a lot more invites back. I have a lot of fun here.
I don't know if you keep taking off the podium. I don't know if you get invites doing that much more.
Well, I don't know. I was surprised to be here, but anyway, I'll take it,
We'll see. Maybe we'll go to the adjudicators on that one, but well done for a great race and great to have you here. And, of course, that kicks off MARC Cars. They have the third and final race.
Other main victims, adults, children are the culprit.
The biggest stars in golf.
The rivalries are huge.
We're playing for the biggest ever prize in the history of golf.
Of the reports we received.
This is the game the world loves. Supercharged.
Live golf.
Wonderful.
You'll see it all right here.
Teeing off on your home of golf, 7+. Stream free.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life. My Coupe 4 is rare and very special. A real performance car with all-wheel drive grip. I'm not a car club bloke and I don't work on it myself, but I do have a great mechanic. One day, I might even get that HQ. When it comes to insurance, it's got to be Shannons.
Shannons shares your passion. Call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
World champion martial arts fighters are battling it out for the premier world title.
I beat the best to become the best.
Live Friday fight nights are exclusive to 7+. The biggest and toughest go head-to-head.
This crowd is going nuts right now. The collision course we all knew would happen.
It's all part of the One Championship, exclusively on 7+. Stream free.
Welcome back trackside here at Sydney Motorsport Park for the inaugural Trophy Series for 2023. We'll be across 3 rounds, of course, here this weekend, Sydney Motorsport Park, then Queensland Raceway on the 4th, 5th and 6th of August. And then the Bend will round it out on the 13th, 14th and 15th of October. We've already got XLs making their way around on the track at the moment, and it looks like we've already got one stopped, actually exiting turn 3 there. So the field continuing their way around. They'll come straight around to the grid and grid up. And the XLs here this weekend, as we touched on earlier, you open the gates to a racetrack these days, and XLs start to line up, ready to go racing. Great field. Bill Britton in the number 16. Good to see a number 16 on the front row of the grid there, Gaz. Well, famous number.
Could you did you used to have that number, did you,
I did,
Daz?
yeah.
Bill Britton, of course, fastest qualifier, won the first race, 5th in the second, which was a reverse grid race, and in the third race come back and had a win. In the last race he beat Monique Skibberis, who's been improving all weekend, and that's the 1-3-2 that we're seeing being taken away. Here's our grid for you. It's Bill Britton on pole, Monique Skibberis alongside, and Hayden Ould, Caleb Heffron out of position 4, followed by Brian Skibberis, that's Monique's father, in the number 58. Shannon Williams in position 6. He won the reverse grid race. Calvin Gardner out of 7, Adam Roberts out of 8. And then we go back to Ben Goodridge and Summer Ritul.
Let's see how Bill Britton gets away. Monique Skibberis right alongside. Fastest lap yesterday was Bill Britton, 155.98. Did a brilliant job. Was about 2 seconds, 1.5 seconds faster than the car right beside in Monique. Hayden Ould in the Sydney Fab, Jack's Tyres Penrith car, the yellow car on the second row of the grid there. They are set and away we go. The 68 gets a beautiful first to second gear change. Drives right across on the 68. Monique knew that she had to get away very, very rapidly to head off the faster Bill Britton car, but they log in behind as well. There's the Sydney Fab car of Hayden.
And Heffron looking for a way past that third place car. Tries to go down the outside into turn 2.
Ooh, Bill in the number 16 looking to the inside there as well. So everyone looking to pop them up on their tripod as they get round through there. Lift the left-hand rear wheel off the ground, hang it in the air for a little bit. And they come around through turn number 3. It's Brian Skibberis now looking for the ascension there in the 58. And just losing a little bit of impetus at the turn in on turn 5. They're very important to flow, the XLs.
Well, Britton's pretty keen to get past. He had a little bit of a look at turn 4 or 5 and now has to settle back in behind. So you've got to be pretty careful in these opening laps. Cold tyres. It's a fairly cool track at the moment. It was about 2.5 degrees when we rocked in here this morning.
Well, there you go. Hazard lights are on the P-plate already. I came down Macquarie Street on Friday night to head out here, and I'm pretty sure that's what was going on down there as well late on Friday afternoon.
Yeah, having been a local Sydney sider, how you got to Macquarie Street from the airport, I've no idea. But and you can see Monique's actually doing some tyre weaving. That's not trying to block the car behind. She's actually trying to get tyre warmth. So she must be feeling how cool they are underneath her at this stage.
Certainly you're allowed to, in the opening stanza of the race, do a little bit of movement like that just to make sure that you've got tyre temp. Interestingly enough, as they line up, it's pretty obvious that they're all heading to the McDonald's drive-through. Gaz got the window banners on there. Bill looks to the inside. This is a good position for turn 1. They pop out of the shadows of the famous grandstand here, and the number 16 drives on by and will not lead the first lap, but will certainly lead the early stanza of lap number 2. 8 laps is the journey. Lock up there of the Jack's Tyres outfit, the Sydney Fab number 31 there of Hayden Ould. Very, very keen to get on with it, Hayden. So obviously circling like a shark there as well. Monique's gone down one spot to Bill, and now it looks like Hayden Ould wants to grab that second spot on the podium and maybe even challenge for the lead. Look to the inside now on the 64 of Caleb Heffron.
Well, actually, Earl lost a bit of time over the top of the tunnel. Now he picks it back up again. I think you'll find that they get a bit of support from GWR Racing, who have a heap of cars in the Radicals. Michael Earl is the father of Hayden, and of course he's been a customer of GWR for quite a while.
Certainly got a lot of the cars here at Sydney Motorsport Park running in the Radicals. And they're bunching them up now. There's the 64 still challenging. Sybris now also starts to move into it. And logging in behind, let's have a bit of a look there. There is Ould. And we go from Ould to Heffron. And Williams is now starting to play on it. That's Shannon Williams in the Al David entry as well. So everybody has got a chance in this race. It's kind of like a bit of, I guess, Formula V, Formula Ford type of racing, Gary, and the racecraft down the long straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park is to try and get in the slipstream and not let them get away from you at all.
Well, we've already seen side draft work when Britain took the lead away from Skibberus at the end of that first race, so it can work for you, and slipstreaming is vital in these low-powered one-make type categories.
Oh, again, big lockups from Hayden Ould in the Sid Fab Jack's Tyres Penrith entry. That's 2 laps in a row there, giving the tyre an absolute torturing. That's a big stop down there at turn 2. In fact, it's probably the biggest stop, isn't it, here at Sydney Motorsport Park? Around to the hairpin at the old turn 9 is pretty heavy as well, but you're going to be sliding into turn number 2, locking them up in your XL. I would suggest that 8 laps is going to be a big challenge for the rubber, that's for sure.
There's Brian Skibberus now with Shannon Williams all over the back of him. Shannon Williams, as I said, won the reverse grid race, the first race yesterday morning. And he's given Brian Skibberus a bit of a hard time at the moment. No doubt he gets a bit of a hard time at the fact that his daughter beats him as well.
Shannon Williams there, the ldavid.com.au car, just bursts into light around the back of Corporate Hill. Quite a pretty car in the magenta pink and aqua. ldavid.com. And Calvin Gardner's the next one in behind there in that very brightly coloured orange and blue car. So it's back to Ford, that'll be Todd Ford. We've got 2 of the Ford family here, Todd Ford and Scott Ford, and at the moment Scott Ford is down in 13th place in this field, but this is a pretty attractive bit of the race, isn't it, Gaz, with Sybris, Brian Sybris and Shannon Williams racing it. Here we go, back up to the front of the race, albeit that Bill Britton has sort of cleared off a little bit out in front in this one.
Well, that's how he attacked the first race and qualifying, I guess, to a point, and then certainly in the third race was a fairly comprehensive winner.
Well, when you look at the fastest lap set on lap number 2 at 1:55.98, and there's really no one else within a second. Car 2 on the road there is Monique Sybris, and she isn't within a second of that car on the road. So that's pretty much how it played out in yesterday's race 3, with that gap. So driving off into the distance is not something we commonly see in XL racing. I know we're seeing it with Cadell Ambrose a little bit in the Victorian series for the XLs in the 194. He tends to drive off. In fact, I think he had the largest gap in Victorian XL racing of 11 seconds earlier on in the year. He took 3 from 3 at Winton and doing a terrific job there. When you see them drive off into the distance, it's someone at the wheel doing a very, very good job.
Well, we've seen that in the past in various states with people that stand out in the category. Probably the closest category would be in Queensland. There seems to be multiple winners up there. Of course, the Nationals were held at Morgan Park last year at the same time as and place as the Improved Production Nationals of 2022. So that was won by a Victorian who's now running in Toyotas. So there is progression there, and a one-make series like this is a good way to start.
I think this trophy series is good this weekend, Gaz, because coming up next is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia Scholarship Series, and if you're going to progress and be a tin top driver, I would suggest that what we're watching here is a display of how it should be done out of XLs into the Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia Scholarship Series, pre-qualify for the Toyota 86 Series, and if you've got the budget, move on through.
For sure.
Lockups are plenty now. The 68, which is Monique Sibaris as well, locking up. Well, and again, Hayden Ould locking up.
He's locked up just about every lap down there. That left front tyre would be pretty worthless after this race, I would imagine.
Well, lucky for them, this is their last race for the weekend. This is race 4, so hang it all out there, mate. Get into it. Hayden Ould is absolutely throwing everything at it. Currently sitting in position number 2. And position number 3, and number 2 is just up the road. He can just see the car up the road from him, but it looks like the challengers are really going to be thrown down from behind. We've got half race distance now completed.
Well, All's got to be pretty careful too, because while he looks at trying to get past Skibbers, if he can get back onto the back of that car, he's got to be careful of what Heffron is doing behind him, and that's probably the hardest situation to be in, trying to improve where you're going. And well, as we've just seen, Heffron goes down the inside of him at turn 8 and takes that position away. So you can be distracted by trying to get to the car in front of you and not realise what's happening behind you.
There's certainly a lot to distract you in XL racing as they dive left and right, front and mirrors. I think sometimes those wing mirrors that we can see on these cars haven't got actually any mirrors in them. They've just got the wings.
Now we're going to see side draft at work here, because All's pulled up on the inside of Heffron out in the straight. The thing is that from Skiris' point of view, she's been able to clear out, get away from him.
Well, yeah, we're seeing the leader and second in this race just disappear out there. Gee, the 64's hanging fat around the outside there. The 31 tips it in and claims the corner. You can hang strong on the outside there. You certainly can, Caleb Heffron, but at some point you're going to be covering about 150 metres more than the guy right next to you as you go right round the outside. Tripoding it through turn number 2 here. 3 wheels on the ground, 1 in the air. Put your worst tyre on the left rear in the last race and just let it float around.
Well, yeah, that's the one. That's probably was the front tyre from earlier.
Well, as you and I know, Gaz, when we spoke to Simon Evans on the Grassroots Racing podcast, in a front-wheel drive rally car, all the rear wheels do is stop the back from dragging on the ground. Pretty much the same with an XL.
Yeah, I don't think Heffron's finished with this yet. He wants to get back in front of Ould. I think he just got that last corner a little bit wrong. The car got taily coming out of the corner, and that's what allowed Ould to get up alongside of him and to get that spot back.
Great camera shots there, just watching the drivers as they come up. Hayden Ould and Caleb Heffron, the camera right focused in on the cockpit of the car there, and see the hands turn in on both cars simultaneously with each other. So following very much closely the same lines there. So terrific pictures being sent out there. Keep an eye right throughout the day. Even if you're here at the track, just keep an eye if you can on the hands of the drivers, and sometimes even in XLs their head, because they tend to tip their head in as well. And you'll see that in Formula V and Formula Ford racing as well. So we get a good look in.
They should
There's
all
the
wear,
hands there. Look at that, soaring away.
They should all wear white gloves, shouldn't they, to make it easy for us. And you'll see some of them are so busy, and others are just tip it in, tip it out, just gentle as you like.
Well, look, you'd like to think that the way is that you've got to be smooth. So if you're jagging around at the wheel, setting up here nicely, the 64 to the inside now. This is Caleb Heffron. Sets up the move that was set up on him. The 31, the Sydney Fab driver of Hayden Ould. Gets the short back and sides, and we swap that position again.
Oh, right on the pressure point of braking there from Monique Skibrus in front of you. You can see the car weaving in front. The front of it is Gardner heading a pair of cars there, followed quite closely by Croft and Ford.
Good battle here.
And a change of position there as well as Ford goes up the inside of Croft in turn. Oh, it drives in wide just out of the corner. Thank you very much.
This is for the minors at the moment. We're talking 8th, 9th and 10th on the road here. 115 is Adam Roberts, and getting very willing on the back of the 88, as you just said there, the Croft Motorsport car of Luke Croft, Gaz. Tyres protesting in the background, they're squealing out of there. These little engines getting absolutely worked.
And don't forget, this is the 4th race, so those tyres have had a fair workout coming into this.
Interesting shot of the back of the car there with the P plate on there. May not be, doesn't necessarily transpire to the road. That's actually a process of getting your Motorsport Australia competition licence, and what used to be known as the general competition licence. You have to do 5 race meetings and get the clerk, of course, to tick it off that you're a fit and worthy race car driver, and the process is done. You can take your P plates off sometimes, and it has been known that people have been asked to stay on their P plates for another couple of race meetings just so that they can be observed. But certainly part of the strict process of getting a racing licence.
Well, with 1 lap to go, Heffron now has his sights set on getting 2nd position out of this race. Has closed that gap to Skibrus in front of him. Old has now dropped off a little bit in 4th spot. And Skibrus is very mindful that he's not going to allow Heffron to go down the inside, so Heffron tries the outside, or will he try to cut back in tight and get a run out of turn 2, this double apex corner? Doesn't quite happen for him.
Maybe Ould got the best advantage there, locked up into turn number 2. Last lap round didn't lock up, I noticed that, but this time still trying very, very hard. But Monique Skibrus has certainly started to fall back into the clutches of these two with half a lap to go. So your guess is as good as mine here, Gaz. I'm not actually going to put any money on it who's going to get across the line out of these 3 first, because they'll probably all fan out under brakes.
We're interested to see what happens when they get down to turn 8, that hairpin.
Yeah.
Because that could determine the end result of this race.
So we wait with bated breath to see if Hayden Ould can throw the challenge down.
Skibrus might have just got that break she needed, but gets it all out of shape coming into turn 8. Heffron goes through. Ould tries to go through. Well, he's not going to do it, but yeah, a very unfortunate. I thought she had a bit of a gap, but she left that braking just a little bit too late.
Geez, I tell you what, she's got some straight line handling, that's for sure. Fires it into the top of the hill here. This is going to be a 3 wide on the exit. 64 heads out wide there. Caleb Heffron.
Hurled back on the inside to make it an interesting contest. So they're going to come down almost 3 wide to finish of this race. In the meantime, Britain takes the win, and comfortably so. But Skibrus is going to hold on, take 2nd. Ould, will he get 3rd? It's going to be tight. And he just gets there in the end. Not much in it. Just...
certainly wasn't much.
0.001 of a second.
Absolutely. What a win there to William Britton in the number 16. Bill gets the final win for the weekend, and a really very strong drive. 7.9 second win over Monique Skibrus, who really in that last lap lost all of her lead that she'd built up over the previous sort of 5 or 6 laps since she'd broken away from that battle. And Hayden Ould ultimately home in 3rd place, right where he started, and Caleb Heffron as well started in 4th, finished in 4th as well.
But so they worked hard for him.
They certainly did, well, right through the field, as they always do in the XLs. And the checkered flags again coming out and concluding that XL race. Great shot of the complex here at Sydney Motorsport Park from turn 2, and all of the cars making their way down there. Wonder how many of those black lines heading into turn 2 were from Hayden Ould that time around.
Most of them, I think.
I think you're right, Gaz. William Britton takes the win in the number 16 and will ride off into the sunset with a very successful weekend indeed in the XLs. Monique Sibris in P2, Hayden Ould into 3rd, Caleb Heffron into 4th, the 55 of Shannon Williams in 5th place there. Then it's Brian Sibris, Jeff Neve, Luke Croft, Calvin Gardner and Adam Roberts rounds out the top 10. To Todd Ford, Benjamin Goodridge, and not scoring anything towards the end there, Scott Ford and Summer Rintoul in the XLs. A top race there. We've got the Toyota 86, the TGRA Scholarship Series coming up next, a 20-minute race. It'll be their second race for the weekend, so you can see those cars all down in the marshalling area and looking very much ready to go.
Interesting race, one under lights last night, or late in the afternoon yesterday, won by Max Gagan, quite comfortably as it was in the end.
Well, Gaz, yes, and at Phillip Island, Max didn't get the, I guess, the result he wanted, but certainly Toyota and Gagan, not necessarily together, but two very big names in Australian motorsport getting together. Really cool to see that surname. I wasn't around to enjoy the previous generation of Gagan race drivers, but certainly waiting with bated breath to see what Max Gagan can do. And I guess without putting any pressure on, there's a bit of pressure if you're going to come to the racetrack and run that surname.
Yeah, indeed you do. And he becomes the 3rd winner out of 7 races for the Scholarship Series. The first round.
Congratulations, great job out there, and banked another win.
Yeah, it was good. Got my first win ever on Friday, and to do it again yesterday and today, it was good. It's a good feeling.
It looked easy from the outside. I'm sure that's not the case when you get your first win. How did it feel on board?
Yeah, well, I bogged it off the start, so I lost the place to Monique, but I managed to get her through turn 1 and just stayed clear and put in some good times.
Well, you've not only done that, you said your first race win on Friday, and now you banked 3. That's a pretty good run.
Yeah, the car is great. It's never felt this good before, so I'd like to thank Quinny from ACT Autoworks. He's got a solid engine in there. And to my other sponsors, Junk Rubbish Waste and Hypercarding. Yeah, I couldn't do it without them.
Right, fabulous. We'll keep that feeling going for the next round. Let's move across to Monique. Monique, you made life hard for yourself late in that race, but held on to second, so congratulations there.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just down in turn 2, I couldn't get it down into 3rd and down into 2nd, so had to kind of put my elbows out for that last couple of laps to try and fend the boys off, but ended up doing that and finishing. So.
I can hear you're almost out of breath there. That takes a fair bit of concentration. As you said, managing it sounded like a bit of a mechanical problem, but good job. I mean, all week, this is your 4th and final race, and you've been on the podium every step of the way. Well done.
Yeah, Billy's been a bit too fast for us to catch, but he deserved the first place for this weekend, and all the boys have been doing good. They've, they give each other room, and it's really good racing, so really happy with this weekend.
Congratulations, the smile says it all. And across the Hayden, that was a titanic battle. Congratulations, podium spot on this final race. Well done, what a great race for you.
Thank you very much, that was awesome. The battle between Caleb and Monique all the way. Managing to get Caleb on the last lap was tough, but really good. Thanks to all of them for putting on a good race. Thanks to GWR for preparing a good car, Jack's Tyres and Auto Penrith for helping me out with tyres, Sydney Fabrication Services, which is Dad. Huge thanks to Mum and Dad for making me come out here and helping with the car and everything. Is awesome.
Indeed, the best sponsors on board for most people here, Mum and Dad. But that's what you go racing for, to come across a battle like that. I mean, did you see how close it was across the finish line? You just got the podium, only just.
Only just. I knew I was in the slipstream of Monique, and I was looking out my mirror and I could just see him, but I wasn't sure until Dad came over the radio and said I got it. So I was cheering. It was awesome.
Well done. We'll enjoy the spoils. Congratulations. Great job by the XLs. That's their final race for us. Next up, live and free, of course, is going to be the Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia Scholarship Series.
The finals are calling, and our Aussie heroes are ready to answer.
Let's go surf on 7+.
All the big surfing events around the world are right here on 7+.
Big waves.
That was sick.
Big action.
Snaps
underneath the lip.
Can our Aussies blitz the surf to make the finals? See it all live and free. The World Surf League streaming now on 7+. Stream free.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XRA.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
The biggest stars in golf.
The rivalries are huge.
We're playing for the biggest ever prize in the history of golf.
This is the game the world loves. Supercharged.
Live golf.
Wonderful. You'll see it all right here.
Teeing off on your home of golf, 7+. Stream free.
Matt Hillier, Toyota 86s, qualifying didn't quite go your way, but obviously looking forward to making amends in the race.
Yeah, definitely. Just got held up on the coming out for the flying first lap, but just lost the green tyre from there on in and just struggled a bit. So I'll start from P9, but hoping to move forward. So yeah, just see what we can do.
It's one of the things about a close series like this. It is so close. If you lose that lap, you're down back where you don't want to be.
Yeah, definitely. The first lap's always, like, if you can get that right, makes a big difference. So obviously didn't get that right today, but not to say that we won't make the biggest effort to move forward as much as we can. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Now, I saw you after qualifying having a good look at the data. It's something that, from this side of things, you study a lot on the data and work with the team on that, don't you, to try and make sure you got the best race car underneath you?
Yeah, it's not even just for the best race car. It's to make sure I'm doing the best thing that I can, and just to make sure that I'm just doing as much as I can do to get the most out of the car, and then they work together as well to get the most out of the car, so then makes the best package that we can get in order to go the fastest we can.
Like that, fast as you can, move up the grid. All right, mate, well, good luck with it all.
Thank you very much.
Cars looking set down there for the Toyota 86s for the Scholarship Series. The Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia Scholarship Series. We've already had 2 rounds, one here at Sydney Motorsport Park, which was round 1, and the last round was run part of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. It was Marcus Liddell that got the chocolates here at round 1. Did a tremendous job, won 3 races. Here is our grid. On grid position number 1, Max Gagan for Max Gagan Racing in the number 53. Keep an eye out for the number and the name. Brock Stinson, terrific run there in the number 31 into position number 2 out of yesterday's race number 1. And just having a look down, it was actually Matt Hillier who will be starting out of position number 12 that got the fastest lap yesterday. So it's an interesting result out of that. Ryan Tom Sett, then Cody Bircher out of position number 4.
certainly Hillier didn't have the luck that he had down at Phillip Island. Oscar Target out of 5, Roxham out of 6, Ryland Gray and Jack Westbury make up the top 8.
Cars making their way around now, going through the warm-up process. It's Brady Owen out of position number 9 for Minco Owen Racing. The 99 of Marcus Liddell. Now he, like I said, clean swept round number 1 here. Had a tough old time at Phillip Island. Hadn't raced there for many years. It was Formula 3 and I think a Super 3 type of arrangement, or an old touring car that he raced at Phillip Island. And looks to be progressing back up through the grid here, so out of number 10. 11th is Alice Buckley in the 680 Racing. Matt Hillier, we touched on for Walkinshaw and Andretti United. He's already on that ladder, isn't he, Gaz? When your entry has Walkinshaw and Andretti United next to it, you're on the trajectory.
And he currently leads the Australian Formula Ford Series as well, so he regathered that lead last weekend down at Phillip Island. Cooper Barnes out of position 13, Michael Sherwell 14, then it's Mitch McGarry and Jordan Freestone in the 16th spot, then followed by Ryan Hayden, Ben Gomersall, Tom Davies and Craig Thornton.
20 cars there. 21 is Shane Nowicki in the 999. Charlie Parker for V Financial and ACL in position number 22. Salvatore Imbrogno in 23. Madison Dunstan in the wholesale paints, and McDonald's number 3. We go to Cruz Forest, then Zoe Woods in the TechWorks Motorsport car, and let's hope that Zoe can gather it all up and push her way through the field. Herbert Zockling in the HG Motorsport, Hayden Green entry, Mason Harvey in the 99 Motorsport. Number 9 car, rounding out the field for Tyler Greenbury Racing is Jordan Shalala, and Holly Eastspray finding the 777 out of position number 30. Interesting to see Tyler Greenbury as an entrant there, Gaz, like world karting champion, and also in the Kumo Tyres V8 Touring Car Series, Tyler Greenbury drove for Image Racing and did a terrific job.
Yeah, Jordan Shala, unfortunately DNF'd yesterday. Got a hit from Mason Harvey and went off into the gravel trap and didn't finish. Mason Harvey also had a drama with hitting a brake marker that smashed the windscreen. So I don't know what they make them of, but they're certainly more solid than what they used to be. And Holly Espray was the other one that didn't finish. She broke a drive shaft after making a good start and picking up about 4 spots. So must have went a bit too hard on the gear.
So this is a 20-minute race, and we will have another race at 2:30 starting this afternoon for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Australian Scholarship Series. Is part of the program to make your way through to the Toyota 86 or the Gazoo Racing Toyota 86 Series that runs as a support event to the supercars, and a really, really well laid out program that Toyota have come to I guess, well, there's a new Toyota 86 road car coming, so the next generation of cars will come on stream. It gives somewhere for the aged cars to go racing, and certainly I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see Toyota 86s being used in other categories, improved production or even production cars, because they can move into those categories.
The production cars slightly different spec to these, so we do see one in the Mobil Australian Production Car Series, and it is a different spec, runs in Class D there. So Max Gagan will be off pole. He started P3 yesterday. We've got one in the pits already, which is not ideal. Couldn't see who the number was. Max Gagan started out of 3, was leading by turn 1 and went on to win. Brock Stimson was the fastest in qualifying, started off pole, missed second gear, driver error as he put it. He dropped the 4th before he finally worked his way back up to 2nd. We talked about Marcus Liddell. He had some sort of puzzling power leakage, or it just didn't produce enough power. He was 2nd early, unfortunately dropped back to about 10th in the end.
Beautiful weather here at Sydney Motorsport Park. If you're anywhere in the region, make your way out to the track. And the 99 has come down pit lane, we've just been told, so
that's
down
Marcus
pit
Liddell.
lane. So that's a shame. A great start there, and away we go. Gagan gets a beautiful start. Brock Stinson left in the AGM engineering car. Bit of a sports sedan connection there with Anthony McCready. And we stream on through. There's the JWR entry as well. That's car number 4 pushing on through the Jake Westbury Racing Toyota 86. Under brakes we go. Everyone keeps it nice and straight. No mirrors flying in the air just yet, Gaz, but you get the feeling that this race is going to get pretty willing, being a race number 2 for the weekend.
Well, Cody Bircher was the one that made a great start. He's up to second, but there's a gap already to our race leader in Max Gagan, who's moved away from him. Then the next one would be Thompson, followed by Stinson. No, Stinson's further back. Stinson in 4th, Target 5th, Dennis Bloxham and Westbury, Ryland Gray, Brady Owen and Matt Hillier up to 10th, so he's picked up 2 spots already.
Lockie Bloxham already up to 6th there, so he started out of 7 and has made a spot up. You just get the feeling we've got to let this all sort of start to settle down a little bit. 5-second penalty looks to be heading the way of car number 27 for jumping the start. So that is Ryan Thompson. We've had a coming together. It's the number 2, that's Matt Hillier, and he looks to have, is that tyre rubbing or is that tyre smoke coming off?
Tyre smoke. I mean,
yeah,
I know he's pulled
stopping.
up. So they're going to discuss that on the side of the road. Whatever happened there, we might get a replay of that. But it's willing up in front too, as we can see some hip and shoulder going on out of the final corners coming onto the straight.
Tom Davies and Charlie Parker getting very willing there in the 42 and the 49. So as I said, things just starting to settle down. There's Shalala looking to the inside in the number 5. Great looking race car, 3 wide. And this is getting very willing down into turn 1. The 42 gets a really good bit of drive there. That is Tom Davies.
Shallow in number 5. He picked up 16 spots in the last race at Phillip Island. So watch for his performance this weekend. Going very strong at the moment.
Round through turn 2 now we go. And we're having a good look at the JMG Racing car of Ryland Gray. A little bit mixed up in that top of the track incident there, and we've got Jack Westbury in the mix here as though we go into the midfield there. There's the Grove Racing entry of Oscar Target, and getting very, very willing in behind there. Keep off each other. You've still got another race to go. Ryan Thompson in the Bondi Carpet entry, and then the Option entry of Lockie Bloxham.
Both of them just passed them in one hit there between turns 5 and 6.
Under brakes now, Gagan gets a nice turn there as well. And just watching for that penalty to be applied on the timing screen.
Replay of that. Ooh, it's a 55. Got into, that's Michael Sherwell, who unfortunately ran over the back of Hillier.
It looked like it had a whole lot of tow out that shouldn't have been there as well, so that might be why it was parked up, Gaz. But Hillier and Sherwell certainly have made their way into the lane, and you'd have to suggest in a sprint race with 7 laps remaining that they start to perfect repairs and come from the rear of the grid for the 2:30 race this afternoon.
Indeed they do. So our order as they go through to complete the second lap is Gagan from Bircher from Stinson, and then we've got one off the track.
Ryan Thompson is absolutely throwing everything at this. He's doing a little bit of that Neil Bates Motorsport, what they're used to, heading off into the dirt. Of course, Neil Bates and the crew down there build all these cars and service them as well. So a little bit of rally thoroughbred built into it.
Battle still going on, and we can see going through turn 4.
This is the kind of racing you want early in your career. Not too much contact, a little bit of rubbing is okay, but just getting real racing, door handle to door handle, standing your ground. Bloxham goes through now and takes that spot away from Oscar Target.
Well, he lost that spot a lap ago, so he's got it back now.
Taking it back.
I'll have that, thank you.
Gagan, our race leader now, fastest lap at 1:48.322.
But the lead is only just over half a second, so it's a lot closer in this one than it was last night. He actually controlled it out the front. Cody Bircher in second spot. Formula Ford background for him. Stinson in third out of Excels. Then we've got Bloxham who's been running in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Series.
Something interesting in this series, Gaz, is that being that it's a scholarship series, is also a demerit point system. So the encouragement is to stay off your fellow competitor. No leaning on, no running into, no making contact. So if you get a set amount of demerit points, you're actually escorted from the event. You're actually, pack it up, put it on the trailer and head home. Change of position now. Westbury on Owen, the JWR livery and the Minico livery. Very, very strong liveries there as well. And, gee, they're vying for position, aren't they? I mentioned the demerit points. Maybe the teams need to be mentioning that on the radio.
Maybe they don't know about it.
Well, they haven't really. There's not been any, except for Hillier and Sherwell.
Yeah, but that wasn't aggressive. That was just
Sherwell was actually back out of the pits, so back in the race. So Hillier, who has been, I guess, touted to be one of the favourites in this scholarship series, certainly doing terrific things at Winton last weekend in the National Formula Fords, and they're establishing their way back into the upper echelon of Australian motorsport. Owen and Westbury still going at it. Tomset in the background, and then it's Barnes just lurking in the background there as well. Just seeing them poking their noses in, so we'll keep an eye on that, because that is a genuine challenge in the Designer Living Kitchens Cooper Barnes entry. Down the inside, or outside now, around the hairpin. It's a long, long way around in the Penrite Designer Living Kitchens outfit. Gathers it all up, right in now behind Thompson. Then it's Buckley, also weighing in there as well. Alice Buckley in the 680 Racing
another
outfit.
XL graduate. Still races XLs, I believe. There's quite a few XL drivers in here. I noticed too that Ben Gomersall didn't take the start, son of Jason Gomersall, and he would have come out of XLs as well. As our race leader, Max Gagan, and of course Brock Stinson as well, son of Mark Stinson, who used to race in sports sedans and production sports. So the lead is, well, it's nothing, 0.2 of a second. Bloxham in third.
This is exactly what you want in scholarship type racing. This hard fought, hard won racing. This is how you learn. Cody Bircher doing a lot of racing these days, and in the Orcon car, all over the back of Gagan. Max Gagan doing well. Gee, the Dunlop tyre, the Dorenza, under protest coming around out of turn 5.
Threw that car into that corner, didn't he?
Some entertaining racing, and boy oh boy, they've got a thing to prove. And that car coming out of turn 5, gee, the Dunlops were just protesting all the way around Corporate Hill now, fast, losing all the track. Gagan even putting it off onto the dirt there, finding a little bit of actual pace by just letting the car drift around. And currently in P3, this is Brock Stinson. Lost contact with the lead pair for a bit, but has clearly put the head down. AGM Engineering on the side. Certainly no strangers to top-level Australian motorsport.
Well, Bircher holds the fastest lap at the moment, but that's probably been helped a bit by Gagan getting a slipstream. And now he's right in that slipstream. Can he do anything with it? Can he suck up to the back of that car in front of him and then pull out and get the run down the straight? No, not at the moment.
Gee, you've got to time it right, don't you? If you time it a little bit early, you just go backwards and pops it out. Gray has certainly got it right on Thompson there as well.
He hasn't.
Ducks back in behind.
It's a deceptive angle when you look at it from the front.
Ryan Thompson lives to fight another day. Here we are at the front. There's been a coming together, and that is unnecessary. That was Brock Stinson.
40 seen the gap there. It closed too quickly. Bircher was turned around as a result. Stinson's would have lost touch with the race leader. And Gagan is in the situation he was in yesterday, out in front and in control.
So Brock Stinson now hangs in there. There's an unnecessary contact there, and we can see the damage on the 36. And Cody Bircher now got a lot of work to do. Dropped a few spots back there. Here comes Bloxham, Gray, Westbury, Owen, Bircher and Thompson. This is just inside the top 10. as we've got interviews coming from the pit lane with Dean Herridge. Back to the race now, down into the complex, working their way out of turn 9. Very important here in one-make racing just to flow the car out of turn 9, because that run up to this part of the track here, and we're just seeing the 22 Oscar Target putting 2 wheels off over the back of that ripple strip there. Certainly not frowned upon at that particular corner, but exiting turn 6 here, they're very much on the watch out. Bloxham has timed it beautifully, looks to the inside there. The 23 charges on through. Stinson in the 31 with all those battle scars from the smash half a lap or a lap and a half ago. And Lockie Bloxham grabs the last spot on the podium. Still got 3 laps to go here, so still plenty to play out as we have a good look at the side of the Grove Racing car of Oscar Target and the Ryland Gray car going through.
Gray got through on him there. Gray won the Rookie Award in the Toyota 86 New Zealand Series earlier this year, and as a result of winning that, has a drive in a GT4 Toyota Supra at Nürburgring next month. Oh, in August, I should say. Oh,
nice prize. Oh, nerf there as well. The number 4, Jack Westbury, getting very, very willing with it there, and currently onto the back of Gray. And they're in 6th, 5th and 6th in this race.
We want to be careful, Westbury, because he went out over the track limits and you can get pinged for that.
Yep.
There's a replay of the turn 2 incident between...
Avoidable? I think so. I think so. We've certainly got that demerits point system which will swing into play. Stephen Johnson is the driving standards guy with this series, so you wouldn't want to take the argument up to Steve too much, would you? He might just hammer you down with years and years of experience of doing the job well.
So here's the Grove Racing entry of Target, under all sorts of pressure now from Westbury and Owen, and they're having their own little fight as well. So it's, I think Westbury was looking to get past Target, and then all of a sudden found that he had Owen there as well and didn't want to jeopardise his spot.
Cars poised for the closing stanza of this race. They spread out across the track there. Target and Westbury, very, very willing racing being dished out here. And look who's weighing in on the back of it now. The 25 comes into play, Brady Owen. And we now have a battle in 3, and this is fighting it out for 5, 6 and 7 on the road. Cody Birch is just off the back of this battle at the moment, not obviously playing any part of it, but you'd have to suggest that these 3 are going to start holding each other up, and the 22 moving all over the road there. Oscar Target just throwing everything at it. They fan out across the track now. Who wants the position? Gee, Westbury is aggressive in this one today.
And as is Owen. Owen looking left, looking right. Now tries to go up the inside to turn 7. He's got alongside him, but he'll be on the wrong side of the road for 8. Unless he can do something before the corner. I don't think he can. Westbury will get it back.
Look who's ranging up around. They're really holding each other up here, these 2. And really starting to come into play now. Cody Bircher. Then we go back to, is it Ryan Thompson in the mix there? So closing in, still got 2 1/4 laps to race here. Again, Gaz, great shots inside the cabin of the car as we're just seeing Westbury working at the wheel there.
Here we go, down to the checkered flag. And Max Gagan gets 2 from 2 this weekend, takes the result ahead of Lockie Bloxham. Will Stinson hold on to 3rd. I think he may have just got pipped by Gray at the start-finish line. Target next, then it's Westbury, Owen, Bircher, Thompson, and in 10th spot is the number 97 of Cooper Barnes. That was a great race that time around with So that was race 2 of the third round for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Scholarship Series. And Gagan got the result by just under 2 seconds. Stinson is shown as being in second spot, but I don't think that's right. But certainly good result there for Gagan. So cars come around on their cool down lap. We get our top 3 in pit lane. There's the official results. Max Gagan takes the win from Lockie Blocks, and Ryan Gray just pipped Brock Stinson on the line. Oscar Targa in position 5, Jack Westbury, Brady Owen, and then Cody Bircher, Ryan Thompson, Cooper Barnes rounds out the top 10. And we flip over the page. Alice Buckley in 11th, Ryan Hayden in 12th, Jordan Schaller from the back of the field to 13th. Charlie Parker, the grandson of Greg Crick, was in position 14. Mitchell McGarry, Holly Espray from the back to 16th. That's a good result. Tom Davies, Salvatore Imbrogno. Then it's Jordan Freestone, Shane Nowicki from South Australia in 20th. Then Crew Frost, Mason Harvey, Zoe Woods, Madison Dunstan, Craig Forden, Hubert Zongling round out the lap 8 finishes. And of course there was a 1 lap down and a few DNFs, unfortunately. But certainly a good race with what we've just had next. Next, of course, will be the production cars, the Mobil Australian Production Car Series and the Monochrome GT4 Series. They run together in the one event with 2 separate point scores. But so far we've just seen in that Shane Smoller and Justin Rouget win both the races yesterday. The last one, of course, last night under the lights. Was a great result for the Porsche Cayman GT4. We're just hanging in here now for the interviews in pit lane.
Good race there, Gaz. The Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia Scholarship Series has really grabbed my attention, particularly at Phillip Island, which was the first time I saw it. You've obviously seen the series twice now here at Sydney Motorsport Park, but as we've seen, the racing can get pretty willing, but there's certainly some really good displays of some skill and talent being brought on by what Toyota are doing.
Well, what we've seen so far is that Marcus Liddell won the first 3 races, which were here. Matt Hillier won the next 3 races, which are at Phillip Island, and so far 2 out of 2 to Max Gagan when they've come back here. So there's a variety of winners and there's a variety of cars that are getting into, or drivers getting into the top 10.
What I find really interesting about all of that is that Hillier and Liddell have really struggled since they had their dominant rounds. It's very interesting way it doesn't normally play out like that. If you're performing and you've got the game on a string sort of thing over a weekend, you hope that you're going to go to the next round and roll it out of the truck and have a fairly similar result, don't you?
Well, we hope that no one should tell Max about that for going to the next round. It might not go so well.
So recovery just being done there by the Motorsport Australia crew. And great facility here in the way they keep the track prepared at Sydney Motorsport Park. We're just seeing these blowers and sort of thing you see on super speedway type situations in North America,
NASCAR,
aren't they?
Yeah, for sure.
Good tidy up and rightfully so too. We're about to see the GT4s, the Monochrome GT4, and also the Mobil 1 Australian Production Car Series on the road. So they'll have some great battles over the next hour or so. So let's give them as clean a track as we possibly can to start on. And I dare say we will see tons of action, and some of that dust that's just being blown off will certainly find its way back onto the track, I would suggest, over the next hour or so. So clean-up continuing. Not sure where we're heading next. Maybe podium or maybe place getters interviews down there on the pit lane, but we've certainly got a massive program coming your way, and very, very much looking forward to seeing the Mobil 1 production cars and the Monochrome GT4 series out on track. It's a series steeped in tradition in Australia. It's been running for many, many years in various different forms, and it is growing massively at the moment across the motorsport landscape with a whole lot of big injection of enthusiasm, and of course the 6 hour at Mount Panorama does always help that. Got a big field of entries here as well this weekend, and GT4, which is massive across the entire world. Australia has had a couple of false starts and a couple of bits and pieces here and there, but GT4 is certainly becoming very, very relevant as far as sports cars or GT car racing around the world is concerned. And some of the I guess technologies we're starting to see in GT3 racing are starting to lose some people. If you're not, operating at the very high end of GT type racing, some of those the technicalities in a GT3 car can start to get a little bit confusing, and that's where GT4 has really found its niche in the marketplace as far as GT type of racing is concerned. Just while we're waiting for the interviews down from the last race there, the Toyota Scholarship Series, we will go to Dean Herridge with the winners, and they are going to be Grinners this morning.
They are Grinners. We're starting in third. Oh, there's a bit going on actually here with Parc Ferme, so third place, congratulations. You're in flight back mode at the moment, aren't you?
Yeah, we had troubles yesterday, like struggling with the car and everything, and then to finally get it sorted and come through the field is pretty good.
Pretty intense battling out there. We saw it's starting to heat up a little bit. You got another race this afternoon, but it's starting to sort of see the whole thing ramping up.
Yeah, it is a bit like everything's getting a bit more competitive, and hopefully us top three can have a good battle in the last race.
Indeed. We're going to go Lachlan to come across second. Good camaraderie here. I saw you come through, mate. You must be happy with that one.
Yeah, no, pretty happy. We had some good pace on Friday in practice and just didn't manage to maximise the green tyre run on qualifying. So ended up qualifying P12, and since then we've just been fighting through the field. So P6 in race 1 and P2 today is mega.
So that puts you in great stead for this afternoon. That's what you've been aiming for. You've been on the sort of Operation Fightback mode, haven't you?
Yeah, no, I think having a good crack at the win this afternoon will be good. The racing with Rylan and Max will be amazing. And yeah, no, the racecraft that I'm learning this weekend's massive.
Well done to you. And Max, of course, he is our winner coming across. Just parked the car in Parc Ferme. Max, the smile says it all. 2 from 2 so far, mate. Going great guns.
Yeah, it was good. Had a good race there. Cody put me under a bit of pressure there. I think lap 2 or lap 3 started coming to me, and sort of just tried to keep him behind, just keep him enough of a gap to not overwork the car and not overwork myself, so I could actually concentrate. And then obviously the incident happened behind me, and I just brought it home from there. Really had a good gap, so I could just focus on myself and get going.
Great way to start with a 2/3 race coming up this afternoon. How are the tyres and the car and yourself in good shape for this afternoon?
Yeah, well, I think we'll tune her up. We'll have a bit of a muck around with her, but any racing car driver's never going to say it's perfect. So, no, it was good. It was good. It was really good. Enjoyed it.
Good on you. Good luck for that. Tuning up, he says, after a win. But obviously, we're live and free here at the Shannons Trophy Series. Some fantastic action coming your way. And our race is coming up with the Mobil 1 Australian production cars and, of course, the Monochrome GT4s. They're up next.
The biggest stars in golf.
The rivalries are huge.
We're playing for the biggest ever prize in the history of golf.
This is the game the world loves. Supercharged.
Live golf.
Wonderful. You'll see it all right here.
Teeing off on your home of golf, 7+. Stream free.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life. My Coupe 4 is rare and very special. A real performance car with all-wheel drive grip. I'm not a car club bloke and I don't work on it myself, but I do have a great mechanic. One day, I might even get that HQ. When it comes to insurance, it's got to be Shannons.
Shannons shares your passion. Call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help.
Yeah, we've done that, but now it's saying no internets.
New lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
World champion martial arts fighters are battling it out for the premier world title.
I beat the best to become the best.
Live Friday fight nights are exclusive to 7 Plus. The biggest and toughest go head to head.
This crowd is going nuts right now. The collision course we all knew would happen.
It's all part of the One Championship, exclusively on 7 Plus. Stream free.
Welcome back trackside here for the Shannons Trophy Series, and a massive welcome to the Monochrome GT4 Australia field and of course Mobil 1 Australian Production Car Championship field on track now. I'm Darren Smith and joined by Troy Williams from the APC, and Troy will certainly be joining us right throughout the racing for APC and GT4 today. Troy, massive growth and interest in this sort of racing over the last 12 months or so. It's really cool to see the growth, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fantastic. There's a very strong state series, both New South Wales and Queensland for production cars, and of course the 6 hour being the pinnacle event for production cars Australia-wide. But we've seen a lot of support come back to Mobil 1 Australian production cars in the last 18 months, and it's fantastic to see 29 cars combined on the grid this weekend.
Certainly is. The grid on screen now: Shane Smolin, Justin Rugier, Nash Morris, Paul Morris, Steve Dukes, Renee Gracie in the 181 there, Ian Sherrin in the 72. So that rounds out our GT4 cars. Ian Sherrin is the first of the X-Class Australian production cars, fighting it out for the Mobil 1 Australian Production Car Championship. Grant Sherrin, his brother, in the 27 on the next row. Tony Quinn and Daniel Gaunt teaming up again. They've teamed up many times over the years, and really looking forward to seeing how those two can go in that Porsche. Colby Cowan and Lindsay Kearns need very little introduction to the Australian production car scene in their Mustang, the Madeki and Madeki car. This is well, a couple of champions, really, isn't it? Father and son entry, and I've got to say, what better way to go racing than with your dad or your son?
Absolutely. And you know, as you say, two iconic names in Australian motorsport, both Andrew and George having quite a lengthy CV when it comes to competitive and motorsport and winning.
Tim Sipp and Jack Sipp in the BMW M4 as well. Wade Scott in the Evo 9 there in the mix as well. Going back to Piccini and Anthony in the BMW M140i. Jake Camilleri, we cannot keep this man down. He just gets the sword out like Excalibur and sways his way through in the Class C car. Callahan and Baker in the concrete pumps. Holden GTS VY. Back to Campbell and Crick. Watch for that one. That is going to be a big storm. Hadron and Morell and Tyler Mecklem also in an Evo 10 there as well. Button Derwent in the Astra VXR. Then we've got, well, the Maguire's best presented car entry team of the Jarvises there. So the Volkswagen taking home the car care products from Maguire's.
Yeah, absolutely, and great to have Maguire's on board.
Big shout out to Jeff Yu, founder and CEO Monochrome Crypto Asset Infrastructure Solutions Group, as the GT4s get away brilliantly, and the number 19 just jags it up a little bit there off the line. That'll be Nash Morris, and Shane Smolin sweeps into the front of the field, and you can just see the GT4 drivers going, no, not Shane, leading into turn one again. He runs away and hides. Guy that has won the 6 hour at Mount Panorama, had SVG on board for the journey in that particular race. Big look up the inside there, a couple of German finest products there. The BMW pushing through, and that is Steve Dukes. Gee, Steve's come along really well in this season, hasn't he? Finding his feet in the GT4. As we look back here, there's the Callahan Commodore and the 71 going through there as well, which is the BMW. Here goes Smollen. Looked like we had a spinner there. Oh, Duke's out on the dirt there. We're not going to be able to do that in a GT4 car. You might have got away with it in the softer sprung production car, but giving everyone a big spray. There's the 16. That's not what we wanted to see parked up there. The Power Torque Engines car of Luke Webber, the C63. This is getting very willing early on because Shane Smollen has skated away in half a lap. He is doing it nicely out in front. 4 German marks. There's a Janetta just in the back of shot there. Renee Gracie enjoying GT type racing, isn't she? She's done GT3 over in the West. Now slinging herself into the GT4 car for the Janetta and is just off the back of this group and closing.
Yeah, and podium sitter yesterday, top 3 for Renee in race 1, which was fantastic. Just seeing now the ex-Longhurst BMW M4 up the inside into turn 1 on Mark Griffith in the Daimler Trucks Brisbane Mercedes.
So sharing with Nash Morris here this weekend. Stephen Dukes gets through nicely there. Gee, they're not wanting for power, are they? They really do stream on through here. Mark Griffith is one of the very early converters to GT4 type racing, has been doing it, been entering, amongst the pack of the Australian GT Championship. We're just noticing now there's a start line infringement there for car number 181. That's the car we're looking at on screen there, wagging its tail through the turn there. Oh no, this was the car I put a big tick next to. In fact, I highlighted it and said the 118 will be a major contender, and it doesn't look like it's going to be a major contender at this point in time. Cars continue on their way now. Car 40 we're just looking at there on screen. That's the speedcafe.com car of Jack Sipp, BMW M4. Big plume of smoke out of a car just up in front. Wasn't too sure. Is that the Evo that's just in front of car number 40 there at the moment, which is the 81 of Scott. And right in behind there is that menacing Colby Cowan, Lindsay Kearns Mustang. This debuted here in production cars a few seasons ago on pole position, sat on the front row of the grid in pole position on its debut. Very, very fast car. There's the C63, car number 16. Will be taking no further part in this one. So looking now to the Monochrome GT4 field. This is car number 40, or 140. It's Carl Begg sharing with Paul Morris at the moment, and it is Carl Begg at the wheel. He's throwing some energy at this series, isn't he, Carl?
Yeah, it certainly is. It's great to have both Carl and, of course, Monochrome on board. Jeff was around with all of the competitors last night after the night race, celebrating and sharing the stories. So, and Carl, of course, being involved with Speed Cafe. So great to have the team on board supporting GT4 Australia, and looking forward to a fantastic year next year with GT4 Australia breaking out into their own grid.
Have a look at this. Renee Gracie in the 181. She will have been told she's got that start line penalty. She's got to clear the field and be in front of them by 5 seconds. She's now got Carl Begg absolutely in her sights. Lights ablaze on both of these cars. Gracie looks to the outside. Good on her. She's switching it up. She's not just following the leader through. She's just trying a different line here and there. Little Janetta in the mix there. Of course, won a GT race a number of seasons ago at Phillip Island, and really do suit the GT4 style of competition very, very well. It's like anyone that's got a GT3 factory car these days are making a GT4, aren't they?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So a lot of great marks and great brands, and of course the SRO balance of performance system that's been adopted by us with GT4 Australia means that, as you can see with the Gracie car, the Ginetta G55, looks a bit wild and woolly moment there, but you know, the newer cars and the slightly older cars, same as the Duke's BMW.
Oh, there's something going wrong with Gracie there. She jagged to the driver's left coming through turn 1 and all on her own just looped it around there, goes to the dirt and gathers it all back up again, but lost some very, very valuable places through turn 1 and then ultimately looping it at turn number 2. She gets underway again.
Yeah, that's a shame.
On.
Had a very solid Saturday, Renee, and some great results. So a shame to see her lose a few positions like that. But yeah, as I was saying, the balance of performance administered by SRO, the global body around GT4 racing, is also used here with Monochrome GT4 Australia. So the likes of the older vehicles such as Dukes and Gracies are still duking it out, excuse the pun, with the more modern machinery at the front.
Version of the word. Now, Troy, we saw you racing in Australian Production Car Championship a number of seasons ago in a Holden. You're clearly integral in the management of all of this and the promotion of it these days. Which one of these GT4s are you going to sling your backside into before the end of the season?
Oh, I think I've got my hands full now with running both Mobil 1 Australian production cars and Monochrome GT4. So
here we go, Gracie through 1. Yeah, you're not going to live out over the dirt there in one of these low-slung cars, and I would suggest maybe some sort of tyre damage going out over the back there, because she's gone to turn in and the rear of the car just wasn't going with the front. It wasn't like it was disconnected then. Big thanks to Shannons for the replay.
Possibly a few marbles out there at turn 2 come into play as well.
Goes down the inside now of Callaghan in the big Commodore, and our entire field streaming on through. Gathering it all back up again now is Sip in that BMW, and looking across to the 71 there of Paul Puccini and Justin Anthony, a 2018 M140i on their Yokohamas. The other very interesting thing, and plays into it, have a look at this, the BMW of Duke's fastest lap, a 139.43, and a raging battle on screen at the moment as the 81 starts to weigh in on this battle as well. Whereabouts are we looking in the field here? So that is for 13th and 14th on the road. So different aspects of performance, the BMW and the older Evo 9 there.
And of course the A1 lead here. So this is for class lead. Another one of the great characteristics of production car racing throughout the years are the races within the race, the battle for class honours, right down to class D this weekend. But all competitors keen to take home the silverware in their respective classes.
Certainly is. The other thing which I was just touching on was the tyre bank. There has been in the past control tyres thrown at production cars, but I guess the idea is that they're so different. We touched on that, and each tyre is not going to suit the different form of vehicle. 4-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, etc., etc. 500 horsepower, 300 horsepower, 200 horsepower, all these different things weigh in on it. The Hankook Ventus TDZ 221 is in there, the Yokohama A050, the Nankang CRS and the Michelin Pilot Sport Cup are the ones that are on the list. Pretty much we see the Class X cars running the Hankooks, and then the A1s running the Hankooks, and then the A2s. Here's the back end of the Mercedes C63, and I'm just watching that guy there with the gloves on. I didn't think he had looked. The gloves looked like skin coloured, and I thought, wow, he's brave touching those brakes without gloves on. I think they were like a dirty yellow, let's say, and that would have been a nasty little trip. But the other interesting thing is this season is the Yokohama tyre on the GT4s, Troy.
Yes, yeah. So with the introduction of GT4 Australia, as we see the A1 battle raging on screen. Oh, the Evo getting a bit sideways there, heading into 5. Yeah, with the semi-slick tyre, the AO50 Yokohama on all of the GT4 cars for this year only, having GT4 Australia and also the Mobil 1 Australian production cars sharing the grid, all those separate championships for this year, to manage some of the speed differential. The GT4s are also running on that tyre this year. So next year, yes, we'll look to break out to a slick and wet solution. when GT4 Australia goes into its own grid. But for this year, all running on the semi-slick tyre.
Adrian Morel looking to have difficulties there in the Evo 10. Gee, this mark and this car, the Mitsubishi Evo 10, dominated for quite some time. Alan Heafy, Stewie Costera, Inky Tulloch were just absolutely synonymous with victories. Then the product team came in and they had their Evo 10s. They really did have a long time to shine, and the fact that they're still running in A1 here got very willing. I'm not sure there was any contact there. I think we're just looking at a bit of oil down the dust that's being thrown up there, but certainly they both did a bit of a wobble, a bit of a hippie shake all at the same time, didn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course those Evo drivers, not that we're going to see it this weekend, but all-wheel drive, they'll be praying for as much precipitation throughout the year as they can find, because...
Well, I'm going to suggest at the Bend in October is going to be, well, it was last year when we went there, it was very, very wet indeed. Even September with Sandown would certainly be that. Let's go and catch up with Dean Herridge.
Happy start for you in this one?
Totally unnecessary. I came out of turn 2 and the Speed Cafe M4 had a complete tank slapper. So I got out of his way, came back around, got my line out of 3, came down the hill to 4, lifted and turned in. Someone just clobbered me and it was hard. The car spun around, I'm sitting in the middle of the track and I'm just holding on going, waiting for the next hit, but it's not what we're here for. Like, that's totally unnecessary. On lap 1, get taken out. It's just, yeah, it ruined our weekend.
Saw you limping down into the pit lane there. You had obviously damage. Can you get this thing repaired, particularly for this afternoon, or you think it's game over?
Not a chance in hell. We're going home early, so I'll be home for dinner tonight, see my wife. Right, Amanda. Just not happy.
No, not a happy camper. Well, mate, car looks amazing. I'm sure you get back out there real soon. Good on you.
Thanks, champ.
So, car number 16 parked up there in the shot. We will certainly look forward to seeing them. Obviously, he is looking forward to seeing the family at home, as we all do at the end of a long race weekend. We'll see him at Queensland Raceway, 11, 12, 13 of August as part of the Shannons Trophy Series there as well. So we have currently got 3 cars in the pit lane. First of all is the Class C car of Derwent, then it's Dean Campbell in the A1 Evo, and then of course we just saw Mr. Levitt down there in the AMG C63, which was running in class number A2. Chris Holt not playing any further part after issues yesterday with their car. So I would suggest each one of those cars has probably got terminal issues parked up down there. Really, real shame that that Dean Campbell Evo 10, because that car in the production car field can win races. Have a look at this. This is a ripping GT4 battle as we go down to the pit lane. This is the Oscar Butt Troy Derwent Astra VRX. PB Motorsport now a fasteners entry, running on their Yokohamas. They're not looking too much at the Yokohamas at the moment, except for looking at plug leads and coil packs. That is not what you want to be doing in, 10 minutes into a 55-minute or an hour race, sorry. That is not what you want. But this GT4 race is absolutely going to come alive down the inside now. Carl Begg allows the corner to open up. Just runs himself wide there, and that's very gentlemanly indeed. Tony Quinn right alongside. In fact, Queensland Raceway will visit there at the next round of the Shannons Trophy Series. The 40X car, the Speed Cafe car, slowing dramatically there. That's not what we wanted to see there. That's Jack Sipp in the F82 M4, and got a flat front right tyre. So they're running on the Hankook. And we go back to this GT4 battle. Tony Quinn will throw the gates open for the next round of the championship. Be great to get back to Queensland Raceway. Certainly last year there was, when we visited there, lots of improvements had gone underway, Troy, hadn't they? And the place just coming back to where it really needs to be.
Yeah, fantastic facility now, and Tony's heavily investing in the circuit up there. So it'll be great to get back there, and Tony, a fantastic supporter of the fight in the night.
So we go down to Dean Herridge with the Campbell car in pit lane.
Yeah, another problem down here. Same incident, I think, as the Mercedes there. You were caught up in it as well and got some damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, someone come down the inside and squeezed us both, and unfortunately, he pushed me into the MARC, so it wasn't his fault either, but yeah, we're out now, so we had a power steering problem, but we're sort of half on top of it, and we've got a lot more problems now.
You're not really sure exactly what's going on. Disappointing because you were, second, in one of the first race yesterday. So you're on form.
Yeah, we were second yesterday. Then we had a power steering failure last night, but which we had to limp to the end. Didn't do us any favours, but anyway, we would have been on for a good result too.
Well, team working hard behind you. Hopefully get back out in this one. If not, we'll see you this afternoon.
We'll give it a crack. Thank you.
And those guys will give it a crack. That's probably what they should be calling their race team. Give it a crack, because I think if you remember at Taylor and Ben last year, they did an engine. They did an engine and they jumped on board with
Jimmy Vernon in the Evo as well, and then ended up winning the race outright there. So that was fantastic. But one thing to remember here, you've got two separate championships running side by side. So what Dean mentioned there, he was running second in Australian production cars yesterday. So the championship between the two categories happens on the circuit at the same time, but still two different championships.
This is a good battle here, the Mustang. I like the livery on that car. That's got a bit of the touch of the good old boys about it, hasn't it?
Yeah, throwback to the NASCAR livery there.
Side by side under brakes here, three different vehicles. The 140. Oh no, Stephen Jukes in the 26 Boatworks Sanctuary Cove International Boat Show entry has gone off. Doesn't look as though he's made contact with anything, but he's certainly thrown away a front-running position, because we've just seen Tony Quinn go streaming on through. Shane Smollen now into the lane. Shane Smollen into the lane. So the Iterations, this is a GT4 car that we're talking about. This is not the one we're looking at now. This is car number 40X. This is the Tom and Jack Sipp car. Now we've got the GT4 field coming in. So, Troy, this is, in this race, two driver teams have to swap out their drivers.
So there's a compulsory pit stop. As we see the reason for the Juice car spinning there, but the compulsory pit stop for all the field applies in this 1 hour race. For the GT4 cars with two drivers, they can elect to swap drivers at this stop. But in an agreement between all of the GT4 cars, we have 60 seconds stationary time. The APC cars, if they can do their tyre changes faster than that, we'll pick up some time on the GT4 field. But we will see, as we've got on screen now, the driver changes and a bit of action in the pit stops for all the field, and in particular the GT4 cars.
So Mark Griffith out.
Nash Morris in.
Nash Morris in now, so a man in a hurry, doing lots of racing over the last few years. Just noticed one of the Shannons cars in the lane as well. Bit of traffic banking up there. So as Troy has touched on, a mandatory 60-second stop. So they will all sort of line astern start to come out with each other. So if they've been blocked in, they will be cleared by the time they move away again. And this is the number 19, Nash Morris, moving out. Just interestingly, the Gunther Randall 130i that got tangled up with Stephen Jukes in that in the BMW M4 GT4 car. We did get that replay amongst all of that. Tony Quinn is also back out, and it looks like Paul Morris has jumped into the behind the 140 that Carl Begg brought in, and there's the two cars we're talking about.
So another family feud, but this time not in the same car, but Morris and Morris. Similar machinery between the GT4 Australia MARC and the 19 of Mark Griffith. One thing you would have noticed too with the GT4 pit stops there, I don't think any of them will end up changing tyres. So the GT4 cars are very friendly on tyres, and an hour stint is nothing for the car. They're designed for 12 and 24-hour races, but also they'll be able to run potentially 2, 3, 4 hours on a set of tyres.
That's terrific news. That really is, that you can get that sort of life out of those tyres, and testament to not only the car manufacturers but the tyre manufacturers and the people setting the tyres and getting them, getting those incoming tyre pressure sets right, because that really affects their. Anticipating rain now in car number 15. Got the wipers on there, giving it a good clean off. Got tangled up, of course, with the other BMW in GT4, and this pit stop going nicely indeed. Evo coming in there to the lane as well. So looks like we've got a left front just being changed out on the number 15.
Yeah, so for Mobil 1 Australian production cars, compulsory rules for that pit stop, 2 tyres to be changed for Class X cars. For the rest of the field, 1 tyre. So again, that means some of the A1, A2 cars will tend to get a little closer to the Class X cars during the pit stop. So 1 tyre for the majority of the field, off and back on, or you can replace with a new tyre. And for Class X cars like the Shannons brothers, you'll see them doing 2 wheels and tyre changes at their compulsory pit stop.
The GT4 M4 of Dukes coming back into the lane now. That's a shame. This wasn't part of the plan as they landed back in lane there. Jason Symes, I think Jason now at the wheel.
No, I think Stephen started the race.
Okay, so Madecki now in, Lindsay Kearns in, so the 2 Mustangs in Class A2 into pit lane now, and they came in line astern with each other, so that's interesting. They're certainly bunched up. 33 minutes remaining now. Under the bonnet of that car, there's not where I expected to see them look. That's not a great sign. I thought we might have been looking for panel damage or driveline damage or something like that, but when the bonnet goes up, that sort of throws another spanner in the works, really. So just watching those 2 Mustangs going up on jacks the traditional way, a pump-up hydraulic jack to go under those cars. Change those wheels on and off.
Great to get the teams involved too in an old school pit stop. And remembering these cars have already done 2 one-hour races yesterday. The teams very much have impact on the race outcome with that compulsory pit stop.
There's our race leader. Well, not race leader, but I'd suggest cleansed race leader Shane Smollen. There's the Jarvis car that won the Maguire's Award. And car does look great, although it is trying to trick us in the commentary booth. Blue down one side with Volkswagen, and then grey down the other side with the Volkswagen symbol, and then grey, there it is, it just says Volkswagen. And then on the other side, there's our weather here at Blacktown. Looks like the weather is getting a black flag there as well. So we'll have a bit of a look at that. Gracie now in as well in the GT4 Ginetta, and there's the Volkswagen, and there's the blue side. So getting a bit tricky and getting a bit bumpy with Jake Camilleri. Let's go to the lane.
Yes, guys, Renee Gracie down here doing a great job in the first 2 races, particularly yesterday. Problems, though, for this one?
Yeah, unfortunately, we've had some wiring issues all weekend, and I think it's finally got the better of us this time round, unfortunately. But we'll get there. I've got the pace. I know where I should be, and I'm having heaps of fun racing anyway. So, I mean, it's a disappointment that I'm not out there, but there's 1 more one-hour race to go, so hopefully we can make it there and get a result.
That's the attitude. Great job, as you say. Pace is there, so it's onwards and upwards from here.
Exactly. Thank you.
So 12 months ago, we came here in May qualifying. Beric Linton put it on pole position. Aaron Russell won a race in the Go-Karts Go Racing, and in fact won all 3 races. So there was some good form there for the M4s there. So we'll keep an eye out for Beric and Tim to return. Let's hopefully we see the guys from the Gold Coast back into Australian production cars, the Mobil 1 Australian production car series, as we're looking now down into the GT4 field. Tony Quinn entry there in the 101, and that is now Nash Morris on board there.
Daniel Gaunt.
Sorry, Daniel Gaunt got that wrong.
With Tony.
Yeah, the red Mercedes has got
yes.
Nash in it, not the red Porsche.
The other red German.
We'll gather that up. Yeah, we'll gather that all up. So Daniel Gaunt, a fantastic journeyman of a racer, and has been teamed up with Tony numerous times, and they've had great success. I remember one of the 101s at Phillip Island going back 2014, 2015, and those guys just ticked the boxes and came home terrific in the end. And Daniel's one of those, I guess, guys that has always, sadly for him, flown under the radar as far as a race car driver. But we're just watching now the GT4 cars going through on the 27, which is the Shannon car of Grant Shannon, the newer of the Shannon Rentals cars. There is two, and they do say Shannon Rentals on it, but one's the orange-yellow car and the other one's the red-looking car. But that at the moment is just watching where the X-Class cars are. Then Sharon is in 10th place and Grant Sharon is in 7th place in Class X. So that's the split. This is the chasing car at the moment, and here comes the 140. Looks to the inside of the Jarvis entry. There it is again, just trying to trick us. The grey, the grey Volkswagen versus the blue Volkswagen. It's just one car. Volkswagen getting an extra entry.
Extra entry, that's right. Maybe he's trying to confuse the flag marshals in case of any infringements out there. But
there's been a number of cars over the years that have done that have tricked us. The Lucky Strike and 555 Formula One cars from BAR back in the day when they had that colour scheme down either side of the car. That was tricky too. Gee, that Porsche sounds good, doesn't it? That Boxer engine. What are we looking at here? Oh, this is the Mustang. And this is Michael Rowell.
Driving with Chris Pappas this weekend.
I'm not sure who that is in the car at the moment. Don't know those. Oh, no. The 140. That is not what we wanted to see at all. That's substantial damage on the front of the 140 AMG. And
I think that's Paul Morris at the wheel.
Certainly that pink helmet would certainly say, with the hibiscus flowers on it. Going the open face style there, and Paul obviously just radioing in. That is a front on shunt, and well, these cars are on the same bit of track, but not saying they've come together until there's any evidence of that, but certainly they were sharing the same piece of track when we last saw them going through turn one. And this car is not behaving, not turning in nicely at all. And it is pit bound too. So you'd have to suggest, Troy, there that that's a deflating tyre that's giving that sort of behaviour. It doesn't look like the back end of the car is moving out over the guards or anything like that. Here we go. Ooh, that's a tricky one indeed. Paul Morris moving over, and he was right alongside, and it exited all the coolant straight out of the car there, and Paul is still inside the car. He's certainly moving freely, and we've got a safety car situation being called, and the Sharon Rentals car has gone into the garage there as well. So there is our safety car staging at pit exit. Yellow flags, or yellow, our timing screen has certainly gone yellow. The Callahan number 37 Commodore re-enters the track. Callahan concrete pumps.
The Sharon Racing team would have brought the car all the way into the garage so they can have more folks to work on the car to make any repairs. While the car remains in pit lane, there's a limit to the number of team members that can work on the car, so sometimes it's quicker and easier to get it in the garage and have the full team working on the car.
It certainly makes sense, doesn't it, Troy? Pit lane is, for all intents and purposes, it's as safe as it can possibly be, but if you're going to have more people swarming around a car, let's do it in the garage and get the car up safely. There is the Hyundai safety car making its way out onto track, and it looks to be picking up Shane Smollen. It's a Porsche of some description. We'll wait until it is, and there it is. Picks up our race leader. Terrific stuff there. Nice pickup. The 56 now got Justin Rougier at the wheel. So Shane Smollen out. The Cayman 718 now being driven by Justin Rougier, who has had, again, a pretty good career. Drove very, very well in the Kumo Tyres. We had touring car series. Also did some Aussie racing cars And I would actually suggest that the GT4 would be quite suitable to Justin's driving style. And why not team up with Shane Smollen, a guy that really doesn't take no for an answer as far as the result is concerned. Shane, he really does like to cross the line first, doesn't he?
Absolutely. Very passionate competitor. Great to have him on board this year, and has been a long-time supporter of production car racing as well.
This wasn't what we were anticipating to come out of this race this morning. 1 hour race. We have got 25 minutes left. And looking at the casual approach there, the medics are just attending to Paul, and he'll be bundled into the back of the medical car. Let's go down and have a chat with Grant Sherrin.
Yeah, I'm with Grant. Big deep breaths down here. I didn't personally see it. Grant, talk us through what it was like from the driver's seat.
Oh, look, he got a run on me coming out of, I think it's 5, and he was up beside me, and I just held my line on the outside, and for some reason he's turned right to go left and knocked me off the road.
A lot of oil and damage underneath that car. Do you know exactly the extent of what's going on?
I don't know yet. We only just got it back in, so oil cooler at the moment, but we'll see what happens.
Disappointing, because you've been trucking along fantastically in these BMWs.
Yeah, it was going real good today. You know, the car was hooked up and it was very consistent, but anyway.
All right, like I said, big breath there. Good luck. Hopefully the team get it sorted for you.
Back to the recovery there, in amongst all of that as well. Here we go. Here's another replay. Yeah, I think Grant's assessment was fairly factual from his position, that's for sure. And Paul Morris ended up in the wall there. That's a shame. Just getting word through. Just getting word through that car 71, I think it is, the Buccini Justin Anthony car, which Justin Anthony at the wheel is receiving the black flag for exceeding track limits. We touched on that earlier on in one of the races. So that'll be exit of turn 6, where the secondary pit lane for Sydney Motorsport Park here is. There is a blend line, if you like, there, and you're not to go over it. It is actually a blend line out there, and the officials have got very big, heavy control over that. So 71 has received a black flag. It's a warning system. You get, I think it's 3 strikes.
Correct. Yep.
And away you go. Just watching for any of these cars coming out of pit lane. Of course, Grant Sherrin's gone into the garage. Rescue vehicles all around. The Hyundai safety car, the i30N, which is terrific. Great shots there of our officials, and there's numerous signals going out there, isn't there, Troy? The flag at the top there, the yellow with the red, is I guess colloquially called the oil flag. It is actual, in full interpretation, is deteriorating surface flag.
Correct. Yes, safety car boards there and waved yellows, letting all the drivers know what's going on.
Gee, that's an integral link between race control and the drivers. A simple wave of a flag, isn't it? And I tell you what, there's nothing more fearful than when you're coming into a braking area, you're executing a passing manoeuvre, and just out of the corner of your eye you go, wow, was that a yellow flag I just saw out? I've just done the best pass of my life. And sure enough, at the end of the race you hear, a driver of XYZ, please come to race control. And you go, yeah, there was a yellow flag.
Yeah, it's certainly got all of us at a time, but a big thank you to all the officials out there, the flag marshals, everyone in and around the paddock. Without them, the race meeting wouldn't be going ahead. So I'm sure I speak for all of our competitors and the other categories here this weekend. Big thanks to all the officials.
It's one of sport's most important hand-in-glove relationships, isn't it? Without a race car going on track, you haven't got a race meeting. Without an official there to run the race meeting, you haven't got a race meeting. So it's just such an integral thing. And one of the great things at the end of the day, like not a lot of the competitors, when they're finished, they pack up and they've obviously got to travel back to wherever they've come from, whether it be the city or the state that we're racing in or interstate. But certainly a lot of the officials get a really big buzz of the drivers coming and visiting. Oh no, the Medecky Mustang looks to have hauled up right opposite that flag point as well. That's exiting 6, I suppose you'd call that 6.5. So that car has had transmission issues on Friday where they had a sensor problem. They had ECU issues in race 1 yesterday. They charged to 8th last night. in the race held in the evening under lights. And now this car is, gee, the heat coming out of the back of it is very evident with the heat haze there, isn't it? But gee, the Medeckis, this is a tough old gig developing this car. I remember when the Shannons first bought the first M4 on, that was a journey of development. That, and away we go again. Is it just one of those things, Troy? Is it just like what the kids do today, a bit of control-alt delete? Away we go.
Yeah, there's George on screen. Speaking to Andrew in the car, but yeah, I would say it would be a control-alt delete and see how we go again. We're about to find out, I think, from the team in pit lane, from George.
Let's hear, George, what's going on out there with the Mustang?
Oh, just a bit of the old control-alt-delete, mate, I think. Yeah, look, Dad's been doing really well. We have been battling some transmission issues throughout the weekend, but he's had one hand behind his back today and doing a really good job. But under safety car, it's just gone into a limp home mode, which is partial throttle, and the only way to solve it is turn the car all the way off, turn the car all the way back on again, and go.
The guys in the comm box guess it could be a control-alt-delete. Your dad know how to do a control-alt-delete or not? Or do you have to talk him through it?
I've got to make sure he didn't rush it. That's the main thing. I said, turn it off, count to 3, and turn it back on again. But no, he's fully capable. Obviously, he's got plenty of speed in the class, so he'll come back through. It's just a shame we were a little bit quicker than Lindsay and Colby in the car in front, and we're on for a good race there, but we'll do our best.
I'd like to lock that away for today. And, of course, you got the other one this afternoon. You got the final one, so you can come home strong.
Absolutely. And we should have just waited because we've got a red flag now. Cars are stopped on the front straight. We would have been all right. But anyway, we'll see how we go.
Can't take a trick. Hang in there, mate.
No, thanks.
So, yes, George Medecky reporting that red flag. The safety car has hauled up on the front straight now, and we just watched Justin Ruggier line up there as well. Your guess is as good as mine about now, Troy, as to what will happen next. Ordinarily on a red flag, we go back to a grid start position, and we've got 18 minutes left. Does that give us 75%? Actually, it does, doesn't it? No, we're not 75% yet. That'll be 15 minutes left to go.
Yeah, the race clock still going currently, so I guess we'll clear the track first and foremost, get the conditions safe again, and then I'm sure the MA team and race director will assess the situation, and if we can, get a bit more racing in before the checkered.
Let's have a bit of a look while we've got this lull in processes coming into this round, round number 2 for the championship. Shane Smollen was leading the way on points on 146 to Tony Quinn on 116, and Stephen Jukes in the Monochrome GT4 Australian Championship. So they've done very, very well. At the moment, the Shane Smollen car is in first place in this race on the road, and will certainly go very, very nicely indeed. The Tony Quinn car is also in the mix there as well in position number 2. So we are just getting some clarification that there is a lot of oil on the track. Turn 6 all the way around to turn 8. So, yeah, there it is there. That's a fairly distinct line of oil, and that is, boy, if you came across that around, that high load part of Corporate Hill, you would certainly know about it. So great shots there, and fantastic cameraman doing a terrific job around the track. So outright in the Mobil 1 Australian Production Car Championship in Class X, or outright, is Grant Sherrin to Colby Cowan and Lindsay Kearns, and then Ian Sherrin on 109. Class X coming into this round, Grant Sherrin on 136, Ian Sherrin on 130, and Tim and Jack Sipp on 85. A1, Dean Campbell and Cameron Crick. Unfortunately, at the moment, they haven't re-emerged from the pits after an opening lap melee that they got tangled up in. So they came into this round with a really good head of steam, 141 points over Paul Bacchini, who had 112. So you don't want to go down a race to drop points, but certainly coming in, you've got yourself a bit of a banker there, haven't you? So that's good to see those guys, and fantastic to see the global audience watching on for the Shannons Trophy Series. A great mate of the Shannons Trophy Series and the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships is Brett Dickey. He is racing in the Pikes Peak Hill Climb and for Project Import over there, and has just sent us a message. They're all in the pits. They do these practice sessions and actual race sessions, from 3 o'clock in the morning, so that they can get certain sections of the track done. So a big shout out to Brett and all the team and all the Aussies over there supporting at Pikes Peak. We'll look forward to hearing more out and about on that one as well. So go well, Brett. You've got the entire big brown land of Australia right behind you, mate. And please send some more photos of bears up pine trees in the paddock area. No, without a word of a lie, last year when he was over there, sent a photo back saying, not sure about the pit area, but there's a bear up the top of a pine tree.
Yeah, right.
So it is that wild part of the USA, and we hope he goes well. A1 class, we were just touching on Armin Sharma and Daniel Natoli, who also last round won the Maguire's Best Presented Award as well. So some really good, encouraging awards along there for those crews.
Yeah, unfortunately, those guys did an engine on the last corner of the last lap of the last race at Phillip Island, and are still putting the Audi back together. So we look forward to having them back in Queensland.
Tremendous racing at Phillip Island, wasn't it? Really. When you're starting a new season, everyone's sort of chewing their nails and wondering what's going to happen. And when you have some fantastic racing like the GT4 Monochrome series and the Mobil 1 production cars did, you're really it's quite happy. You can sort of drive away from the event, look at Sydney Motorsport Park and go, all right, we're good to go. Let's see how round number 2 goes. From your seat, Troy, how have you enjoyed 1.5 rounds of your 2023 series so far?
Look, it's been great, and it's good to get back to these, fuller fields. 30 cars, pretty much we've had all season. So it's a lot of hard work, but we're certainly starting to see a lot more GT4 cars join, and our traditional supporter and customer base with Mobil 1 Australian production cars coming back and enjoying the endurance racing format. I think from our perspective as category managers also, it's great to provide a pathway with GT4 and production cars for younger racers, as well as having your traditional customer base of the gentleman racer, enjoying both of the championships. I think one of the gaps that has existed in Australian motorsport in terms of that pathway for the youngsters coming through in a tin top sense, folks can go to, the Toyota 86 series that we're seeing here this weekend, which is a great little series. Where to from there in terms of development for a young driver who's looking to make a career out of driving? The jump to GT3 or Super 3, Super 2 is significant, both in car cost and skill level. So I think there's place alongside the gentleman driver who's the traditional customer of GT4 in particular for that to be a tin top, next step for the younger generation coming through. And ideally, they get some experience in a car in Australia, then they could step into the same car in Europe, in America. So a great geographic progression as well.
Looking at the timesheet, even though it has got a red flag across the moment, Justin Rougier, who, maybe 6 or 7 years ago was a young man. He's now not an old man, but he's certainly still a massive talent. Jumping along board with Shane Smollen, Justin has nothing to prove. He can certainly wheel a car and do it well. Nash Morris in there as well. So there is definitely openings for, as you touched on, the gentleman driver to bring in a driver, even bring in a hot shoe. If they really want to, you can bring in, someone and do that. I guess it's not quite in the vein of the competition and the way it wants to head. Just getting absolute confirmation. The red flag is due to track conditions from the ARDC track crew have been dispatched to clean up the oil from turn 6 to turn 8 and the exit, and we're actually seeing all of that oil in this shot, the oil going down the pit lane as well. So this race does have a time certain finishing slot, so remaining 11 minutes and 23 seconds. So we'll keep you updated as that starts to unfold, and we will certainly try and keep you updated with what's going on there. So great facility here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and a really good place to launch the 2023 inaugural Shannons Trophy Series. And in the background there's been a lot of people doing a lot of hard work at Motorsport Australia and formulating official crews, and we do see all of those officials around the track. They're at their posts now, even with red flags, the flaggies, the communicators. Of course, the recovery crews have had a pretty busy old day today. They've just picked up the black AMG GT4, and we applaud all of our volunteer officials right around, not just here at Sydney Motorsport Park this weekend, but right around the country when we go racing. We had the Fink Desert Rally last weekend, and of course we had Winton with the Shannons Speed Series last weekend, and of course in South Australia at the Bend there was an international category. The Lamborghini Super Trofeo Series was running over at the Bend as well. So looking to all of those officials right around the country to be part of it. And as I said, it's not just this country, it's right around the world. Every Grand Prix, every rally relies on a big bank of volunteer officials.
So just had a quick update from race control. We're going to look to still complete the remaining minutes in the race, approximately 10 minutes. That's had an impact on the compulsory pit windows. So at this point, it looks like for the remaining 10 minutes, the pit window will remain open until the end of the race for those competitors who have not yet completed their compulsory pit stop.
Well, there it is. There's a classic official thinking, isn't there? You've got to keep on your feet. Let's have a quick look at the Sydney Motorsport Park layout just to confirm. Turn 1, Moffat turn, was named that back about 6 or 7 years ago. Turn 2, Bond turn, and that was to celebrate their 1-2 at Bathurst with the Falcons in the 70s. Turn 3, very, very fast, up over the bridge. Turn 4 and 5, this is where we saw the incident occur right there just before turn 6. We're just watching some improved production cars take that. Corporate Hill, turn 7, down beside the power lines, the big stanchions right over the top of the track at turn 8, a tricky corner. Lots of passing manoeuvres can be done there. Exit mid-corner and even into the corner under brakes. Turn 9, 10, 11, tricky complex at Sydney Motorsport Park, but rounds out the top part of the track. There it is, since 1990, 3.93 kilometres, 11 turns. Barton Moore in a time attack car, a 1:19, setting the lap record there. Massive improvements here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Lots of interest from governments and interest bodies as well. The setting up of the lights. We were lucky enough to go racing last night. Troy under lights with the APC and with the Monochrome GT4s. What was the feeling like out of the night race? How were how were the teams and drivers and everyone acquitting themselves to that?
It was cold for a start, but no, look, chilly evening. Even the handling changes a little bit in the cars when the temperature falls away. But look, night races are always super popular with the whole field. The lights here are fantastic. The infrastructure is great. So vision is as good in the evening as it is during the day. We put pizzas on for the whole field at the end of the race last night. A few of the officials came along as well, so it was great to, swap a few war stories post-race. But, next round as well, Queensland Raceway, we head to the traditional fight in the night round. So that will be a 2-hour race in the evening, including refuelling.
I can't wait to introduce you to what the real fight in the night is, Troy, because we're going to ask you to join us throughout the season. The real fight in the night is in the commentary booth for the bowl of chips. That's where the real fight in the night occurs, and we'll invite you along to that. And between you, myself, and Gary O'Brien, we'll see who wins that. That's the real fight in the night.
That could be a dangerous place to be.
Well, if you ever get a look at that, the three of us, none of us have ever missed a meal, have we? We know where to get a feed. That's for sure. Okay, so we have just had word from Race Control. We'll seek clarification again on this. There is recoveries going on, track cleanup going on. And cars are starting up on the grid, and we've just had word that the race has been declared. So safety car is going to lead the cars back around and into the paddock area. So that's a real shame. We will have a race winner, and it will be the Shane Small and Justin Rougier. Will we have a race winner? Didn't get 75% distance.
I think with the additional time,
with the sitting still time, yes, we will
may still be declared a result.
So that will be the Porsche that will take the victory, and Justin Rougier at the wheel, sharing with Shane Smollen. Shane Smollen certainly set it up with a rundown into turn 1 and turn 2 at the start of this race. So there it is, Griffo with Nash Morris in the AMG, Tony Quinn in the Porsche, which he is sharing with Daniel Gaunt. Ian Sherrin will be the first of the Mobil 1 Australian production cars to get to the line in car number 72, the older of the two Sherrin cars, and then Colby Cowan in the 25 in the A2 car, Callahan in the A2 car there in 6th place, Scott in the Class C car, Bacchini in the B car. Then we go to Jake Camilleri, who will win Class C, and he remains with his stranglehold on that title. Then we go to Rowell in car number 3, getting across the line there, which is the Mustang GT for Rowell Logistics, running on the Hancooks. SIP, then we have Grant Sherrin as well. Dukes has got the fastest lap. Stephen Dukes took the fastest lap. Medecky, and then the rest of them pretty much fell by the wayside. So on the lead lap, it was down to Andrew Medecky. He did the Control-Alt-Delete under trackside conditions, got the car going again. And we will wave goodbye, unfortunately, early to the Monochrome GT4 Australia cars and the Mobil 1 APC, Australian Production Car Championship, and that was where it all broke loose. The oil downer going there as well, and the dirt off to the side of the track all ruffled up, was where we saw the Sherrin car, or the Morris car, make contact with the Sherrin car. Certainly that will be discussed in the stewards room, I'm sure, post this race.
I believe it will, and that I guess sets up for the final hour this afternoon.
Certainly does, starting at 10 to 4 this afternoon. Let's hope it goes the full 1 hour for race 3 for the weekend. Radical Australia Cup is the next category on track, which isn't until 12 o'clock. So we've got a bit of a break now. We will wrap it up here for now, and we'll be back with a little bit of a lunchtime break show in just a couple of moments. Be back soon.
Advocate that his uncle's story offered hope to parents of children who were different. They can see Don as a community who embraced him. As a whole, Forrest encouraged him and accepted him. It gives people who have children on different levels of the spectrum hope that their children can live happy and full lives. A funeral service for Triplet will be held at 11 a.m. tomorrow at the Forest Presbyterian Church. And that was the first man, Case 1, diagnosed with autism, has just died at the age of 89. Now we turn to page 88 of the...
Fair bit going on with red flags, half points, no points, etc. But you've been staying out of trouble, and the grin says it all. It's been a good run for you so far.
Yeah, it is. You know, I do the easy part. Shane done an extremely great job in his first stint. Gave me the car with a nice lead, and it was just about trying to capitalise and build on that. But yeah, there's so much oil out there. I think it was the right decision to make to call it. And yeah, it's just been great to be pairing with Shane and Auto House, and it's a great series to be part of the GT4 series.
And what a cracking day yesterday. I mean, this is the three-peat if this one counts for it. And like you said, so far, you look like the, staying out of trouble, the cleanest car out there at the moment. That's the way to be.
Yeah, last night was an amazing race. It would have been good for TV. Me and Nash, at some points, 3:10, 6 minutes left to go in the race, and lapped cars. It had it all happening. But yeah, me and Shane are making a great team, and Auto House, and we'll just keep pressing on with a Porsche GT4 RS.
Well, we can reset, of course, because there'll be the final race of this trophy series coming up this afternoon. So hopefully we can get that battle up and running again for you.
We'll be battling. Thank you.
Fantastic. Good job to Justin Shane there. And, of course, you're live and free here from Sydney Motorsport Park. It's the Shannons Trophy Series. We'll be back very soon.
World champion martial arts fighters are battling it out for the Premier World title.
I beat the best to become the best.
Live Friday fight nights are exclusive to 7+. The biggest and toughest go head-to-head.
This crowd is going nuts right now. The collision course we all knew would happen.
It's all part of the One Championship, exclusively on 7+. Stream free.
I spend a lot of time out here. The RT Charger's the real deal. An E49. Remember A-Charger? I've always got projects on the go, so Shannon's laid-up cover helps protect my restorations. I'm Mopar through and through. It's a passion Shannon's understands. I wouldn't insure my cars and bikes with anyone else.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
The biggest stars in golf.
The rivalries are huge.
We're playing for the biggest ever prize in the history of golf.
This is the game the world loves. Supercharged.
Live golf.
Wonderful. You'll see it all right here.
Teeing off on your home of golf, 7+. Stream free.
The roar of engines fills the grandstand here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Oh, that's a huge slide through the turn. It has to be said that this is truly some of the best racing you'll ever see. This is motorsport at its absolute finest.
Been a busy morning already. Darren Smith joins me along with Nash Morris and, of course, Daniel Gaunt after that one. Let's have a quick chat to the two that just hopped out of the car. Chaotic race. How's it all on board your Mercedes, mate?
It's awesome fun here with all the classes. You know, everyone makes their speed in different ways, so it makes for great racing. I was looking forward to getting back underway there, hopefully with everyone bunched back up, but unfortunately the track was pretty bad, so we couldn't.
Epic race yesterday. We're hoping to repeat that, of course, in this one, but we got this afternoon and you're in good shape for that, it looks like.
Yeah, hopefully. We'll see if we can keep with them at the start this time and see if they're at the end.
And Gaunty, did you call the red flag? Tony looked like he did all the work in the first stint, and now you just jumped in and just bumbled around for a red flag.
Yeah, I mean, Tony did the heavy lifting, and I just, like you say, I just get to eat the chocolates, say hi to Mum on TV, and then, I mean, I've had great fun here so far this weekend, so, you know, it's been, it was a great race, that race, the 6 or so laps that we did, and I was looking forward, like Nash, to get the race going again and see where we could end up.
Yeah, it's strange standing next to these guys after a race. It's just a lot of man musk here. Normally it's champagne smell coming off these guys when they've, you know, finished on the podium at the moment. So you guys have been working hard. Great to see you and Tony rekindle the dream, I guess. You've done a lot of stuff together in the past, haven't you?
You've done a bit of GT stuff, the Australian GT, and now this series in the GT4 car. You know, I'm 39 now, and you know, so I need take the edge off those GT3 cars a bit quick, so loving the GT4 car.
Nothing like a driver lying about his age as well, live on TV as well. 39 years young and still doing a terrific job.
Nash, have you had a chance to speak to your dad? We haven't spoken to him yet. Have you had any communication about that incident at all?
No, I saw he was out of the car. I don't even know what happened yet. I don't know if he hit the oil or someone tipped him out or something happened. So I just saw he was out of the car, so I hope he's okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, like you said, as long as he's okay, car's okay. Plenty of action, Darren. We've got plenty more coming up this afternoon. Of course, we'll be back here at 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for more of this Shannons Trophy Series. It's got off to a great start, mate.
Certainly has. Pretty high energy stuff out there, and now these guys are going to go and try and work it out. And as soon as you've worked out what's happened, gents, please let us know, because those red flag situations when you stay on the grid for quite some time do get a bit confusing, don't they?
I think it was just Dad trying to keep up with son.
Oh, right, that was keeping up there.
Changing the guard.
And they smell much better out the champagne. So
they do, yeah, they do.
We're live and free, everybody. Sydney Motorsport Park. It's the Shannons Trophy Series here.
World champion martial arts fighters are battling it out for the premier world title.
I beat the best to become the best.
Live Friday fight nights are exclusive to 7+. The biggest and toughest go head-to-head.
This crowd is going nuts right now. The collision course we all knew would happen.
It's all part of the One Championship, exclusively on 7+. Stream free.
I spend a lot of time out here. The RT Charger's the real deal. An E49. Remember A-Charger? I've always got projects on the go, so Shannon's laid-up cover helps protect my restorations. I'm Mopar through and through. It's a passion Shannons understands. I wouldn't insure my cars and bikes with anyone else.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
The biggest stars in golf.
The rivalries are huge.
We're playing for the biggest ever prize in the history of golf.
This is the game the world loves. Supercharged.
Live golf.
Wonderful.
You'll see it all right here.
Teeing off on your home of golf, 7 Plus. Stream free.
The 2023 Bosch Motorsport Australia Rally Championship is shaping up to be one of the most competitive seasons in its 50-year history. Last season saw a change of the guard in the Bates family rally dynasty, with Lewis Bates succeeding brother Harry as the latest and 26th driver to win the Australian Rally Championship. New faces and cars join us for the new season, with plenty of familiar faces and cars returning. For any one of these crews, 2023 could be their year. Welcome to the Buckby Skoda Rally Launceston, round 1 of the Bosch Motorsport Australia Rally Championship. I'm Jess Dane, and alongside me is Dean Herridge. Dean, it is so good to be back rallying, firstly, but secondly, let's just take a moment to reflect on the calibre of the competition that we're going to be seeing here this weekend in Tasmania.
It's unbelievable. Look at the entry list and the cars and the drivers and the teams and the crews that are here, that assemble here in the round 1. It's going to be amazing. We'll talk a lot throughout this season about R5 cars. They're effectively WRC2 spec cars that are starting to come through and filter through to this country, that are taking on things like our locally prepared Toyotas, which are of course AP4. So you look through, like you said there before, established names, new names coming through, Bateses. That into team rivalry is going to happen. They've built a brand new car for the Luff brothers that are stepping up from production, and then a raft of these R5 cars with some really talented people on board.
It's great to see some of those younger drivers and those juniors really rising through the ranks. We've got Troy Dowling, a new car for this year, which is really exciting to see him take that step up into an R5.
Yeah, so obviously he built a really good season. We kept sort of giving him a great rap during last year because he got the speed right. I thought, he was sort of building his speed up. Now he goes to the main game in a lot of ways. He's in Harry Bates' sort of Skoda that he used at Rally New Zealand last year with Petter's support. So there's sort of this thrust through for Troy to come through. And then the likes of even having, Clark back. You've got Arnia back this time around. The Rulos in brand new. Absolutely. They've only been here in the country for 10 days. Hyundai, the current spec Hyundai cars. So, like I said, there's storylines up and down the field, which is really exciting.
Absolutely. Now let's take a look ahead at the year to come, because we start here in Tasmania and then we do the whole tour of Australia. So every part of the country gets to enjoy some rallying.
In my mind, that's one of the things that make our drivers sort of succeed on the world stages, because our Australian Championship is almost like a mini WRC. What we get here in Launceston is going to be different to when we go to Perth or West Australia. Then, of course, we go to Queensland, which is then different to, we had the first time we went to Gippsland last year, which the teams really loved. Adelaide with that single venue event held around the bend, and then this year an endurance event, Rally of Canberra. Those roads we know are harsh, and it's going to be a really fantastic way to finish the season.
It is truly a thrilling season to come, but we have to get through round 1 first here at Buckby Skoda Rally Launceston. I cannot wait to see how this weekend unfolds.
With the last ARC outing almost 4 months ago, shakedown took on vital importance, taking place in the heart of Launceston. Troy, first run in the Skoda, how was it?
Just going to be a lot of learning today and on Saturday, but yeah, we'll see how we go.
I'm learning too, mate, because I was used to you on the right-hand side last year and the Petter support. I thought you were actually Scotty Petter. Is that an insult, or are you happy with that?
No, I think anyone would be happy with that.
Great field, mate. You've been in this sport for a long time, grown up around it.
Yeah, no, full credit to the championship. It's awesome, to have all those cars, new drivers, and that sort of stuff. It's a really exciting future for the Australian Rally Championship.
We're calling you the Hulkenberg of rallying, mate. Great to be in the event. We didn't expect to see you behind the wheel here.
No, I didn't expect to be here either, Dino, but last minute call up from Ben, so this is literally the first time we're about to drive the car, so we'll see what it's like.
Is this your first run of this car, first kilometre, or have you done some work in this before?
No, first time I saw it yesterday and first time in it today, so we'll...
Can we watch you off the start line then and see how you go?
No pressure.
Before the adventure in the forest, the city of Launceston streets was abuzz with rally cars on Friday night, with an official street party drawing a strong crowd and curious onlookers.
Coral, we're back at Rally Launceston, the site of your last ARC win.
I'm pretty excited to have the opportunity to do a year, with Harry. Tassie, because this is the one event we did do together last year, this is a nice way to sort of start that off together. Really looking forward to it. Love the roads here.
Welcome, Reed. Great to have you back in the championship. What made you interested to come back to ARC as a bit of a one-off?
When I saw the calendar and it kind of worked in, I got a few holidays from work, of course. Luke said he was looking for someone, and of course last year with all his work in the WRC as well, we just got chatting, and next minute it was like, why don't we team up and go to Tassie? So yeah, that's pretty much how this came about.
Lewis, I've got to start with the almost obvious question. How does it feel coming into the 2023 ARC season as the reigning champion?
Yeah, it's very exciting for Anthony and I. It still puts a smile on our face every time we look at the car, and we've got the number one on the side. It's obviously recognition for our hard work last year, and I hope we can continue that momentum into the weekend.
Have a look at this, mate. H. Bates, under pressure, mate, as a former champion. Suit you're wearing there.
I'm just a big fan of Harry. It's a privilege to wear his suit.
With Crew's all-important reconnaissance now complete and the formalities done and dusted, it's time to go rallying. Can the 2022 ARC champions get their title defence underway, or will a new challenger emerge?
Champion martial arts fighters are battling it out for the premier world title.
I beat the best to become the best.
Live Friday fight nights are exclusive to 7+. The biggest and toughest go head-to-head.
This crowd is going nuts right now. The collision course we all knew would happen.
It's all part of the One Championship, exclusively on 7+, stream free.
I spend a lot of time out here. The RT Charger's the real deal. An E49. Remember A-Charger? I've always got projects on the go, so Shannons' laid-up cover helps protect my restorations. I'm Mopar through and through. It's a passion Shannons understands. I wouldn't insure my cars and bikes with anyone else.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
The biggest stars in golf.
The rivalries are huge.
We're playing for the biggest ever prize in the history of golf.
This is the game the world loves. Supercharged.
Live golf.
Wonderful.
You'll see it all right here.
Teeing off on your home of golf, 7+, stream free.
The benchmark is set after a thrilling 2022 off-road season. Ryan Taylor and James Cook eager to defend their respective AORC and side-by-side crowns. Part of the new look Polaris Motorsport Australia Off-Road Championship, the 2023 season begins at Charters Towers in Queensland.
Absolutely magnificent. Here in regional Queensland we don't see a lot of motorsport. Bearing in mind motorsport brings nearly $3 billion into Australia every year, and the town is buzzing.
3 sections totalling 450 kilometres will be a new challenge for crews as we welcome Charters Towers for the first time.
Pretty excited, yeah. First off-road race I've been to as a driver, so go to a national round, it's pretty cool.
It's awesome to have this many cars and this quality of car, in our hometown.
It's a good track. It won't be fast, that's for sure, but we'll be working hard in the car.
Prologue kicks off Saturday morning ahead of 3 laps on the 50-kilometre course. The 2023 MARC World Group Gold City 450.
Travis, well, welcome back to the AORC. Feels like you never left.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Yeah, just back into our game plan this year and come and have a bit of fun and see if we can get some seat time before Fink. Oh, it's a very tight track, but you know, we've done this for a lot of years, even though I've had 5-6 years out of the car. Sort of like riding a bike in a way. And these sort of tracks suit us, you know, technical. We're first in prologue, which is good, but now we just need to set in and get some points and get some seat time because we need to make sure we're sweet for the big dance in June.
Section 1 leader has a nice ring to it.
Amazing, sort of pinching myself, you know, can't believe that we're in this position, but look, we drove hard and smart, didn't push too hard through the rocky sections, you know, pushed where we had to, sort of took it easy through the G-outs, and yeah, like we're in a great spot. I think we're a minute or so up, so unreal.
Ryan, well, a difficult prologue, but you seem to settle in that section.
Yeah, a few issues in prologue, just electrical sort of gremlins coming out, but seemed to be okay in the first section. Got seated in 8th, which wasn't too bad, and yeah, just had a bit of dust in that section, but everyone probably did. But yeah, I think we came out 3rd.
You had to catch Travis in that one. Did you feel comfortable throughout that whole section?
Yeah, we did. I think it felt like we were actually going faster in our first lap and second lap, but I think we got quicker looking at our lap times as the race went on, so 3rd lap was the quickest and got obviously more comfortable behind the wheel. Pretty physical, a lot of corners, a lot of things you got to look out for, rocks in the middle of the track, but yeah, look, we're all on the same thing, and I think, you know, there's some advantages having a side-by-side, but there's also some having the buggy, so yeah, makes for good racing.
You still leader after section 2. Must be a really cool feeling.
It is. Look, we were probably a little bit off the pace in our first lap this morning. Saw Ryan and Travis coming into the stadium section hot on our tail, and yeah, Mitch sort of hinted at me, step the pace up a little bit, and we did, and I think we were a bit quicker than him on the second 2 laps. So yeah, regained out that gap a little bit, but yeah, I think Ryan and Kai are going to be coming for us pretty hot, and there's plenty of banter getting around, so it's good times.
Tom, well, one more section to go. You're sitting in 4th, really good position.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, it's really, really good. Didn't expect it, to tell you the truth. I hope it came into the weekend hoping for a top 10, and I'm sitting 4th and 3rd in class at the moment, so it's pretty exciting.
Josh, well, a really unlucky weekend for you.
Yeah, look, didn't start out very great, so we knew we had a little issue leaving Sydney, and we're just hoping it would clear itself, but unfortunately there's some little gremlin going along in the car at the moment, and yeah, just can't get it fixed.
Here for the Shannons Trophy Series, the inaugural round here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and straight out of the lunch break we're going to go radical racing. Cars on track now. Alex Gardner won the race late yesterday with Chris Perini alongside. Peter Patton will be suffering a couple of spots penalty. He had a post-race penalty handed out to him as the field slowing right down. This will be a rolling start. We've got the morning session done. Radicals will open the way for this afternoon session. The Workhorse Radical Cup Australia. And aren't we ever so slow on this start? Perini and Peter Patton ducks right in behind Alex Gardner for the run down into turn number 1. This is a 50-minute journey, and we go sweeping around through turn number 1, and it'll be car number 30. One that comes to the inside there. Have a look at that. There he is.
Peter Patton takes the lead away from Joey Mawson.
Oh, and a touch there too with Joey.
Alex Gardner kept out wide. There's some doing it singly, others doing it as a pair. And qualifying for this race, or the grid from this race, was determined. Look at this, side by side, down through turn 4, and it'll be Patton who gets the lead away from Mawson. But what I was going to say is that qualifying was determined on the time set by the driver nominated to start the race, so it might not necessarily been where they actually qualified in this session.
Gee, it's a pretty willing start to this Radical Australia Cup race. Normally we see a little bit of a padding down process. Got a couple of very much rising stars in this race, and I touch on the Zara Horn in car number 14, who was part of the Oceania Asia Pacific Ferrari Driver Academy, and Alex Gardner, who won the race yesterday, also in the final 6 for the Oceania Asia Pacific. So we'll keep an eye on those two, and this is getting very, very willing indeed. This is the Jordan Earn Zara Horn car number 14, who is actually at the wheel.
I think it's Jordan Hearn, by the way, is going, and it's just bumped Chris Perini off the road out of turn 11, who's still trying to get back onto the bitumen as they head down the straight, but what an opening lap. So it's Patton leading, and we think it's Joey Mawson in second, Alex Gardner in third, Elliot Shute, then it's Josh Hunt, followed by Jordan Earn and Vumeister, Nick Kelly, Katz Samadi, who didn't finish yesterday with a broken throttle cable. Perini regathered to now be 11th. Then it's Terry Knowles, who's partnered up with Bart Moyer for this race.
So, yeah, confirmation on the timing screen. It is Joey Mawson, and he's driven Radicals many, many years ago and is relishing the invitation to come and be part of this with Michael Rosser, and doing a tremendous job. They've gone in that tribute livery from the Formula One, the old, I think it was the Roos Lamborghini type of livery that they've gone for on that car. As we've got positions being swapped, still very, very willing racing in the Radical Australia Cup here. Got that's the Elliot Shute entry. He was in the hunt for the title last year, and then right alongside the Zara Horn entry with Jordan Noon. It's confirmation that it's Jordan Noon in that car
and
right
the
now.
47 driven at the moment by Josh Hunt, who's a part owner of the Valenti Rosso team that fields 3 cars in this series, or at this round at least. And here's its lead battle continues with Patton ahead of Mawson as they complete their second lap. And they've got a little bit of a gap on Gardner, the 15-year-old Ferrari Academy driver, finished in the top 6 in the Ocean Pacific Academy, and now Patton runs a bit wide, gets a bump for his trouble, and Mawson goes through to the lead.
Geez, I tell you what, Peter Patton knows he's alive when Joey Mawson, 2 times Gold Star S5000 driver. And you get the feeling, Gaz, inevitably a supercar racer at some point when
they ever give him a licence.
Yeah, when their senses come about to them. Joey Mawson, a very extremely coveted open wheeler racer, and will certainly be enjoying the aero package at his disposal, like others before him. They're from wings and slick style races like Tim Macro, James Winslow, to name some of the few. Even Barton Moore has slung himself into a radical over the years, so really cool to see one of our top drivers in the country driving in the Radical Australia car.
Well, Bart Moore was actually the fastest of all in the qualifying session, also had the second fastest time, which was actually what this grid was determined off, the driver's second fastest time, not the fastest time that they set in the qualifying session yesterday morning.
Melinda Price is also making her return to top-level national racing in this field this weekend. Melinda is currently driving number 56 and is in 16th in this race. So fantastic to have Melinda back in a race car. Was certainly a very competitive supercar racer back in the day, driving for Perkins Engineering with Karen Brewer, her teammate, in the Castrol entry.
The Cougars.
Dipping it in now, the 216 driving through. This is Zig Furmeister. He's come along gangbusters in the last 2 or 3 seasons. Great livery there. British Racing Green just gives the short chop up to the 16 there. So not allowing Cooper Cutts to get through in the Arise Racing Terry Cutts racing outfit.
Cooper Cutts actually had a spin yesterday just before the rise over the tunnel and recovered to actually be inside the top 10, so it's a pretty good result. As we see the number 2 of Smarty just lose a spot there going through turn 4. As I said, retired yesterday because of a broken throttle cable.
Getting a good look at Chris Perini now, car number 1, defending champion. He's got his work cut out for him after a fairly torrid open situation on the opening lap of this race. Just getting a reminder that at 12:15 is when the compulsory pit stop window will open and will close at 12:35 for the Radicals as well. So compulsory pit stop and timed pit stops as well. So here is Perini now, looking very much like the number 99 of Nick Kelly, the industry clothing entry, is going to be the next one to tick off the box. Peter Clare, a 1:30.7135, showing the fastest lap there, which is Josh Hunt, we would have to suggest at the wheel of that car.
Just to clarify what happens at the pit stop, if you're having a driver change, you certainly have that, but it's a mandatory stop for 55 seconds. The transition period from entry to exit of pit lane is 1 minute 28 seconds. If you go under that, you get penalised. And now we've seen Burmeister run wide at turn 2, and that's allowed Cutts to get past him and move up 1 position. So that puts Cutts up to 7th and Burmeister back to 8th. Perini goes past Kelly at turn 4 and on his way to recovery. Said he had an absolutely brilliant start yesterday. He started out of 7, had to grit the teeth because he had to shoot through his teammate Patton and the Western Australian chute into turn 1, and he said, I barely had any paint on either guard going through. That's how tight it was. But he managed to get through and everyone else was still safe, so that must have been a bit of a paddle scrape, but no paint lifted.
So Perini now on the flashes, letting Zig Furmeister know that he wants to come on through here. So Perini wanting to get on with his battle, and just got Zig Furmeister between him and the big chase for the front of the race at the moment. They're in positions 8 and 9 on the road.
Of course, Perini is the reigning Radical Cup Australia title holder, racing for GWR or Garth Walden Racing. And of course, this series really has three powerhouse operations now. We have GWR, which is based on the Eastern Seaboard here in Sydney. We've got Arise Racing from Western Australia, fielding multiple entries, and Valente Rosso, which has three cars running this weekend. So for someone like Bart Moyer to come out in a little team known as Desire Racing out of Melbourne, just a single Terry Knowles as the driver, and Bart is coach and guider, a teacher, I suppose, and Knowles actually drove that car up from Melbourne, drove the truck up with the car in it. So that's how small the team it is, and to beat them for pole, we're very pleased with that.
Yeah, certainly there's a bit of a team in behind Barton Moore. Of course, he enters and runs with Dan Houlihan in the local Formula 4 Championship here. Perini now looking all over Zig Vermeister, and will he go the flashes again as he comes out of turn 8? Looks to the inside, but Zig Vermeister has certainly come along a long way, in fact, in the last couple of seasons. We're getting word now that there's a 5-second penalty for car number 2, which will be Ash Samadhi in the SR3 XX.
When you're having a bad weekend, you have one.
You are, that's right. When it's tipping over on you, it's tipping over on you, that's for sure. A couple of iterations we're seeing of the Radical SR3. Here it is getting very willing for Peter Padden now.
With Alex Gardner
P2
right behind him, and also Josh Hunt coming into this battle as well. This is a battle for second because we have Joey Mawson out in front by almost 5 seconds now, so he's cleared out. Once he got past Padden, he's been able to move away from it. And one would suspect that if Alex Gardner can get past Padden, and he too might be able to put a bit of a gap on them. Good to see Josh Hunt back and racing again.
Yeah, Josh was certainly on a fairly massive trajectory there for quite some time in his open wheeler career, and like many, the COVID shutdowns stopped a lot of racing, and when your career loses that momentum, unfortunately it takes a really long time to recover. But Josh is certainly a very talented driver and works very hard with the other Valente Rosso teammates, and has been certainly helping Melinda Price find her way in these cars. Not an easy car to jump back into. Melinda certainly jumped into an Excel over the last couple of seasons just to get herself back in. And she is a big name in Australian motorsport, so fantastic that the opportunity has come up this weekend to have a drive.
Well, they were also running Alex Gardner as well, so it's a fairly strong outfit when you look at it that way.
Yeah, when you're running the car in front of you is one of your main customers this weekend. You want to be a little bit careful when you're driving the number 47, don't you?
Yeah, and at 15 years old, barely starting his career, but he's showing some great pace, isn't he?
Absolutely, ripping pace. And one of Alex was certainly the final 6 in the Ferrari Driving Academy Oceania Asia Pacific, which was actually run for Ferrari by Motorsport Australia at Sepang. So a big crew went over there, and it was a lot of entries, and to get into that final 6 was a very much a coveted place to be. And we're now looking back down through
Jimmy
the field.
Hendez. Now, they actually had a engine failure in qualifying, would you believe? So they didn't get much in. Peter Champion from GWR right behind him there.
Peter Champion, a long time competitor in the Radical Australia Cup, and the 34 goes very wide right round the outside of Jim Hernandez. Again, another veteran of this category. And Jim Hernandez, both these guys have been racing for a long time, but Stephen Champion pushes his way through now, and just trying to make his way through to the top 10, currently in P14 on the road.
Yeah, I think from memory, Champion is actually a champion in Radicals, New South Wales at least. It's a good name to have.
Yeah, when you stick at it long enough, you hopefully the numbers come your way. We get back out to the front of this field, and this is Peter Padden. Joey Mawson has just driven off into the distance, and well, I guess that is what we fully expect from the calibre of Joey.
Joey Mawson, of course, running for Team BRM, which he does in S5000, currently leads that championship at the moment. Mark Rosser also out of Team BRM. So this is a sort of a learning path for Rosser to come along and do these events teamed up together, and obviously Joey Mawson can give him some guidance and help improve his speed. When you get your data traces out of the cars, you can back them and just see where he needs to apply a bit more throttle and stay off that brake a little bit longer.
Yeah, so interesting. Team BRM now involved with Joey Mawson and Mark Rosser. They're not really a traditional radical team, but they are, I guess, steeped in Porsche and more commonly involved with open wheel racing, with Formula Ford, Formula 3, S5000, and that very, very proud South Australian team that acquit themselves well and always come to the racetrack for a win.
So Mawson's in for the scheduled stop. As I said, 1 minute 28 seconds is the minimum time to trans the lane, and also quite a few others in. Peter Patton's in, Elliot Schutz as well. So 3 different teams have elected to go early for this stop. Handy thing to do when you think about it. What do? Do you go in early and hope there's no safety car, or do you go in late hoping there will be a safety car?
Well, Gaz, it looks like all the front runners anyway are making their way in, because they've all just dived straight into the lane. And of course, the field is broken up into AMs and Pro-Ams in the field, and at the moment, Alex Gardner elects to stay out, and you'd probably suggest, Gaz, you'd want to set a couple of lap records in the next couple of laps if you're going to stay out.
Ooh, move there by the number.
It got awkward, didn't it? What was that, Warwick Church? No, sorry, Jim Hernandez, sorry. With the 18 coming through there, which the Arise Racing entry of Bradley Russell.
Yeah, Bradley Russell was the Masters winner from last year, so he's hoping to do it again. Masters is sort of our vintage, I think you'll find. That's
happy to be called whatever, just put a helmet and shoes on and let's go. Now, Joey Mawson out.
Big change in the gap too, out of that.
Yeah.
So Rosso would be in the car for the second half of this race that Mawson has vacated. Well, Patton is actually doing this event solo, so there's quite a few doing it solo. Chris Perini's doing it solo, Elliot Schutz doing it solo. Cuts, Russell. There are a few that are doing changes, but this is the beauty of this class. The ones that are getting changes, they've got a pro and an AM basically. So the pro is doing minimal laps to give the AM as much time and experience they can in the cars.
If you're just joining us, up next for the Improved Production Nationals will be the under 2 litre final, and following straight after that will be the over 2 litre final for Improved Production Nationals. And there's a lot of people tuning in around the country to see that, and certainly the Radicals with an international basis out of the UK, with series being run in many countries around the world. The whole European continent, North America, very much has a very large following right around the world, as we get a good look at the side of Ash Samadi's car, who has served that time penalty during his mandatory pit stop.
That's a good way of doing it too, rather than add it on at the end. Just give them an extra 5 seconds on their stop, and
where you can get out and race with it then, can't you? And know exactly where you are going to finish on track. Nick Kelly, the gold helmet, he is driving the wheels off that car at the moment. Nick just trying to stay with it down in 10th place, and sorry, when I say 10th place, I mean 18th place at the moment for Nick Kelly.
Nick Kelly actually races a SR8, which is a V8 version of the Radical in New South Wales Supersports. Did try the Typhoon version of that car as well, which is the Duratec turbo engine car, but wasn't a fan of it, so he sold that car on and has gone back to his SR8 for the Supersports series, which is the industry clothing Series, which is his business, so he's a great supporter of Supersports in New South Wales, where a lot of the New South Wales Radicals competitors run as well. As you can see, there's just a slight tyre alteration, a pressure alteration, just bleed a bit of the hot air out because the tyre temperature goes up and the tyres expand during the course of a race. That's the Arthur car, another Western Australian who's made the trek across. That big long drive across the Nullarbor. I guess most of the drivers flew, but the vehicles didn't.
Yeah, tough drive that. That's a long way to come. They load up all the cars in the Arise Racing transporter and head off. They'll probably head off, say, after this race, later on today, make their way back across midweek over to Perth.
So Alex Gardner's been able to get ahead of Peter Patton, but you can see how close it is. Sorry, that's Mark Rosser and the car 8 that we're seeing on screen now. That's Elliot Schutz. They're further down the order, but certainly going strong, because the way I see it, it would be Gardner and Patton dicing for the lead, given that they've pitted. There's still some cars out there that haven't pitted, but of the pitted cars, it's Gardner, Patton and Rosser, the top 3. Linda Price actually leads the race on track because she hasn't pitted. Terry Knowles in second, Steve Champion, Brad Russell, Sue Hughes, a stalwart of Radical Cup Australia, been racing a long time and under the umbrella of GWR as well, and just gets better and better. She's so enthusiastic about the category. So yeah, good to see her improving. But right now we're going to the pits to have a chat with our two-time Australian Drivers' Champion.
Indeed, and did a cracking job. It was fairly willing in those opening couple of laps. Talk us through that. It was a bit of fun.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I started from pole, and obviously Peter Patton dived up the inside, grabbed the lead off me, and then spent a couple of laps trying to get back past. Obviously, once we got back past, we had good speed in the car and really checked out. So had a lot of fun out there.
It's getting back into these cars. Of course, you've driven them before. What is it you're enjoying being part of this trophy series?
Absolutely. I'm really happy to be teaming up with Mark Rosser. Obviously, I came in as a coach. I've been put in as a co-driver now, so having even more fun. But yeah, it's all a good experience and always beneficial to do laps around Sydney Motorsport Park.
Mate, cracking lap, great lap time in there, and we'll look forward to seeing you this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Cheers, bud. No, having fun.
Yeah, pretty cool to have Joey Mawson on board with the Radicals. A 1:30.214 was his fastest lap. The only one that's also gone into the 1:30s is Peter Clare, which would have been Josh Hunt at the wheel of that car. So a couple of open wheeler races, like cicadas rubbing their wings together, getting out there and having a bit of a race, making some noise about it. Big wide over the oil down there. Lots of dust going up into the air. Car 30 holding on very tight.
Ahead of Elliot Shute. And I guess they'll be on the cans, particularly Joey Mawson, now that he's stopped speaking to Dean. Will be back in on the radio encouraging Mark to try and hold this spot, but he's getting a bit ragged, particularly out of turn 9 on that occasion as he headed up to turn 10. Cars seem to dive a little bit over the place. But to still be in front of Elliot Shute, who's far more experienced, is quite an effort.
Elliot Shute was rapid last season, really came onto the scene from Western Australia, stamped his authority very early on the whole scene and made it really difficult for the likes of Chris Perini and Peter Patton to try and chase them down. Of course, champions of the past, Neil Muston, Peter Opie, others along the way have been watching the coverage here this weekend. A decent field of 20 cars had taken the grid for the start of this race. The time certain race, we've now got 24 minutes left in this one, and Melinda Price out of the lead of the race into pit lane to perfect her pit stop and hand over to the driver Greg Kenny.
So there is Valenti Rosso Motorsports entry in. while
Chris
it's
Pappas
time.
there watching the stopwatch as well. Chris Papadopoulos, the one of the partners in that team. Very, very, very accomplished race engineer. Worked with Kimi Räikkönen at Lotus Formula One, and does a lot of work in the realm of GT racing these days on occasion with Eggleston Motorsport and the AMG brand quite frequently.
Also in the pits, Steve Champion he's doing his stop. He's doing solo driving for this round as well. Another of the GWR cars. All the GWR cars are the first two pit garages. So they'll give you an idea if they pull up there, you know which team they're with.
Here we are with the car now that Melinda Price has vacated. And Greg Kenny exits the pits and effects a very nice stop there indeed. Right on the money. Stephen Champion also exiting the lane, and we've got a silver and green stripe car. I'm not too sure who that is. Right down the
that's Church,
back.
I think.
Yeah, Warwick Church in the Church Racing outfit.
There goes the move. That move would have been since the stop, and it's not quite got on. It's car 47, which was Josh Hunt, now Peter Clare, and it's better spin. Well, we just watched the spinner, but in the meantime, we're just going to go to the pits, talk to Melinda Price.
Smile says it all, Melinda. You hopped out of the car. You loved that stint, didn't you?
Yeah, I really did. It was probably my best run so far. I think the relief now that the weekend's over, I've done my job, everything went to plan. You know, I had a good race there with a few people and just, yeah, really happy.
Well, you look at the score charts. You came in P1, by the way, when you pitted, so you worked your way up through the field. The good little battles early on as well.
Yeah, it was good. You know, I've spent a lot of the weekend driving around by myself, so it was actually nice to have some other cars around me and just sort of get a feel for how these guys race, where I'm slower, where I'm faster, and, you know, just build on that for the rest of the year and keep moving forward.
I know you were worried about, you know, the wings, the aerodynamics on these cars are so important, and now that you've done a few laps, how are you finding this, the Radicals?
Oh, I love it. I mean, they're such a good racing car compared to everything else I've driven, you know, just all that downforce, that grip, like every time I go around turn one flat, I'm like, yeah, no, it's really cool.
Love the smile, great having you back in National Motorsport, good on you.
Thank you, cheers.
So we're going to come back to a replay of an incident that happened while Melinda was talking to Dean. And this is it.
That was the one that happened, all his own. It looked like it could have been a tap, but certainly didn't touch. There was no harm, no foul there. Cooper Cutts avoided any sort of collision, but ended up going around there. So I'll just reiterate what Dean and Melinda were talking about. It's really cool to see Melinda Price back in the wheel, and she's clearly enjoyed it, hasn't she? She's right out there. 3 ladies racing in this race at the moment. Zara Horn is also in there as well, out of Western Australia, running the number 14. She's normally number 11 if you're watching her career.
Oh, this doesn't look good.
That looks like the 94, is it? 94.
That's Gardner.
Alex Gardner in the Volante Rosso car. There's Josh Hunt.
They're looking on, so there's big dramas. He does the emotions of motorsport. He was so over the moon. The family were in tears. The team were in tears. And it's likely to happen again, but for a whole different reason.
Yeah, this is not good. This coming to a grinding halt in the pit entry road now. We get back into the racing. There is, that's Chris Perini. And Chris is all over the back of Michael Rosser now. Car number 1. Very, very experienced racer. Oh, no, he's tried to get off the entry road as well, and now jammed up on the grass. So trying to do the gentlemanly thing, not block pit entry lane, and has done so. So full credit to Alex Gardner. That's a good bit of thinking there. Perini looks to the inside now. Not being able to make that move, but Mark Rosser really coming along here this weekend. Had Joey Mawson in his ear. And I would suggest that there would be a fair bit of difference in car setup between what Joey Mawson would need and what Mark Rosser would need. So the coaching aspect of it is to get Rosser up to that point where they can enjoy the same setup.
Well, exactly, and I was going to say the same thing. If Mark gets into a car and has it one way and Joey gets in and says, well, this is how I have it, you try it this way and see what you think. And he's just had a major moment coming out of turn 10 into 11. Got it all sideways, and Perini looked to seize on the point, but he's not quite close enough. He's in the slipstream now and may be able to affect the pass down the straight. Not quite working at the moment, though.
Yeah, the number one doesn't quite have the straight line handling of the 30, does it? The 30 has got some sniff in a straight line.
Yeah, and of course they're flat strapped through turn one, so you get no braking advantage going down there, do you?
So these things are powered by a 1500cc Suzuki Hayabusa power plant, being fettled by the people at RPE. And they are very, very genuine race cars. They run a Quaife-style gearbox and differential setup, so limited slip differential style of driveline, and very, very much a thoroughbred piece of kit. They can be used as a two-seater. We do see that the driver sits off to one side, although
we've got a single-seater and
the number 30 is the single-seater. Yeah, they do have the ability to do so.
A little bit of a wide moment out of turn 6 by Rosser has allowed Perini to get through, and I think he's just breathed a sigh of relief because he was having a hard time trying to get the job done.
I would expect, Gaz, that we'll probably see the number one just start to gap. Now, Mark Rosser done. Now Elliott should.
Terry Knowles in the pit, so Bart Moyer will take over for the run home. This is the last car that have to pit. They're just bleeding a bit of air out of the tyres as expected. As the day warms up, it's quite nice out there now, Daz.
It's a lovely day here in Sydney as we see the legend Barton Moore get in, who's done massive laps here in time attack and Sydney.
He's got the fastest lap
of the place.
Yep.
And what a wonderful bloke. And you know when you're in the paddock or in the pit area and he's having a good time. He's got one of those loud, infectious laughs, and you just can't help but join in with Barton.
Have you ever seen him not smile?
No, he's always smiling. He's a ripping fella, Barton Moore, and has been for quite some time now. I was going to say young Bart, not young anymore. No, experienced Bart.
He's a family man these days.
Experienced Bart. Goes racing, as I said, with his great mate Dan Hallhead in the Formula Ford Series in New South Wales, and they've just won a championship last season before, possibly.
Kent class.
In Kent class, but doing a tremendous job there as well. So good to see mates going racing with each other as Bart trundles down pit lane. Terry Knowles will go and shower up and be back in about 15 minutes to see the closing part of this race. So he comes out on track in 16th place. Let's see what Barton Moore does at the wheel of the Oznets number 68, which is the SR3 version, a little bit of an older version of the car.
Yeah, you're talking about the engines before. There's been various iterations of the 1.5 litre Hayabusa engine, and the iterations mean that you can't run, say, a newer engine in an older car. You must run the engine in the car that it was designed for. So that's another point to keep in check there as well. So the race at the moment has Peter Patton in front by 12.6 seconds over Elliott Shute with Chris Perini. That's a remarkable recovery from him to be back to third spot. Peter Clare and Josh Hunt in fourth, Mark Rosser and Joey Mawson in fifth. Then it's Cooper Cutts, Nick Kelly, Zara Horn, who took over the number 14 car from Jordan Noon, and Sig Fumeister in ninth and Eldridge in 10th. Smarty's doing all right, besides a 5-second addition to his stop to be in 11th position.
Here we have car number one on screen. Chris Perini now forced his way through to P3 after a horrible opening lap of this race. Has put the head down like a true champion. Is now chasing down Elliott Shute. I'm going to say, Gaz, with 14 minutes left and a 12-second gap to that second place, Chris Perini's going to need some luck to come his way to be able to get right onto the back of Elliott Shute, and then even a bit more to be able to get through.
Actually, he's only 4.1 seconds behind second. So
sorry, I meant to first, to Peter Patton.
Oh yeah, but if he gets the second, that means the GWR teammates are 1 and 2. So I think they'll be pretty happy with that.
Yep, certainly. But although teammates, as in they come out of the same preparation shed, not really teammates on track. There's no team orders there.
No. Well, that was explained pretty well at the first corner of yesterday's race, where Chris had to thread the needle to get past him and shoot. So it's interesting that they're the two cars that are in front of him now.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
That he's got to chase down.
Peter Clare now filling our screens. He's now down in 4th place, and Mark Rosser in behind. So here comes the number 30, and that is Mark Rosser, Pro-Am entry.
So that gap that we talked about with Perini to Patton's already had a second knocked out of it. Now he won't get to Patton, but there's a good chance he might get to Shoots. Getting past is going to be another problem, because that gap now is 3.9 seconds. So he took 2/10 out on the last lap. He's going to have to do a little bit better than that if he wants to grab second spot by the end of it. And here's, well, they've got him,
Alex Gardner
getting going again.
Yeah.
So whatever the drama was, maybe it was a limp mode sort of problem.
Paul Stevenson there, one-time Formula 3 champion here in Australia, leaning on the rear wing there. Works a lot with Chris Papadopoulos, a couple of tremendous minds, very skilled race engineers, and Paul's one of those kind of guys that doesn't mind getting the hands dirty as well. Was a ripping race car driver, and was poised again, another race driver in Australia, poised for greatness overseas, and the budget just wasn't there. So I tell you what, when you're Alex Gardner and you bob your head up and you look around that garage and you've got some past champions that are helping you achieve something,
well,
that
he's 15
means a lot.
years old, he might not know who they were.
Well, we might have to fill him in, I think, because got to give some respect to those guys. They've been there and done it, and when they ask you to do something or suggest that you might want to have a look at this or find a better way to do that, it's because they've been there and they've done it, and they're just trying to help you shorten the learning process. That's what coaching is all about. Every other sport in the world has a coach. Why not have a coach in car racing as well?
Well, we're just seen cuts closing in on Rosser. It got very close, and then the gap stretched out a little bit again just after that. But just going back to Perini again, he's knocked that gap down between him and Shoots to 2.7 seconds now. So it's getting feisty there, and yeah, Josh Hunt having a word there with young Alex Gardner. So mate, this is motor racing. These things happen.
Yeah, it's a bitter pill. It's a very tough pill there. And Josh he's eaten a couple of not nice tasting sandwiches over the time to have to get through when he's racing. And Josh comes to the racetrack these days largely professionally involved in doing exactly what he's doing with Alex Gardner. They're coaching and preparing drivers for their illustrious careers. And I'm not saying that Josh's is over, because he is still an amazing talent at the wheel. Given the right situation, would certainly be, I would suggest, in S5000 taking it right up to the likes of Joey Mawson in that field as well. It's obviously get used to the car, but Josh should certainly go there. We're going to go down to pit lane with Dean Herridge.
Yes, Alex just came into the pits. What's the call? Do you know what's happened to the car?
No, we don't know what happened with the car. It's really unfortunate because we were having a strong race up until that point. We think it was something with the gearbox, but the boys will figure it out. So yeah, really disappointing, but overall happy with how the weekend went. Had a good start, really good racing out there, so yeah.
You're experiencing the highs and the lows of motorsport in one weekend, aren't you? Cracking job yesterday. You must be very proud of that. That's the way motorsport goes sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, this is the game that we play. This is what we choose to play. And yeah, yesterday was really good. Really happy to come off with that win and show what I can do as a driver. So yeah, as you say, this sport's full of highs and lows. I'll come back stronger next round.
Great attitude, mate. Like I said, you've banked that one. You got the win under your belt. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Hey guys, nothing like the guy interviewing you in pit lane that's experienced the highs and lows of motorsport. You can feel that Dean Herridge's gut-wrenching interview there. He was riding right along with young Alex Gardner there. Anyone that's been behind the wheel or tried to run a race team or tried to build a career knows the pain that poor young fella's just going through right now. And good on him for fronting up for a chat and interview there. All power to him, and we look forward to seeing where Alex Gardner's career takes him in the very near future.
In the meantime, we're watching this four-way scrap, which is actually for 9th position. It's Firmeister from Elridge, Samadhi and Arthur, the four of them. So there's a couple of West Australians in there and one lone New South Welshman this stage, and he's in the number 2.
Tell you what, you blink and there's 9 minutes left to go in this race. This has been plenty of action for us to see here.
And 2 seconds between second and third. That's where the race is going to come.
It is.
While this one still goes on as well with Rosser and Cutts. They've been close for a number of laps now, so that one Rosser seems to be holding his own. He's under a bit of pressure, but he's seemingly doing all right at this stage.
And Nick Kelly, one of the more experienced radical racers in this country, just ranging in the background there as well. Loves to roll out a race car. He was to have raced over at the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia event at Tail and Bend last week, but didn't.
And Cutts finally gets the job done on Rosser, moves himself up into 5th position. Rosser has a little bit of a brake lock-up going into turn 6. So it was inevitable that was going to happen. I think that he may have been given the advice to just let him go through there at turn 5 and just follow him around, learn something from being behind someone that's probably a little bit quicker than what you are at this stage.
Great livery on that car, that tribute livery. There's our number 1 on the flashes, trying to take another step on the podium.
And look how far
it's not too far in front now, is it?
Nah, it's certainly come down 1.3 seconds at the last check. But getting there and getting past with under 8 minutes left might be a different situation.
You could just about cut the air with a knife down there with Perini at the moment. He is absolutely on it. Fastest sectors being set up by him at the moment, so he is really starting to try and inject some forward motion, some trajectory into the rear diffuser of Elliott Schutt. There it is. Now we've got in the same picture there. Car 8 leading this battle, albeit in P2, because at the moment Peter Patton is driving away with this race and he's doing a brilliant job. He really has just gone from the start of this race, driven a race to how Peter Patton wants to do it. And this is Chris Perini now ranging up on Elliott Schutt.
You know what's also at stake here? The teams. We've got a GWR car out in front, Arise in second, GWR car in third, and then the Valenti Rosso team in 4th spot. So do you think Arise would want to keep the 2 GWR cars apart? I think they would.
I reckon you're right. I think Arise, and look, it's one thing for Chris to range up onto the back of Elliott. It's the next bag of tricks that you've got to pull out to get past that car number 8, brightly coloured car number 8. And Chris Perini's car, a very, very simple red and black livery. And it's been that way ever since he started racing radicals about 8 seasons ago.
That's probably more black than red, I would imagine.
Yeah, well, probably got that round the wrong way, didn't I, Gaz? Thanks for that. No problem.
I'm here for to help.
I bow to your seniority, Gaz, every time.
I'm here to help.
Yeah, thanks. Here if you need. Chop you up along the way. That is what Chris Perini has to do to Elliott Schutt. He really does have to get up on the back of him and start to chop him up a bit, start to go left, go right, put the flashes on like he is now. Don't have to tell him what to do, but that's what he needs to do. He needs to draw his eye, get some distraction away from Elliott. I don't think Elliott's going to be drawn on that. I think he's experienced enough race and knows what the game is all about. It's going to have to be racer against racer, mano on mano. I think this one is.
And you can see he certainly has got more speed, Perini has, and he's got to get past. That's the big point. And the flashing's just the intimidation part of it, isn't it? I'm here and I want to get by. Not that Elliott Schutt needed to know that.
Yeah, that's right. He's well aware of it. And unfortunately for him, you can't reach those wing mirrors and just bust them off and say, I don't want to know any longer. But here we go, Perini now in the hole in the air behind the number 8 now. Will car 1 jag out? It's not close enough this time round. But Chris Perini has absolutely monstered onto the back of car number 8 here. Over the last 4 laps, he's brought it back about more than half a second a lap here, so looking wide. This is what it's all about now. Take a different line and he
spun it
all by himself. He was trying something different. You've got to try something different. If you're going to try and pass someone, you can't just sit in behind them and follow them like Brown's cows off to the dairy.
Let's hope he can get this car restarted.
Gee, that was almost like it was a little bit moist underfoot, wasn't it? A little bit like it was starting to get damp. There's no rain around, but certainly...
I think he just tried to cut the corner too tight, tried to go under.
And now he gets it fired again. Has he dropped anything to Peter Clare? Did Peter Clare go through? I don't...
Yes,
he did.
He did. So, and I think Cuts has gone through as well. So that will drop him. He'll be kicking himself for that little error. There it is. See, he's turned in. I think he's turned in too tight, and he's had a little bit of rear compression lock up, and it's just turned the tail around on him.
I'm going to have to talk to Chris after this. I'm pretty sure I've never seen him make a mistake. He was obviously made them. Drivers make mistakes, but that I've not seen Chris take a risk quite like that, and then it, not at least half come off. I mean, that was a half spin, but there was no gain for him at all.
Here's two of the co-drivers going at it now. We've got Mark Rosser and Sarah Horn, the two of the AMs in the Pro-Am race. So it'll be interesting to see how this one finishes up.
So Adam Lyle stepped out this weekend for Zara Horn to step in the Arise Racing outfit. She's the Ferrari Driving Academy from last year, did a tremendous job. Is really going to be one of our races to keep an eye on. It's very much on a upwards trajectory. Zig Vermeister, middle corner understeer. Gee, that is not... does not give you confidence, that one. That is horrible, the way that just let go mid-corner there. So Zig Vermeister finds himself down in position number 9, and Andrew Eldridge, of course. Andrew,
these four have been basically running together since the pit stops, haven't they?
Yeah, well, that's true. I think Andrew Eldridge would be pretty pleased to be here. I'm pretty sure he used to run a blue Tirana in the Improved Production Nationals, so it'd be great to see him watch some of his old mates going around. Coming up next, which is the Improved Production under 2 litres, and then after that the Improved Production over 2 litres, and we'll welcome Dave Stillwell to the commentary booth for that.
Another one, another spin from Perini.
Something not quite right there, Gaz. He's starting to move the car around too.
Yeah, he's battling that steering wheel, isn't he?
He's not battling the gearbox, he's just holding it flat, and seeing all the lights come on the dashboard before flicking the finger and going up one more cog in the Bing Radical SR3. Oh, he's driving desperately there.
That's been a bit of a shame for Perini. He's back in 8th position now, so he conceded spots to Rosser and Horn as a result of that second little loop. That was a fairly big loop, actually.
Wasn't it? Yeah. That'll grab your attention out of turn 6. And just catching up with car number 31 there. Peter Padden, our race leader. 1 minute and 30 seconds left in this stopwatch, in this race clock.
It's a good return for Peter Padden. He was a dominant force in Radical Cup Australia a few years back. Last year did the series with Peter Carr as a co-driver. Now gone back to running as a single entity under the wing of GWR.
Gee, I wonder if he'll bring in the co-driver again at the end of the weekend, whether how sore and how tired you are as to whether you do that.
You only get tired if you're driving rotaries, don't you?
No, these are not rotaries, Gaz, and these are very, very physical race cars. Indeed, the aero performance of these cars, the efficiency that they can get through the air, and when you watch them go through turn 1, there's not a note change. They just hold it flat in top gear. Then you go back down through the gearbox into turn number 2. But Peter Padden in the first focus, car number 31, with, you'd have to suggest, possibly on last lap here at the moment, with only 14 seconds left in the clock. 47 now coming through. This is Peter Clare with Cooper Cutts in behind. This is actually if this finishes like this, Gaz, this is a pretty good result. Cooper Cutts finished 7th yesterday.
After a spin as well. He's had a spin in this race as well. And still in the top 10.
Clare finished 10th. So these guys are going to be finishing 3rd and 4th if all things being equal and they end up finishing in this manner. But that's a terrific climb back after what could possibly set a reasonably ordinary result in position number 7 and position number 10 for the two of them.
So the clock has wound down to 0. So we would assume that the final lap is on or is about to be started.
Peter Clare and Cooper Cutts here. Cooper Cutts doing it for Arise Racing, and Terry Cutts racing out of WA. And the 47 is Peter Clare for Shared Runway, Volante Rosso. Of course, that car going very, very nicely here this afternoon. This is the final race for the Radicals for this round of the Radical Australia Cup. They've got a full program of events.
Margin between Patton and Shoots is 15.5 seconds. And this is 3rd and 4th. Not much between them. I'd assume now that they must be on the last lap. We've certainly gone past the allocated allocated distance, time-wise.
This gets a little bit tricky here now because the good race engineer will have filled it just to that point.
Yeah, true.
And this is where we can see sometimes these things come a little bit unstuck. I suppose you fill it to that point and then put one more litre in, don't you?
I can remember that.
Sure you do it.
Remember, they used to be hour races until they went to Phillip Island because of the
to bring it back to 45 because the wide open throttle.
Yeah.
Used a lot of petrol. They couldn't do the full hour. Oof, this is getting very racy indeed here for 3rd and 4th. This is for a step on the podium, so you can see why it is. Here comes our race leader, Peter Padden, in race number 2. And there it is, the checkered flag. Pete Padden takes race number 2 for the weekend. And first blood in round 1 of the 2023 Radical Australia Cup. And
Elliot Shute will be in 2nd position, and around about 20 odd seconds or more behind is this battle for 3rd, which is going to go all the way down the wire. Peter Clare along with, well, is it over yet? Because Cutts is going to try and jump out of the slipstream. And they say put a lap on another competitor.
That's
and
Warwick Church.
Peter Clare and Josh Hunt take 3rd. Cutts in 4th. Then it should be Nick Kelly next across the line, and followed by Mark Rosser. Chris Perini got himself back up to 7th, split Rosser and Horn on the last lap. Eldridge in 9th, got ahead of Fumeister, so that persistence paid off for him, and Arthur actually got ahead of Samadhi as well.
So Barton Moore got some laps towards the end of that race. Greg Kenny, Stephen Champion, Russell Hernandez and Sue Hughes getting through there as well, and Warwick Church. Alex Gardner not finishing that race, so I guess, guys, that's a shame. But even on an outwardly projected interview with Dean Herridge, he certainly didn't seem to be too injured by it. Got to pick himself up and press on. Peter Padden takes the win for the 2023 Workhorse Radical Australia Cup Race 2 at round 1. Elliot Shute to Peter Clare and Josh Hunt. Cooper Cutts, Nick Kelly, Mark Rosser and Joey Mawson. Great to see Joey in a Radical. Chris Perini, Adam Lyle, Jordan Noon, Andrew Eldridge, Zig Furmeister and Mark Rosser held the fastest lap at 1:30.21. Simon Arthur, Ash Samadhi, Terry Knowles and Barton Moore, Greg Kenny and Melinda Price, Stephen Champion. Then we go to Bradley Russell, James Hernandez, Warwick, Sue Hughes, Warwick Church and Alex Gardner DNFing there. That sees the end of the Radical Australia Cup for this round of the Shannons Trophy Series. We've got plenty more racing coming your way. Up next is the improved production under 2 litre finals. A few people made their way to the track here. And
certainly got a good day for it, haven't they, Daz?
Absolutely. Beautiful day. Sydney out in the west here turned it on. And that is Sydney Motorsport Park. We will go down and catch up with Dean Herridge and our podium getters.
Just arrived, smiles all around here from the team, and congratulations there Peter, fantastic job there. P1, good battle to start with, but held it all the way to the end. Well done.
Yeah, the start was awesome. Love race starts like that. It was a little bit elbows out, but I think we kept it clean. We gave each other a bit of room. There's a little bit of bumping going on with Joey, and a lot of respect for him. Obviously, he took off and got past me, but so well done to him. Yeah, awesome start, and then unfortunately Alex had an incident. I don't know what happened to him, but I saw him peel off, which is really unfortunate for the young bloke. He's been driving outstanding all weekend, and then after he peeled off, there was daylight behind, so it was just managing these tyres all the way to the end.
It's shaping up to be a really good battle, like you said, into team rivalry. The battle's gone on. Young people coming through, some of the established names cracking, a series to be involved in.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. The young guys are coming into the category. I think that the category is perfectly set up for all of the fast kids coming out of go-karts that want to go off to Europe and race in open wheelers. I think it's the best category in the country for that kind of thing. It's awesome to have all the young guys coming into it, and they're showing us what they can do, and they're pretty quick. But P1 is not bad for an old bloke, so.
You've done well yourself, I was going to say that, so congratulations, mate. Go and enjoy with the team.
Thanks very much.
We're going to grab Elliot over here. He's done a great, he's going to come and join us. Well done, Elliot. Come over here, mate. Congratulations, P2. That's a great run by you guys.
Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise. We were struggling yesterday. So, yeah, the guys made a setup change last night and the car was better. I think we got a bit of luck as well.
Luck's part of motorsport. It isn't amazing with these cars how a small tweak can transition from yesterday struggling to now being able to be prepared and with the car and have some confidence.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty amazing. And this track especially seems to be quite different. It's quite bumpy. And yeah, just that little tweak made a massive difference to the car behaviour.
You can smile as your car gets tucked in and heads back across the Nullarbor, mate. Well done, and go and enjoy it with the team.
Yeah, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
And look at these two here. Peter and Josh, congratulations, paired up. Well done on the podium, mate. Well done.
Fantastic. Josh did a lot of heavy lifting, but I brought it home, so great news for both of us.
Josh, just part of the program when you get the opportunity to share as a Pro-Am type situation. Must be pretty proud of this result.
Oh, absolutely, mate. Pete and I are good mates, and it's always good fun to get out there. But he did all the heavy lifting, mate. I handed the car to him in fourth. He brings it home third. So he's the star of the show.
No, and that's part of it, Peter. You enjoy running with someone like Josh in the same car is great for you in regards to knowing what and where you can improve yourself, isn't it?
Absolutely. Car setup and just, coaching generally is fantastic. When we got the video and the data together, we spent a bit of time and over a beer or two maybe, improve.
All right. A beer or two. Well done. Congratulations. So as you can see, smiles all around here for the Radicals. Great job by them. Next up, of course, we're going to have the production national final for the under 2 litres here at the Shannons Trophy Series from Sydney Motorsport Park.
The finals are calling, and our Aussie heroes are ready to answer.
Let's go surf on 7+.
All the big surfing events around the world are right here on 7+.
Big waves.
That was sick.
Big action.
Snaps
underneath the net.
Can our Aussies blitz the surf to make the finals? See it all live and free. The World Surf League streaming now on 7+. Stream free.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons.
We've also got Shannons Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
The biggest stars in golf.
The rivalries are huge.
We're playing for the biggest ever prize in the history of golf.
This is the game the world loves. Supercharged.
Live golf.
Wonderful.
You'll see it all right here.
Teeing off on your home of golf, 7+. Stream free.
Gee, I've been waiting for this one for 12 months. The last time we did this was in Queensland for the Improved Production Nationals. So cool to be at Sydney Motorsport Park at the first ever, the inaugural round of the Shannons Trophy Series. I'm Darren Smith, and a bloke who is sweating from his eyebrows at the moment, actually under his eyelids, is Dave Stillwell, wanting to get underway with the 2023 Improved Production Racing Association Under 2 Litre Final. Over to you, Dave.
Well, of course, thank you so much. And of course, thank you so much to Motorsport Australia for inviting us to be part of this inaugural trophy series round here at the beautiful Sydney Motorsport Park. The circuit's been presented beautifully by the Australian Racing Drivers Club today. So huge shout out to those team for making this possible. Off the front row, Ryan Gorton in the number 16 Gorton Team Racing Nissan 200SX has had a consistent run all through the heats. Matthew Burks, no heroics in the number 82 Corolla. Bob Jowett just wants to make it to the finish in the number 4 Civic. And Michael Ricketts in the 141 Pulsar. Jordan Cox, internet sensation from Super Cheap Auto TCR, furiously working under the bonnet of that car in the pits before making their way to the marshalling area. Kurt McCready was the outstanding front runner so far in the 111.
So yes, we're looking at the grid. Kurt McCready, who was in the mix there. Graham Baum right alongside in that Civic as well. Justin McClintock in the Honda Civic there as well. And Craig Wildridge out of position number 8.
There we go. So, of course, Craig Wildridge running up against his son, Matt, a little bit further down the field. William Harris, whose son is running in the over 2 litre final aboard an RX-8. He's aboard the Roadrunner Suzuki Swift GDI. Beautiful black and gold livery aboard that Suzuki Swift. Charlie Viola, the number 7 Integra, another car that Jordan Cox has been working frantically on over the weekend. Rebuilt the gearbox with parts from another one, got it back into the car, then discovered that the replacement gearbox casing didn't have space for shifter cables to get through. So massive work down there from the whole track school team. Liam Murray, the 51, another one of the Suzuki Swift Brigade, and the number 32, Timothy Robson aboard the Club Racer Engineering Honda Civic. Cars are heading to the grid now. Looking further down the grid, Timothy Molesworth aboard the number 101 Celica. Matt Wildridge a little bit further afield, looking to head home with hopefully some gears aboard his Escort. Jeffrey Hansen in the number 45 rounds out the field, and Brett Humpton and David Haynes at the rear, unable to make the start of this race. So it's Nissan versus Toyota, rear-wheel drive versus front-wheel drive. We see under 2 litre racing all the time here in New South Wales, and 2 of the front runners ready to go. As it's lights out, and away we go.
So 16 getting a beautiful start on the inside there, the rear-wheel drive car. Have a look at McCready come with him as well in the lime green car. He zags over to the driver's right to go round the outside of the Corolla that shared the front row of the grid in Binks.
Of course, McCready was running at the front all through the heats until he was taken out in the his third heat earlier this morning. Broke one of the wheels on the car, but his dad was quick and furious with the pit work on that car. Hopefully got it all sorted. Brand new Quaife sequential 6-speed gearbox, a new feature for improved production cars this year. Full sequential gearbox is allowed, and Kurt's used that to great effect as he's streaking towards the lead.
Bob Jowett's going backwards here at this stage in the number 4, was sitting on the second row of the grid. I think Bob's already gone back to about position number 9. That's a shame. He's an absolute stalwart of this category and does a terrific job preparing his little Civic, but he is going backwards. There he is there, Bob Jowett in the number 4. So he's got a busy time ahead to try and get past the 74 there of William Harris.
So the number 7 of Viola, that car, of course, as we mentioned before, huge amount of work going on with the transmission of that car over the course of the weekend for this 2023 edition of the Yokohama Improved Production Nationals. Of course, we see the Civic picking up the inside rear wheel as it pitches and rolls through turn 8, the hairpin, one of the slowest corners on the track. Harris around the outside in the number 74 Suzuki. He's chasing down Craig Wildridge aboard the Mark 1 Escort. And of course, McCready has made his way past Matt Burks in the number 82 Corolla. So it's a Nissan 1-2 to end our first lap. S14 Silvia versus the earlier model S13 Silvia. And a Toyota holding down P3. So McCready was able to take out his first heat win after a retirement from one of the over 2 litre cars. We'll be looking to see if he can make his way through to the front. 14 laps, the longest races they run here for improved production cars. The state level races normally 9 to 12 laps, so 14 laps is definitely an enduro race for the Yokohama AO50 tyre.
It really is. It's going to test not only the drive, not only the car and tyre, but these drivers won't have done too many races of this distance. Have a look at that, the 54 there, the more traditional silhouette, if you like, of the category, Craig Wildridge. It's a rapid piece of kit, though. This is the Robson car, though, that is down the bottom of the straight. Let's hope that is, well, it is behind the first row of defence there. Let's hope that he can get out from behind there, the Club Racer engineering car of Timothy Robson.
Look, that's the sign of that's the sign of a really experienced competitor there. Knows they've got a problem, knows they don't want to drop fluid or debris anywhere on circuit, gets behind a line of protection, allows the Motorsport Australia race control officials to keep this race going. No need for intervention from the Hyundai safety car yet.
I agree with you, Dave. All too often we see people selfishly park the car up right on the edge of the track to draw a safety car and ruin everyone else's races. He has clearly got a problem there because he is dousing his engine bay in something that no race driver wants to ever do, because that does damage to stuff on the inside of that engine bay that takes you weeks and weeks in the workshop to clean out. Telltale damage in the side door of the 111 there, so just watching the Mike Hughes finance entry of Kurt McCready and the Nissan Silvia, as I said off the line there, got a brilliant start. He had a race earlier today where he sat on the front row of the grid with Poole in the white Monaro, which has just absolutely set Sydney Motorsport Park alight for week after week at what seems to be the month of May and then June. It's almost like the Indy 500 with the Adam Poole countdown, really, isn't it, for the overs?
Well, we're watching two of the very best protagonists of under 2 litre racing in the country. Hugely strong fields for under 2 litre racing. As we see even further down the field, the 101 of Molesworth there. This is one of the front-engined, front-wheel drive Toyota Celicas that we saw. Colin Osborne, a former patron of Motorsport Australia, running in production car racing for years. He's up against Craig Wildridge in the Matthew Wildridge, say, in the 37. No. And as we mentioned, Bob Jow was going backwards. He's now into the paddock and retired. That's an unbecoming end for the number 4 of Bob Jow.
It really is an out-and-out veteran of this category. It's a real shame to see Bob parking his Civic up. He's absolutely 100% over-enthused, very enthusiastic race goer, and he's always willing to make sure that everyone else is having just as much of a good time as him. So it's a shame to see Bob parking it up.
And another one of the quick Hondas, of course. We've seen very quick Hondas come out of under 2 litre improved production racing before. Everyone's talked about those amazing scenes of Jordan Cox aboard his under 2 litre improved production car, smashing the streets of Adelaide, smashing across the top at Mount Panorama. But not as many quick Hondas here this weekend. So far, the front row looks like we're going yellow at the moment. We've got a yellow flag being displayed.
To recover this thing, yeah, there is absolutely coolant flowing out underneath that car, and that's what we're going to say it is, because he's still just dousing that engine bay, and they probably want to get more I'm going to say assistance down there to make sure it doesn't get any worse than what it currently is. So we will come under safety car, pick up our race leaders. Dave, let's just have a quick look at the timesheet to see where we are with 11 laps left in this race.
So with the races will run time certain, so that 14 lap scheduled distance does have a time certain finish on it. So if they do run under safety car for a period of time, that will come back. This does play into the hands of Kurt McCready, remembering that at the restart he can't overtake or overlap before the control line, but we've seen throughout the weekend he's had speed. The question is, does he have enough of an advantage to move past Ryan Gorton, who currently holds down first place? Position 3, car 82, Matt Burks aboard the Corolla. P4, the 141 of Ricketts. So whatever demon tweaks Jordan Cox was firing into that car in the paddock before it made its way out seemed to have worked. The fellow track school car 7 Honda Integra in P5. Graham Baum, number 30, another one of the earlier model Honda Civic hatchbacks. Craig Wildridge defending from Will Harris in the number 74. and then a little bit further afield will be the 101 of Molesworth. Quick shout out to Super Cheap Auto, a great partner of Motorsport Australia in bringing you motorsport of this level. Had to make a trip down to see the local Super Cheap Auto yesterday and basically clear out the store of engine degreaser after he had an upper engine oil leak. We were joking in the paddock that it is available in boxes and pallets and truckloads. Just need to negotiate with your nearest Super Cheap Auto store to get that delivered to you.
Yeah, you get the bulk delivery put in there. The Hyundai i30 safety car, the Shannons Trophy Series safety car. Great to have Hyundai on as part of the official team here, and there is very much a hard-working official out there. Dual duties, safety car and waving flags, and we've got that must be at the top of the circuit coming onto the straight there, because we've got Linus Stern in that shot. Great shot. We've got in the foreground and in the background safety car boards, safety car flags, and safety car MyLaps LED signs, which are fully equipped around Sydney Motorsport Park here, and adds that extra level of awareness and protection for all of the race car drivers, and of course all of the Motorsport Australia officials doing a tremendous job there as well in under the trees. You can see the wind has really started to pick up, and that will start to buffet these cars around quite severely, and we'll start to see that more with the next race, which is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia Toyota 86s.
So we can see the Australian Racing Drivers Club Fire and Rescue Squad is there, as you see on the bottom of your screens. For series information, please visit motorsport.org.au/trophy series. And of course, on the Motorsport Australia website, you can find out all sorts of information about becoming a volunteer official and joining in these great events. It's something that you and I have done over the years, Darren, as have thousands upon thousands of volunteers around the country. And it's not just circuit racing, it's rally, it's off-road. Of course, the Think Desert Race took place just a week ago. There's a whole army of volunteer officials that make motorsport happen in this country, and we can't go racing without them.
One of the things I've found out of the time, that many years that I did that sort of thing, Dave, is you can go just about anywhere in the country and find a bed, because there's some other volunteer official somewhere that goes, yeah, I remember you from XYZ and such a year, and you go, yeah, well, I'm in town and I need a new tyre tomorrow morning on the trailer. Do you reckon I can crash? And 9 times out of 10, throw a swag down for you and away you go. So there's a big sign in the background there. Become a member today of the Australian Racing Drivers Club, and of course the Motorsport Australia membership portals and different bits and pieces there as well. Field under control now, which is not what we wanted to see for the Yokohama 2023 Improved Production Nationals. We wanted to see our drivers and our teams running wild and free. At the moment, safety is, and rightfully so, safety is always paramount. Safety of the drivers, safety of the team, safety of the officials and the patrons that have joined us around the track there as well. So we are removing any risk that we see might cause some hazards. Some more of officials' shots. Looks like a couple of ladies down there at turn 3 possibly. Exit at turn 3, and there we go again, back to our original lot of officials. We do have time certainty. We've still got plenty of time up our sleeve at the moment. We've only elapsed 10 minutes now, and still some time there. So we will continue around under safety car for some time. We might get some shots of the cars again, just see what processes the drivers start to get onto to get themselves ready to go again. We often see weaving on and off the brakes, and for mine, the weaving thing is something that just gets the driver's mind right. It's probably more on and off the brakes that's keeping the tyre temperature and the brake temps up there as well.
Well, that's one of the particularly difficult things about a lot of these under 2 litre cars being front-wheel drive, is they really struggle to generate rear tyre temperature. So much so that when I was wandering the Yokohama Improved Production Nationals paddock just before, I did notice that some of the under 2 litre cars were waiting until the absolute last second to bolt their rear tyres on, because they put them out on the concrete in the sunlight, trying to get as much UV into those Yokohama AO50 semi-slick radials as possible. And of course, we can't go racing without the support of our control tyre partner, We've celebrated over 20 years of Yokohama being the control tyre supplier to improve production. We are one of the few markets outside of Japan to get access to what some consider to be the top level of semi-slick racing tyre available in the world. So a huge thank you to everyone at the Yokohama Motorsport Distributors Network and Yokohama Australia for making that tyre available to us here for improved production racing.
It's no mistake, that relationship over 20 years. It's equal inputs from manufacturer, from distributors, and also from competitors. The category is very, very strong. And when you've got that many cars on track and you're selling that many tyres, it certainly dangles a commercial carrot for everybody in the right direction. Just getting information, big thanks to Dean Herridge, who has been hosting our show and conducting pit lane interviews. Bob Jowett has confirmed the car was missing and cutting out and didn't even think he'd get back into the paddock area. So we touched on it. It's a real shame that Bob did come off and has disappeared into the back of the paddock there. But he will live, and he'll probably be at the next state round competing without a miss, and probably won't have a miss for another 10 years. He'll put everything in place to make sure we do that. Are we going to have a restart on this lap? Where does the tow truck come off? Probably turn 4 and go into the back of the paddock area. So we've got 9 laps remaining. We do have a fair whack of time up our sleeve as well. So hopefully we just continue to complete this race, and it'll be over the ensuing 8 laps before we get our under 2 litre 2023 Yokohama Improved Production Nationals champion, and then we will go very quickly into the over 2 litres.
So we can just see in the back of shot the Ambulance Service Australia chase vehicle making its way in through the Turn 4 exit. And a huge thank you once again to all of our volunteer officials, particularly those emergency personnel. So, of course, the Motorsport Australia recovery team led by Brad Moras. He's out there in the Motorsport Australia recovery Ranger. And, of course, Ambulance Service Australia, Liam Megan, and our CMO, Matt McPartland, thank you so much for volunteering your time to make this racing possible safely and get us underway as quickly as possible.
So Liam Megan could do 2 duties. He used to grace us with his presence in the commentary booth to call some races as well. But great that we've got him down there in the medical side of things. Certainly one of the great unsung teams is always the medical teams in motorsport. Word from the clerk, of course, is that we're under a restart now. Lights have gone off on the Hyundai i30 safety car. It accelerates away from the field, and we now start to look back to the field. This is when the drivers must line up in line astern with each other, and this is not what we want to be seeing from the car leading the field. They do have to line up in a constant line now, ready for the race start. So we are just about ready to get going. There's Bohm. Wildridge, will the little Esky have the impotence in the right direction as the cars out in front? Gorton, McCready, Binks, Ricketts, Viola all start to accelerate now down the straight, waiting yellow flags and safety car boards still haven't been withdrawn. But this is perfect for McCready. That is right in the back hatch, if you like, of the Nissan in front, and they storm away. The 2 Nissans get a beautiful restart. There is still a deteriorating surface flag out being waved on the straight there. So going through, take P3 on the road. The 141 gets through there. The young car wash car of Michael Ricketts going to go side by side with the Corolla. And who's coming through as well? Car number 7. The Charlie Viola Honda Integra tries to go through as well. The Corolla does a tripod, lifts its left rear wheel off the ground.
Charlie Viola, of course, with sponsorship from the presenting partner of the under 2 litre final, Pitcher Partners. We've seen them supporting a number of drivers and amateur and grassroots racing events, so great to have them on board. Getting a really good shot of the difference between the Hondas and the Nissan Pulsars. So all 4-cylinder, highly strung, normally aspirated engines, dragging those front wheels and just the rear wheels, only keeping the back end of the car off the ground. No drive to them, very minimal braking. Very aggressive use of the curbs there by Burks in the 82. He's all over the back of Ricketts. It's who brakes latest coming around the back of Corporate Hill. A little bit of backside out action.
Who slides the most?
Who slides the most? Very defensive. middle of the road entry there. Burks will be looking for that exit, and of course they're monitoring track limits very aggressively. They are in Motorsport Australia Race Control. Kay Callender and her team always onto cars running wide and gaining an advantage.
Certainly very specific here at Sydney Motorsport Park at turn 6, and they're going to turn 8. Up and over the ripple strip goes the 141. That is not the ideal line there. Michael Ricketts loses a spot in the process, which was so hard fought on the restart. And for the picture partners, entry coming through there as well. Viola just loses a little bit of ground there. Have a look at this now. The Ricketts car streams around the outside of the Corolla. Makes very short work of it. Two showroom warriors, the Triple S Pulsar and the Corolla. So and moving over now to cut off the run there for Viola. Getting quite aggressive in the 82 there. So Matthew Binks just wanting to hang on to it. They can realise that this is once a year. They get this festival to be able to put their authority on the under 2 litre championship, and you just don't want to leave any rock unturned.
12 minutes left before the time certainty kicks in, with just over 7 laps left to run. As you see, we're on lap 8 of 14. It's still Gorton versus McCready. McCready biding his time. These cars are so evenly matched in a straight line with their Nissan SR20 engines. Of course, for those of you familiar with the Fast and Furious franchise, they do pull a premium in both improved production racing and in the week leading up until Race Wars. It's an S14 versus an S13. Slightly later generation versus slightly earlier generation, but they're all running improved production specifications. So, you know, Ryan has done a huge amount of work developing that car, and of course Kurt McCready made a big change in the off-season with the addition of those 6-speed sequential gearboxes being allowed. Not a huge amount of work had to go into the car to make it fit, just an adapter plate. The tail shaft fitted straight away. They're making it work with the downshift. Still got to rotate the throttle pedal. Still got to blip on the down changes. There's no blip shift or automatic throttle control in this Silvia. It's all manual. One of the big changes though in the off-season for Kurt was a set of MCA Gold suspension, just making sure that every last element of the car was developed to the full extent of the improved production 3J rules. Still this 3-way battle for third position. Ricketts ahead of Burks, and Viola there with a watching brief to make sure if any of them makes a mistake, he can pounce and get that good run down the straight. Winds picked up 17 kilometres an hour towards the east. That's a massive headwind for these cars that they're going to be running into down the straight.
It certainly is, and the wind is going to play a part more and more. I mentioned that early in this race that it's starting to pick up here. This is an epic battle for under 2 litre glory here this afternoon. Our race leaders have skipped away, Gorton and McCready, but this battle with Ricketts, Binks and Viola, and I'm going to say Graham Baum is not too far away from joining these guys, although maybe 5.5 laps left to go, might be a bridge too far, but wow, this is getting willing.
And you can tell when they're absolutely tipping it in at the full extent of adhesion. They pick up that inside rear wheel. If you catch them on trail braking, we saw it in historic Group N minis as well. They pitch the car onto the outside front tyre, inside rear wheel picks up, and with a little bit of trail braking on, you can see the wheel pause in midair. It's just hanging there. All it's doing is keeping the back end of the car off the ground, and when it's pitched over like that, it's got absolutely nothing left to do, Dan.
And it lands like your commuter flight coming into Mascot, that's for sure. Puff of smoke off the Yokohama, and they battle on to fight another day. Just like these three are really, really turning it on for us. A couple of different little iterations. These 2 cars front-wheel drive, or 3 cars all front-wheel drive, but they've been set up vastly differently, particularly the 82 of Binks. He has really stiffly sprung this car, and it has certainly got very, very high damper control as well. So the car in front, which is the one we were talking about, that Jordan Cox has had some fettling work to do with it, seems to be a little bit more compliant, but Binks just likes this car. Have a look at the way it wobbles around on those bumps under full load into turn 1, rides the waves, if you like, down into turn 2. And very, very close there. Gee, it's lucky there hasn't been contact. This time the Triple S gets the wheel up in the air.
So as we see the seesaw battle, the cars have got different strengths and weaknesses throughout the lap. As Burke just starts to lose touch to Ricketts, Viola's there right on the tail end of the Corolla. 3 Japanese manufacturers, Honda, Nissan and Toyota, all represented in this fight for the last step of the podium. fairly certain it's going to be a Nissan 1 and 2, barring any other interruptions. As we look back towards our front runners, they're separated by just over a second. Look at those top speeds down the straights, 204 and 207 through the speed trap. So really taking a lot of punch out of these cars in a straight line.
Just looking for the fastest car on track down there. Is that Tim Molesworth? No, it isn't. It's our race leader, Gordon Molesworth, doing fastest, personal best, sorry. But our race leader at 141.93, a very tidy lap time indeed.
So Burks has made back the speed and is back on the tail of Ricketts. Viola then losing that little bit of space off this this fight for third and fourth. That's one of the hallmarks of improved production racing. It doesn't matter whether you're doing a minute 42 or a minute 52 or a minute 58 around Sydney Motorsport Park. Invariably, you will have a competitor race with,
true.
And you can, whether you're chasing that $20 trophy at the end of the year or just a good time, there's always someone to race in improved production.
It's pretty much the way it is around the country. One of the more popular entrance categories, always decent-sized fields around the country. Viola looks at the inside. Binks is out of it. He has backed right out of it, and there is no smoke, there is no telltale. Have we got fire in the, not fire, let's not say fire, Darren, but have we got noise coming from the engine bay?
Burks was over 50 kilometres an hour slower down through the speed trap. 153, plays 201, 202 for our leaders. Pulls over on the exit of turn one, hopefully in a position that race control is going to be comfortable with. We can see where some of the Sydney Motorsport Park foam signs have been taken out throughout the weekend. But hopefully Motorsport Australia Race Control's watching that. They understand the competitors made the smartest choice they can to park that car, hopefully cover it with a local yellow flag zone, which of course you can do as a Motorsport Australia volunteer official, and then we can keep pressing on with the race. They may just not be able to do an overtake between the turn one flag point and the exit of turn one.
Interestingly enough, that's probably not a great spot to park it up there. There might be one M Scaife that might say that's not a great place to park, and some others that have come a cropper in that part of Sydney Motorsport Park. But certainly let's hope that Kay Callender and Dave Morrie, who are in charge of these races as far as clerks of course and race and event directors are concerned, they look on that and the car's far enough off the side of the track.
Well, here are two cars that are completely different in their drivetrain configuration. We've got the very short wheelbase, very narrow track Suzuki Swift of Will Harris here, and he's keeping pace with Craig Wildridge. Of course, Craig has done a huge amount of fabrication for people in the series. Beautifully presented Mark 1 Escort. Of course, that's a chassis that's very dear to the heart of myself and my family. Of course, I think this one's going an awful lot faster than my dad's did back in 1972.
Still fully restored, ready to go though.
Absolutely, we wouldn't have it any other way. There's something about a bright red Escort that does get the juices flowing for members of the Stillwell family.
It certainly does, yes. There was lots of success going over a long time there with your father Michael, was certainly good at it, and this car is just starting to drive away now, getting some good pace towards the end of this race. The Harris entry not being able to go with it in a straight line. The Escort just opens up a nice lead. Under brakes now. Have a look at this. The gap between the 54 and the 74 under brakes closes up massively. Wonder if the Escort has got just some sort of deficiency in its braking package that the Swift certainly could come on strong with. That harks back to the times of Mark Brame and those guys that really did huge things in Australian production car racing with Swifts.
So Gorton's opened up a 2.7 second lead to McCready. There'll be just over 2 laps to go as they head through the final corner. So Gorton's storage adorns the S14 Silvia, the middle of the generations of Silvia that we know and love, the S13, 14 and 15. Normally we've seen a lot of these cars, and we will see some more in the over 2 litre final, running the turbocharged version of this SR20 engine. Of course, a couple of those cars didn't quite make the final, but that's a story for our upcoming race. So 3.6 seconds across the line. So 203 terminal speed versus 204. So very evenly matched in a straight line for these cars, but Kurt just not able to keep touch with him. Perhaps some underlying damage from that incident in the final heat race for Kurt McCready's car that wasn't immediately obvious. It looked like it was just a wheel and maybe restring the car. But that car was absolutely dominant at the 2022 edition of the Yokohama and Pre-Production Nationals. Absolutely dominated at Morgan Park Raceway in southeast Queensland, and was definitely keeping pace with plenty of the front runners. We can see the witness marks, the speed dent in the left-hand side door from some contact from an over 2 litre competitor. But I do love the attention to detail. They've used a little bit of orange race tape to replicate the indicator on the left-hand front corner of that number 111 S13 Sylvia.
Artistic interpretation of the regulations there, but certainly this car started off the second row of the grid and did get away beautifully at the start of the race. But the answer for pace right throughout this entire race weekend. G'day boys, hope you're enjoying it, representing your teams that you barrack for in the Supercars Championship. Hope you're enjoying your day here at the inaugural round of the Shannons Trophy Series. Have a look at this, number 16 in under 2 litre trim. You reckon Red Escorts get your heartbeat, matey, mate? Under 2 litres, car number 16s get my heart beating, that's for sure.
Well, they're definitely the car of choice here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Longer wheelbase, wider track, able to use as much tyre as possible of that Yokohama Advan AO50. They're quick in a straight line, very good drag silhouette on that car, and able to use the big rear wing. So Gordon coming up to lap some of our tail enders. So his first car to take will be the number 71 of Upton. Upton making life nice and easy. So the cars are on their final lap. McCready using every bit of racetrack, including a little bit more, that heavy rumble strip on the exit of turn 1. I've come a cropper on that myself in improved production racing in the past. Incredibly difficult curbing to navigate when you're back onto full throttle trying to carry as much pace through turn 1. McCready now tips it into turn 3. He'll have the traffic to negotiate. It was all going swimmingly until this morning's heat race for McCready. He's been the standout in improved production under 2 litre running. The current under 2 litre lap record holder here at Sydney Motorsport Park, but just wasn't able to make it happen throughout the final. It was a 1:40.7 was his best time here on a Sunday morning race. His best time so far is a 42.5, but it's Gorton with a best lap so far of 1:41.9, makes his way past the next car to be lapped, the 45 of Jay Hansen. I've got to give a shout out to Jay. I'm putting him in for the best backfire award into turn 1. Thing absolutely sings its head off throttle on the run into turn 1. So you can win an award for just about anything improved production.
While we're handing out awards, just keep an eye on the Gary McKay entered Tirana for Flames into turn 1 in the overs. That's coming up next. Here we come around now. Gorton will run down the long straight here. Blue flags for that Corolla, just getting out of the way there. And we come charging down.
It'll be nice and easy for Gordon. He can just peel the number 6 off the door and run the number 1 at the Improved Production Nationals next year. So let's see. That's the first and second resolved by just over 4 seconds across the line. It's the race to see. Will it be Ricketts? Will it be Viola? There's less than a second in it. Ricketts can't afford to make a mistake. It'll be a Nissan 1, 2 and 3 across the podium. So an absolute domination for the SR20 motor this weekend at Sydney Motorsport Park.
The headline, car number 16 wins under 2 litre Improved Production Nationals. And what a great result there for Gorton. Super proud work.
Viola chasing home in P4. A great result for a car whose gearbox was in a million pieces in the bunker on Saturday. Graham Bomb coming home in P5 in the number 30. Craig Wildridge defeats Will Harris aboard the 74, and we just wait for the rest of our improved production under 2 litre competitors to come across the line. Of course, this event is only possible thanks to the support of the major partners of the 2023 Yokohama Improved Production Nationals. A huge thank you to our presenting sponsor, Pitcher Partners aboard the number 7, of course bringing you the under 2 litre final. And of course, New South Wales Improved Production is supported by Disc Brakes Australia, Bring It, Midas Blacktown and Competition Products. Those are the results. The number 1 for 2023 under 2 litre goes to Ryan Gorton. Triple 1 of Kurt McCready just following there behind. That's your top 10 finishes. So the cars from 10th and down were lapped. But as we see, cars separated by just over a second, just over a second, and just over a second. Goes to prove you can race just about anyone in improved production racing, Daz.
Charlie Viola, Graham Bomb, Craig Wildridge, William Harris, Molesworth, Matt Wildridge and Jeff Hansen rounds out our top 10. Fastest lap to Ryan Gorton at a 1:41.9395. Brett Upton down 1 lap, and the non-finishers list is there. Biggs, Jowett, Robson, McClintock, and that rounds out the under 2 litre improved production. And we will go down to the pit lane now with Dean Herridge with the winners.
Congratulations, the under 2 litre champion. Well done, Ryan. That is a mega effort by yourself out there, under a bit of pressure too.
Yeah, the safety car certainly made it interesting. Kurt was coming fast. The tyres were really struggling on the front end, but we got it done in the end. So thanks everyone that helped get us here. I really appreciate it.
It's hard to get a great start, hard to win from that front. Like you said, that safety car makes you nervous. You must be immensely proud of you and the team. Car seems to have gone faultless all weekend.
Yeah, it's awesome. After last year, we led the national final 14 laps and had a little drama, so we DNF. So it was really good to get redemption this year. I love it. Awesome.
Congratulations, the champion. The two boys in the commentary box that just take the 6 off. The number 1 will look good on the door next time round.
Perfect. Sounds good to me.
All right, well done. We're going to go across to Kurt, who's just getting out of the car now in the 111 machine. The green machine fought very hard. Had Ryan in his sights the whole way. We'll let him take his helmet off. And of course, no doubt we'll be disappointed but pleased at the same time. Funny emotion down here in the victory lane. Kurt, you tried very, very hard. I can see that's written all over your face.
Certainly did. I pretty glad for it to be over, to be honest with you. A lot of stress, a lot of anxiety for this weekend. Didn't quite have the pace. It's a bit unfortunate. We've been working really hard on the car, but absolutely congratulations to Ryan. It's a brilliant effort. He was fast all weekend and he deserves a win.
Mate, well done to you too. You've been fast yourself. Obviously didn't quite get there in the final, but a great effort nonetheless.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Well done, and a guy who'd worked really hard, Michael. Congratulations. Look at that. A big sigh of relief. Got on the podium. You were under some pressure out there.
I'll say I didn't think we were going to get that. They just kept dying in front of us, so that was a good thing.
But at the end of the day, that's what we want to see in motorsport, some battles going on. And like you said, you've earned your stripes there and you'll be here tonight, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was great. Charlie was coming for me. I could see him in the rear, and the guys were on the radio saying, Charlie's behind you, but I managed to hold him out too. So, yeah, it was a great result.
Well, congratulations. A fantastic job on the podium there. That's the under 2 litres. Fantastic entertainment. Now it's the nationals for the over 2 litres here in the Yokohama Improved Production.
This is the game the world loves. Supercharged.
Live golf.
Wonderful.
You'll see it all right here.
Teeing off on your home of golf, 7 Plus. Stream free.
Strangely, building is still going on. New construction, re-roofing, roadwork, gardening. I see the...
Stars in golf.
The rivalries are huge.
We're playing for the biggest ever prize in the history of golf.
This is the game the world loves. Supercharged.
Live golf.
Wonderful.
You'll see it all right here.
Teeing off on your home of golf, 7 Plus. Stream free.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life. My Coupe 4 is rare and very special. A real performance car with all-wheel drive grip. I'm not a car club bloke and I don't work on it myself, but I do have a great mechanic. One day, I might even get that HQ. When it comes to insurance, it's got to be Shannons.
Shannons shares your passion. Call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
World champion martial arts fighters are battling it out for the premier world title.
I beat the best to become the best.
Live Friday fight nights are exclusive to 7+. The biggest and toughest go head-to-head.
This crowd is going nuts right now. The collision course we all knew would happen.
It's all part of the One Championship, exclusively on 7+. Stream free.
Welcome back to Sydney Motorsport Park for the inaugural Motorsport Australia Shannons Trophy Series. And of course, we're here for the Yokohama Improved Production Nationals Edition 2023. I'm David Stillwell and I'm joined by, one could describe him as an absolute historian of the sport. He's the man who, if he's not at a race meeting, it's generally considered not to be a race meeting. So, of course, we had to get him here for the first round of the Shannons Trophy Series. Welcome aboard, Gaz.
Thanks, Dave. It's good to be here. Afternoon, everyone. What a day of racing we've had so far. It's been absolutely fantastic, and I'm so looking forward to the over 2 litre Yokohama Improved Production Nationals finale. And it's had a great history, hasn't it? Started out as road registered, became club cars, and then now it's called Improved Production.
So these are the cars that start off as the cars that you and I, if we were very, very lucky, would have bought new in a showroom. Of course, people will often start using them as a track day car. We've seen some of the Motorsport Australia advertisements of just how easy it is to enjoy your car in a safe and fun manner at all sorts of events. And then, of course, the cars get developed. They get suspensions and exhausts and all sorts of modifications. They end up with a roll cage in them and become circuit racing cars. Of course, some of the cars don't go through any of that development process. They start from some of the cars on the grid have started from a bare acid dip shell with every freedom taken under the 3J improved production rules. And of course, there's some cars that started life as a 3E production car, and all they've done is take off the production car stickers and put Yokohama stickers on it.
Well, when it originally started, the cars had to be road registered. And they thought, well, this is a bit silly. Why are we registering a car we're never going to take on the road? We're only going to use it at the race. So that's when it got its name changed to club cars. And from there, it's gone into where we're seeing it now. And so the Improved Production Nationals go from state to state, circuit to circuit, all around the country. And last year, as both you and Daz have mentioned, it was in Queensland at Morgan Park. It was in Tasmania at Baskerville the year before that. It's been all over the place. And last time I was in New South Wales was at the Wakefield Park circuit, and hopefully we'll see that back up and running by, if not the end of this year, early next year. So that we're looking forward to that one. Going into this year, it's a bit different. The cars we don't normally see, or we didn't see last year, running this year.
Definitely a little bit of an unusual time of year. Normally the Improved Production Nationals, we often see them in the last third of the year between September and November. This, of course, was an amazing opportunity to get, Sydney Motorsport Park is the major motorsport facility for New South Wales, booked out over 360 days a year. So just finding track time for a category like Improved Production that sits aside from all the other myriad Motorsport Australia race meetings where we just can't get enough track time. This is a bit of a unique situation for Improved Production. Where we're going to bring our track map up now and we'll talk you through, look at this amazing facility with the support of the New South Wales government, built in the early 90s to bring back, open wheel racing and of course motorcycle racing to the west of Sydney at Eastern Creek. Turn 2, an uphill long hairpin, so to speak. Turn 3, very difficult to feed the throttle in and not have the car step sideways. Turn 4, downhill right-hander. Turn 5, on camber and then off camber on the run to turn 6.
Turn 6, very modified, but it used to be 2 corners. Now it got moved into 1. And you got that fast corner, turn 7, which you can be trapped at. You think it's fast and you get there and you're going to have problems. Then you got the hairpin at turn 8. That's the one that often see as the passing move. We come around through 9, 10, 11, down onto the 1 kilometre main straight where they were reaching their top speeds. around about 250 kilometres an hour for the fast ones.
Definitely. The over 2 litre cars, we've stepped it up from a 2 litre normally aspirated engine all the way to big 6 litre V8s, thumping turbocharged 4 cylinders, big 6 cylinder BMWs. And as we can see on our screens at the moment, the wind has picked up dramatically here in the west of Sydney, 19 kilometres an hour. And as you can see, the flags are sweeping back up towards the final corner. So that complex of corners, 9, 10, 11, the cars smash the curb. Suspensions get a huge workout, and it's all about feeding the throttle in with minimal wheel spin. And that will be the task for our pole sitter, Adam Poole, aboard the TRP ductwork. He's dominated every heat. He's the undisputed champion of improved production racing in both Victoria and South Australia in 2022. And as we look to our grid here for the improved production nationals over 2 litre final, of course, being brought to you by Ravenol. Of course, some Ravenol had to find its way into a couple of cars when they were a bit low on oil. The TRP ductwork Monaro with assistance from Ravage Raceworks. What an amazing piece of equipment that is. Zach Hudson doing things that no one should ever consider having to be done in an RX-7. It's a 20-year-old car that's had a huge amount of development into it. Huge thanks to Phil Laird for prepping that car.
And the current champion.
And the current champion, of course, wearing the number 1 nameplate on the doors. Scott Cook aboard the number 261. We saw normally aspirated Sylvias earlier. We've got a turbocharged example from South Australia. Stephen Engel aboard the number 36 Lancer Evo 7. I've taken to calling him the Rocket Man because of all of his starts this weekend. He has absolutely rocketed to the front straight.
Four-wheel drive helps there, doesn't it?
Mick Hazelton aboard the Mick Race Mazda RX-7. Did not expect to be this far up the grid, but another person getting lightning starts. Ben Algie, the Nissan Sylvia S15, RX-7s, an Escort with a turbocharged engine under the bonnet for Bruce Cook. Looking further afield through our over 2 litre final, Stig Richards, another RX-7, the Rotaries, a bastion of improved production success over the years. A Holden Tirana for those of you who like your classic Holden varieties. New Holden Commodore VE for Brandon Lum. Lee Forrest, one of the longest serving improved production competitors.
Every Nationals bar one, and the only one he missed was his home state one.
Lachlan McBrien, what a story he's had throughout the course of the weekend. A New South Wales competitor with Jason Grimond, Brad Harris, Graham Wilkinson aboard a slightly bigger 2.4 litre Escort. Simon Odell Fontana will not be able to take the start of the race. Brock Payne starting from P18. In P19, Graham Shea. Gary McKay, he's having an absolute hot weekend, is the Victorian aboard the Tirana. Mark DeFarnas in the VF Commodore has had to head home early to make work tomorrow. Jeff Kingston aboard the RX-7 doing well. Jason Palmer, one of my favourites, driving a BMW E30. And of course, David Vincent the Bear aboard the BMW E36. Adam Wiedemann, another retirement withdrawal early from the race, unfortunately. Personal dramas back home, he's got to look after those. Brett Waters aboard the Peugeot. Massive issues with power steering in that car. New kill switch in that car overnight. Mayan Reddy, one of our sponsors aboard the Midas Auto Car Care, of course, the BMW M3R. And Steve Jolly, the longest distance travelled by from Western Australia for that Ford Falcon in P28.
Mark Hawana in the Mazda RX-7, Dave Perry in his Nissan Bluebird, and James, well, he's not there, he's gone home. So James Augustine.
What a story for Jamie Augustine from Motorsport Australia. Only person I know who's blown up 3 engines in a week trying to make the improved production nationals. So shout out to wherever you're watching from, Jamie, and all the team from Monument Motorsport, and of course Mark DeFarnas making the trip back to Melbourne. They did everything they could to get a competitive turbocharged Sylvia up the front. Field filling out to fill up the downhill starting grid. Very difficult to get a launch here from further back up the grid without rolling at the start. So a little bit of handbrake, a little bit of 2-pedal action to try to keep the car from rolling down the hill. Yellow flags from our Motorsport Australia officials on drivers left, identifying the different rows. They're being withdrawn as the cars take up their positions. It's a normally aspirated rotary RX-7 on the front up against a big V8. Late model versus early model. Holden versus Mazda. Australia versus Japan. These are the battles that make improved production ready to watch as we wait for the green flag at the back of the grid. Starters orders kick in. The starter displays the 5-second board. This is what it's all been to play for. The Ravenol over 2 litre final. Revs rise at Sydney Motorsport Park, and away we go. Not too much wheel spin from our front runners, but where does the fight come from the back? Engel from the second row, blocked off, does not get to do a rocket man start as the field peels through turn one. Scott Cook being squeezed by Algie there. You can get too wide through turn one.
They did it with just about a quarter of the track to play with.
A little bit of debris, one of the foam signs chewed absolutely by the Tirana car starting out of Christopher Thomas starting out of P10.
He'll make some ground up. He's already passed the Commodore going up over the tunnel. But if Poole needed to do a really good start, he did it this time round. He got away well. A couple of the previous heats, he was about third into the first corner.
Dust kicks up as the cars fly through turns 4 and 5. It's up, it's down, it's left, it's right, it's on camber, off camber. Huge dynamics to deal with. As up the inside looks Zach Hudson, Adam Poole leaves space for the car and deploys all over 600 horsepower from that Chevrolet LS through the Hollinger 6-speed gearbox to the rear wheels. But Zach's car hugely quick through the twisty sections. We've watched seesaw battles between them in these in the heat races earlier, where the car just ever so slightly has the edge in the corners, but cannot argue with a big Holden V8 running down the straight.
Straight line handling has a lot to do with it, and interestingly enough, both our first and second competitors came here and did club events just to get a feel for the place. They hadn't been here before. Zach Hudson did one in April. Adam Poole came here in May to make sure that they had some sort of knowledge about what they needed to get coming to this event.
Speaking of getting the most out of the event, Lockie McBrien was absolutely dominating his heat race on Saturday afternoon. And then, unfortunately, a gearbox oil leak DNF'd the first heat, and that handed the win in the first heat to Kurt McCready. He's one to watch as he starts out of position 13, currently running in P9. Another recovery drive, of course, is the number 8, Jason Grimman, Grimmo's Garage, the bright green Commodore. You will not miss that car. Lockie McBrien aboard the BM's Garage E46. He definitely knows what it needs to make the tyres last for that 14-lap distance. We've had very few safety cars in improved production, notwithstanding the one we had in the under 2-litre final before. These drivers are driving within an inch of the capabilities of their tyres, seeing compression locks from the tyres as they rub inside the extended guards of the RX-7 of Ash Isaracina, putting a good job in. Wants to make sure he finishes top 5. That was his stated goal. Had a really good run through the heats so far. A little bit of a shark bite in the door though from contact from a fellow competitor, inadvertent. Not his fault in the slightest. Nick Hazelton throws it up the inside of the Evo. Not quite enough space there, but the Evo gives it the room. But does the turbocharged 4G63 and all-wheel drive give Engel enough to make it back? Zach Hudson keeping very close watch on Adam Poole here. This is the closest they've run all race meeting.
Yeah, it's interesting because two years ago he gave Ray Hislop a real run for his money at basketball in Tasmania. So the car has all the advantages over the back of the track. It just doesn't have any on the main straight where he possibly would need it.
I was watching in the grandstand yesterday in the first heat race. Over 255 kilometres an hour for Adam Poole as he sets the fastest lap of the race so far on the second lap, the first flying lap of 39.3. Still a ways away from his fastest lap so far. Over 30 kilometres an hour faster through the speed trap as Ash Isaracina holds out the Evo of Engel. Lockie McBrien ranges up on the outside. So much grip from that longer wheelbase and wider track of the E46 M3. A delicious 3.2-litre 6-cylinder engine deploying over 400 horsepower to the rear tyres. He's upgraded to a Drenth 6-speed sequential gearbox to try to improve the power run. That's not how you get the power delivery in the number 17.
That's Chris Thomas, and that's the way he drives it. We've seen him here running in improved production, supporting supercars during the COVID, and he was very entertaining to watch and fast as well.
So that's the number. He's having a run with Payne aboard the RX-7 there in back of shot. So many different strengths and weaknesses for these cars. He definitely wants to try to finish top 10. Started out at P18 and running in 11th so far. So he wants to see if he can just get just one more step, but he's going to have to see 3 wide on the run to the final turn complex. Grimmo's Garage, number 8, Definitely can't miss that green VY Commodore.
He certainly knows enough about Tiranas as Chris Thomas. He runs one in a Paddocks J Group N racing as well, so if he doesn't know how to pedal one of these, no one would. At the moment though, Brock Payne seems to have a little bit more squirt in the straight line. Mazda pulls out, or attempt to go in, he's got a problem.
No, I think that's just the difference in straight line handling between cars with the big donks for the big day and the cars with the twin rotor spinning Doritos. Look how much time he takes out of Grimo on the run through turn one. Lower frontal area, so much slippery in a straight line.
It just looked like he may have not got the last gear change right because it almost like it stopped.
Sitting in the grandstands here, free entry for the Shannons Motorsport Australia Trophy Series. Of course, sitting up in the grandstand, you see a huge variation of lines and approaches to turn one. Lockie McBrien, a special shout out for him. Zach Hudson, you'd say, is definitely taking it up to our leader.
Oh, Ben Algie.
As Ben Algie aboard the number 77 Sylvia. We saw him have fuel pressure issues in the previous heat. I wonder if this is connected to that and heads out to the paddock. That car will not rejoin the race. Speaking of a race on our hands, Big Flames, I think he's the winner of the race cars that shoot fire are better than race cars that don't shoot fire award.
There it is.
Definitely gets them for length. Of course, this car's running E85, an electric water pump, still runs the Holden 202 engine under the bonnet, but it's substantially more developed than it was back in the 1970s. Mayan Reddy defending from the other E36 BMW. That's the number 55 of David Vincent. He's known as the Bear, but he's got the RX-7 tucked in behind. All set is the RX-7s. You know, we've seen a changing of the guard in improved production over the years. 20 years ago, you had to have an RX-7 to be at the front, and we saw fleets of them being developed in all states of Australia. Now, with the adoption of the AO50 tyre, we've seen a broadening, a democratisation of the cars that can be competitive and improve production.
Four-wheel drive turbo cars had a real good run for a while. They're still around, of course, but now it seems to be the home for the 6-litre variety of V8 cars at the front end, at the bigger circuits, not so much at the smaller circuits.
So Thomas and Payne still having this absolute ding-dong battle for 9th and 10th. Grimo holding down P11. So Payne will have to keep his work rate up so he keep Grimo behind him if he wants to stay in that top 10 like his stated aim was heading into this over 2-litre final. Thomas taking a very wide entry. Payne trying to carry corner speed. He'll be a little bit bottled up. Bruce Cook aboard the 137. That car definitely not known for its cornering prowess, but absolutely has the straight line handling to see off some of the competitors. Payne up the inside, late on the brakes into turn 6. Reprofiled since the last time the Improved Production Nationals were held here in the mid-90s. Around the back of Corporate Hill. And a little bit of a tap on the brakes there for Grimo's Garage. He's got a watching brief. He's got the best seat in the house for this race.
Certainly has. He might have more part of it as well, I would imagine.
So Payne now raging up on Cook. He'll need to make sure he maximises his speed through turn 1 and have a look at turn 2, because if he's stuck behind, oh no, the cam wheel palms, the number 91 big 2.4-litre engine escort of Graham Wilkerson is pulled over. I think that's on the exit of turn 3. And by the looks of things, right next to the flag post. Just getting information, it's between turns 5 and 6 where we've seen a lot of action occur this weekend, Graham.
This battle still goes on now. We get to see Grimmin come out, and you can see the straight line performance of the V8 versus the 6-cylinder. And he passes Thomas down the straight, and Thomas will be all over him over the back of the track.
So 5.5 laps completed of our scheduled 14. This will be a time-certain race if we go under safety car for too long a period. Look at this battle that's unfolding at the back. Ready from the Bear, David Vincent. We've got Graham Shea in there as well in the RX-7. And here comes Mark Harwood, the purveyor of the Distinguished Gentleman's Ride. Raised over $7.5 million US last year for the Distinguished Gentleman Ride, partnering with Movember. And of course, this isn't just his first Nationals. This is his first circuit racing event. What a race meeting. Here we go with the Shannons replay. So, Vincent with a big lock-up. That opened up the gap on the inside for Mayan Reddy. Graham Shea wants to dice it of that as well. And they're all now starting to catch Gary McKay aboard the GP Automotive Tirana.
McKay still firing flame out of it at the moment. it's still Adam Perland out in front, and he's actually started to pull a little bit away from Zach Hudson in second spot.
Well, we can hear that car make its way past our commentary booth. No mistaking the sound of the big V8. So 6 laps down, 8 to run. So just under 24 kilometres completed, and just over 31 kilometres left to run for the improved production finale. So Race Control's monitoring the position of that car 91. They seem to be fairly happy with leaving it there. They'll show a local yellow for a lap or two, and then Kay Callender and the rest of the Motorsport Australia Race Control will, swallow the whistle and shout play on.
Yeah, well, it's more or less just to let everyone know that there is a car there. Once they all know, then it's game on.
After 2 laps, it's part of the racetrack. Treat it and drive accordingly.
Yeah.
So we mentioned that there's always someone to race in improved production. We're seeing one of the best battles now unfolding from P18 down to P22. So Kingston, as we see, and just as I say, commentators curse strikes again. David Vincent, the Bear, finding the pressure a little bit too much there. And that's actually a left-hand front suspension failure going on there. Don't know whether there was contact, but just trying to drive it far enough away from the circuit that this won't cause a safety car.
Well, we did see him have that big lock up into turn 8, and whether the failure happened then, and he avoided. I don't think he hit Thomas at the time, so.
It doesn't just look like a tyre failure. The wheel is pointed with a significantly more amount of toe in than would be suitable for an E36
pointing in a
chassis
different
BMW.
direction to the one on the other side.
Yeah, a little bit like when you've had one too many at the pub on Friday night and you try to stagger home and you end up with your toes touching and your heels apart. That's what toe in looks like, folks. Gary McKay, 6-cylinder versus 6-cylinder versus 2 13B RX-7s. Wanting to keep it, the donut garage sponsored car. Of course, plenty of fine, tasty snacks to find in the paddock in improved production where the teams handle most of their own catering. Graham Shea, just happy to be here in a car that used to run a carburetted 12A rotary engine, now running a Wolf engine management controlled 13B engine, one of the longest serving cars in improved production racing. He said he leased it for a couple of years before he ended up buying it. And of course, we see a lot of cars change hands within the improved production community. And I dare say there'll be a few cars up for sale after the end of the Nationals that might find some entrepreneurial new owners ready to have a taste of Yokohama improved production racing.
So this battle continues, and here is another battle that's also continuing.
So Cook from Thomas and Grimo. So turbocharged 4-cylinder early model, V8.
Oh, Lee Forrest into the pits.
No. Lee Forrest run of Nationals takes a hit, doesn't manage to complete the final.
Actually, the only one he missed was because he was suffering influenza at the time and he couldn't race.
Well, he certainly, while he might be suffering from influenza, he's been one of the most influential members of the improved production community. Over 20 years of Nationals aboard that RA70 Celica. Runs a later model turbocharged Toyota engine and just nuts away and develops it. And he's got a beautiful bus in the pit lane. As we see another car head for the pit lane, we do tend to see a battle of attrition. Gary McKay now under fire from Mark Hauer. He's certainly put up a valiant defence, but the Mazda reigns supreme over the Holden. It's 5-second gap between our leaders out the front. We go back to see the TRP ductwork Monaro. It's all about tyre conservation. He's starting to lap some of the back markers. Blue flags from our Motorsport Australia trackside officials. The next car that he'll head to is Brett Waters, the national administrator for the 3J improved production rules. He's had to do quite a lot of rule studying to try to find a way to get that Peugeot 208 GDI of his to function. A number of electrical gremlins, particularly around the power steering. Doesn't like dicing over the curbs. One of the cars that uses all the track and all the curbs, of course, is our number 1, Zach Hudson, the RX-7. He's in position 2, looking to take out the 2 to 3 litre class.
How's the camber on the front of that car?
How's the sideways action through turn 6 on the downside approach? New engine went in that car yesterday to try to make sure they had as few hours as possible. Here's Ash Isaracina dicing it up in P6 as we go back to see Zach Hudson now looking to overtake some of the back markers. Brett Waters, eyes on the mirror, will be well in tune. Now, we talked about front-wheel drive cars pitching a rear wheel in the air. There's an all-wheel drive Evo picking up its left-hand rear wheel as it fires through turn 5. Look at the amount of camber they run on the front of these cars to make the Yokohama Advan AO50 control tyre work. You couldn't find two of the more different cars, early model, late model, four-wheel drive. And there's a story from the rear of the grid. The number 59, driven by Steve Jolly, it's travelled the furthest to get here from Western Australia. The original driver unfortunately had a medical episode, had to go into emergency surgery in the New South Wales health system throughout the week, handed the car over to his brother, Steve Jolly, and has had an amazing run just to get that car onto the grid from Western Australia. As we see the shark bite in the left-hand side. Now here's a story. Palmer from South Australia, second ever Nationals, first time away from home for the Nationals, runs the same engine that's in Lockie McBrien's E46 M3, and dicing it up in the early model
because
E46.
that's where the rules are. As long as the engine comes from the same manufacturer, you can use it.
Correct.
It doesn't have to have been in the model when it was first built. But
we see updating, we see backdating, we see fuel injection on cars that came with carburetors. We've seen carburetors on cars that came with fuel injection. So a huge shout out to all of our improved production competitors that couldn't make it here today, that are tuned in on 7+. Your home for motorsport action from the Shannons Trophy Series for Motorsport Australia. A little bit further ahead, we can see the RX-8 of Bradley Harris. Of course, Brad's been dicing up on board the Honda Civic TCR car in Super Cheap Auto TCR Australia Series. Tries to carry the speed around through turn 1, but has Palmer up the inside of him. Goes for the crisscross. They'll run side by side. Who can break the latest on the run into turn 2?
And that is a RX-8 Cup.
It is an RX-8 Cup car, of course. Just change the stickers and change the tyres, and it's ready to run in Yokohama Improved Production Racing.
And he had a win out here just a couple of weeks ago in that car, in the RX-8 Cup Series. Beautiful platform, the RX-8. Just needs another 200 or 300 horsepower to be outright competitive. So our leader, Adam Poole, with just over a 6-second gap, or just under 6-second gap now, making his way through the back markers, has now lapped up to P16 now. So this is where you've got to race with, you've got to use far more brain than you do feet and hands. You've got to look after the rear tyre. You've got to drive the car to the number. You can't slide it. You can't overheat it. As you see, just a little wiggle coming through turn 4. Just a little wiggle. Yeah. We're now getting into the danger zone. We're in lap 11 of 14. We're going beyond the distance that most of these cars normally run. So it starts to test the endurance of both the driver and the tyre management of the driver as well. And everything you hear in the car will be, is it going to last? Is it going to stick together? Get out of the way as this battle continues.
Every marble of discarded Yokohama rubber that fixed the underside of the vehicle sounds like it's been shot out of a gun. Every time you accidentally drop a wheel just too far of the curb, it shatters, it rattles your bones, and you wonder, is this going to be the last time the car holds together? A little bit of smoke from the back end of Isaracina. Not uncommon to see that from the rotaries, where they have to add a little bit of engine oil to the fuel to lubricate the rotary engines.
Oh, he got a bit wild going into turn 6 on that occasion. Just a little bit loose.
I'd wager that Ash is just starting to struggle with that rear tyre condition. Depending upon the way you set the balance up, some of the cars have got adjustable in-car anti-roll bars. One person who has them definitely needs to make an adjustment to them is the number 33 of Brock Payne, running comfortably in P8. He told me in the paddock, my goal is to finish top 10. He's in position to do that, but not if he keeps driving it like that.
Yeah, having it move around a little bit on that occasion.
So this is a battle between New South Wales and Queensland, turbocharged and normally aspirated, 4 cylinders and rotaries. As we catch the back of David Vincent's E36 in the background, he's got one of the best seats in the house to watch the over 2 litre final from the top of the straight. Gets to see all the different dynamics of the cars they pound through the 9, 10, 11 turn complex here that finishes off the lap at Sydney Motorsport Park.
So Poole leads Hudson by just over 7 seconds. Scott in 3rd, McBrien in 4th, Hazelton in 5th spot, and then we go back to this dice.
So it comes back to who makes the fewest mistakes. You can't trip up and sneak over the ripple strip. You can't pinch a tyre. When you add so much camber to the front axle to get the tyres to work in the corner, what you also do is you lose contact patch under braking. So that means that the face of the tyre that's touching the road, it just doesn't have the same contact patch size. So when it's in the corners, it's brilliant, but under brakes, very easy to nip a tyre and mark one of your Yokohamas. So Payne tries to sell the dummy on the run into turn 6. Angle, a lot of curb on the inside of turn 6. They cross over some of the soaker that's been left down to cover some of the oil drop down in some of the earlier races from the Australian production cars and GT4. So Angle goes to look up the inside. Isaracina goes to leave space. A little bit of wheel spin maybe and a little bit of smoke from that engine. Angle not quite enough, not able to unwind the steering enough to deploy all that turbocharged horsepower down. Oh no, it becomes survival of fittest, and we hate to see it, but Gary McKay is not having as hot a weekend as he'd hoped. The number 63 GP Automotive Tirana puts the indicator on. He's headed back to the paddock. That car will take no further part in the race. I certainly need to make sure we put him up for the award for the race cars that shoot fire.
Yes, indeed. And Payne making a move on Angle as we go down the straight. Not quite close enough to get it done.
As we reset our timing screen in the Blendline TV transmission booth. So Adam Poole with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:39.3. Several tenths away from his fastest lap so far this weekend. Did mention that he wasn't interested in setting numbers. He did that at the last state race meeting.
Angle spin down at turn 2.
I mentioned it was a battle of who can make the fewest mistakes. Angle, unfortunately, just looping the car at the turn 2 complex.
There was contact there or not. And he spun it around trying to get going again by the look of it.
So we'll see if our camera operators can bring us a replay from down turn 2. It's been a bit of an action zone throughout the Improved Production Nationals this weekend. Lights go on for Ash Isaracina as he starts to overtake some of the back markers. He's running in P6, so he's got 9 seconds to chase down Mick Hazelton in the number 64 to try to meet his goal of finishing top 5.
We're on the last lap at the moment, so it's almost all over. Adam Poole leading the way over 9 seconds ahead of Zach Hudson, who is the reigning champion. He's not the defending champion. He doesn't lose it.
But
so
certainly
hold on to it.
He's enjoyed having the number 1 on this weekend.
He loses the number 1.
He loses number 1, but only for the Nationals. He still gets to keep the number 1 after his performance in the Improved Production Queensland Championship when he heads back to his state events. What can we say about Adam Poole? Dominated Victorian Improved Production racing in 2022. Dominated South Australian Improved Production racing in 2022. Missed the 2022 Nationals. Couldn't make the trip to Queensland to try to claim the number 1 plate. He's had an amazing run of success, finished at the front in all the heat races, has never been headed. He's looked after those Yokohama rear tyres as he starts to head towards the final complex of turns. The TRP ductwork Monaro lights ablaze, deploying all 600 horsepower. He just got to get through the last 2 corners and deploy all 6 speeds of that Hollinger 6-speed transmission. Put your hands together at home or at the track, folks. This is the man that you've come to see, and he's put on an absolute display in the over 2 litre final presented by Ravenol. Lights ablaze, signals to the Ravage Raceworks crew. Job well done, brought it home in P1.
Zach Hudson threw everything he could in the early laps at the winner, and ultimately will come home in the line 11 seconds in arrears of the Monaro.
Second outright, but first in the 2 to 3 litre class. It's a big gap back to Scott Cook in the number 261, Sylvia. He'll be second in the over 3 litre class. He's got to bring it home. 20 seconds in arrears to Hudson as our operators find Mick Hazelton coming through the field in the number 42. My apologies, that's Stig Richards, who couldn't make last year's Nationals in Improved Production after an emergency episode to get some kidney stones taken care of. Great to have him here. He's just happy to be here in the number 42. It's the first Nationals he's ever tried to get to successfully. as he comes through the final complex of turns. Scott Cook finishes P3. Lockie McBrien, P4. He's third in the over 3 litre class. Mick Hazelton in the 64. Ash Isaracina finishes third in that 2 to 3 litre class. Brock Payne, Jason Grimman for Grimmo's Garage. Stig Richards, Thomas in P10. Bruce Cook in the number 11 brings the car home. We see he doesn't need those tyres anymore. Dean Herridge is going to have a huge amount of rubber build-up to deal with when that car arrives in the victory lane here at Sydney Motorsport Park. As we see, David Vincent got to watch the finale from the top of the circuit, and a huge number of cars not able to make the finish. Harwer, McKay, Forrest, Reddy, Vincent, Wilkinson, Algie, and then of course the cars that didn't make it to the final: Odell Fontana, Mark DeFarnas, Wiedemann, and of course our own Motorsport Australia safety rep, Jamie Augustine, not able to make it after 3 engine failures before the end of Friday. So that wraps up an amazing Yokohama Improved Production Nationals final. Poole from Hudson by 11 seconds. Cook, McBrien, Hazelton, Isaracina, Brock Payne, Jason Grimman, Stig Richards and Chris Thomas was your top 10. Adam Poole with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:39.3. Bruce Cook from Stephen Engel. Brandon Lum in the 3E production car with a cam, and it was our last finisher on the lead lap, ahead of Jason Palmer, Brad Harris, Graham Shea, Jeff Kingston, Brett Waters. And then the story of woe continues. Perry and Jolly, all those cars, and Mark Harwer, Gary McKay, Leif Forrest, Mayan Reddy. So many stories to tell from our over 2 litre final. We'll head down to the victory lane to get the feedback from Dean Herridge. I'm sure he'll find a very hot and sweaty Adam Poole and Zach Hudson to interview for P1 and P2.
We will do, team, shortly. He's gone off to Parc Ferme. I think he wants to lock away the result. We'll go and chat to third and second, of course, who have just arrived, taking some helmets off, as we see here, guys. So congratulations on the podium. We'll get you to take your helmet off there. Great job, of course, Zach Cook. Hard to catch those boys in front, but you must be happy with the podium and the Nationals.
Yes, really happy. Yeah, we've been chasing some problems all weekend, and really stoked to get the car fixed up, and big thanks to Phil Armour for just coming along and fixing one of the problems that we couldn't quite get to, and obviously engine builder Adam Allen, who builds a top engine every time. So yeah, cheers.
It's hard work to work through problems, particularly in the lead up to this final ultimately.
Yeah, it is. It's steady wins the race at the start, and not make too many errors in the first few heats. Commiserations to Lockie. He was one of the quickest out here as well, but had a really unfortunate incident in the first race, which made it hard for him. But yeah, stoked to be third, and yeah.
Congratulations, good job third. We're going to go to second across here to Zach. Zach, come across. Congratulations, mate. You did a great job. Hard to beat Adam in that machine, but you put on a valiant effort.
Yeah, as they say, no replacement for displacement. So. Yeah, look, had a great weekend. Adam was just too fast all weekend. We threw everything at it. Looked a little rotor in that last race. It was the best it's ever been over a long duration like that. So big props to Phil Laird, who's looked after me from day dot. Yeah, my sponsors, Anglers Meats, Hudson Panel Beaters and More Trailers Pittsworth.
It's been a great effort, mate. I mean, the number one will come off for the next Nationals, but it'll continue to put a bit of hunger and fire in the belly for next time.
Yeah, look, we'll come back and try again. That's all we can do. We managed to pick it up last year, so just a great result for us this weekend, but yeah, just the straights are too long.
Indeed it is, mate. Well done, second. And Adam, he has brought the car over. What did we do, mate? We blew the Yokohamas off the back end, but congratulations, the Nationals champion for the over 2 litres. You must be very, very pleased.
Yeah, thank you, Dean. Look, been a long welcome, put a lot of effort into it, so yeah, we're stoked. We're really happy. Been a great weekend, so no complaints.
Looks easy from the outside. I mean, you had the pace, etc. But to win from the front is actually sometimes harder than in a chase. How did you manage all that, and the tyre and the car and everything else going on?
Yeah, look, sure did. It was difficult, and it was really just about suck and see where the guys were behind, to be honest with you. We just sort of managed our pace from there, and obviously the rear tyre's critical, so we're trying to look after it, drive it straight. Didn't quite set the world on fire in terms of lap time, but we had 14 good laps, so yeah, we're happy.
Because that's the thing, 14 laps is almost an enduro in these cars. It's been unknown to know how long you can hit the tyre underneath and hard you can push it. So was it good to be able to manage it in a way?
Yeah, look, I was surprised, to be honest with you, because we kind of kept that speed the whole way through. So, yeah, quietly happy. I didn't really know what was going to happen. It was a bit of an unknown. Never run 14 laps, so the thing needs a bit of a rebuild now, though. I'll give you a big tip.
Bringing the neck out of it. Congratulations, national champion Adam Poole. Well done to you and the team.
Awesome, thank you very much.
We're live and free here at the Shannons Trophy Series here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Next up's the final race in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia Scholarship Series.
World champion martial arts fighters are battling it out for the premier world title.
I beat the best to become the best.
Live Friday fight nights are exclusive to 7+. The biggest and toughest go head-to-head.
This crowd is going nuts right now. The collision course we all knew would happen.
It's all part of the One Championship, exclusively on 7+. Stream free.
I spend a lot of time out here. The RT Charger's the real deal. An E49. Remember A-Charger? I've always got projects on the go, so Shannon's laid-up cover helps protect my restorations. I'm Mopar through and through. It's a passion Shannon's understands. I wouldn't insure my cars and bikes with anyone else.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
The biggest stars in golf.
The rivalries are huge.
We're playing for the biggest ever prize in the history of golf.
This is the game the world loves. Supercharged.
Live golf.
Wonderful. You'll see it all right here.
Teeing off on your home of golf, 7+. Stream free.
Ryan Haddon, there's a serious amount of parts and work going on behind us. This is not ideal for you so far.
No, it's not. It hasn't gone to plan. So, I've been struggling through yesterday practice and quali with the engine overheating. So, we're trying to fix that before qualifying. Actually, we thought we fixed it, and then went into qualifying this morning and doing the same thing. So, we're resorting to an engine change now. So.
Now, I asked you before about that, and you said we're going to try and maybe fix this. There's a short motor basically sitting out there. Team are going to be working hard to get that in before the race.
Yeah, definitely. So they're, putting their tools together now and strapping in. So, yeah.
This is where the team element comes in, isn't it? This is where you need a great team behind you.
Yep. So they've poured a few engines out back at our home. So, this is better practice. So it's good.
Now for yourself, doesn't look like you're going to be hands-on on the tools. Nervous for you, waiting and seeing what's happening with the team, or how do you play it?
Just sit in the truck, look at data, and then hopefully we can go out for race one and be better. So with that bit more power now, so should be good.
Okay, driver on the data, team on the tools. Good luck. I hope you get out there, mate, and good luck for that one if you do.
Cheers, thank you.
Inaugural Shannons Trophy Series, and we have got the Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia Toyota 86 Scholarship Field poised, ready for greatness for their final race for the weekend to complete round number 3 of their series. They'll go on to Queensland Raceway for as hand in glove with the 2023 Shannons Trophy Series at Queensland on the 4th and 6th of August. Great fields will be joining us there. Certainly plenty of happy faces walking down between cars there as well. And let's see, at Phillip Island, the last race for the weekend kind of teed off a little bit, Gaz. They kind of got a little bit feisty with it all in the last race, and it was like, well, we've got a few weeks before the next one. We can throw it all away in this one. So I guess if you've got one eye on that scholarship, you really don't want to throw it away because you're going to need the car.
Well, the thing is that this is to qualify to run it to get an invitation to go to Townsville for the first round of the main series. So you know, you've got to do what you can.
Yeah, that's right. And Townsville, for everyone, basically, even if you're based in Brisbane, it's a long haul.
Yeah, and of course, this series is set up for those who didn't make the top 20 in last year's main series to have a shot at getting in this year, or drivers who felt that they needed more seat time, I guess, and that's why they've taken it on. So that's why you do see some names that might be familiar, maybe down the back of the grid. That's why they're here in this series this year, and the more miles you do, the better you get.
For sure, and this platform has proven itself to be a very, very handy platform indeed. And Toyota have got some pretty strong resources behind it. I mentioned in earlier broadcast today that Stephen Johnson has come on board with the series as a driver standards, and I guess it's not just driver standards and coming down with a heavy hammer. It's about talking to the drivers and even the teams, because these are all smaller base teams. None of these cars really come out of preparation companies that bring many cars to the track like we might see in other one-make series. Porsche comes to mind with the likes of McElrays and the Porsche Centre Melbourne, etc., that bring bulk amount of cars, experience, resources along. The idea behind this, particularly the scholarship series, is to bring it back to sort of a family team.
But in saying that, the 99 Motorsport run through a forecast. So
true. It is. Look, there is iterations on the theory, isn't there?
Yeah.
And it is a theory. It's not a hard and fast rule. So that is, I guess, what we used to see 25, 30 years ago, possibly in Formula Ford. Now there's a couple of big prep companies that you can actually run without a big prep company. You get Cameron Hill comes to mind when him and his father won the Formula Ford series. They did it as a father and son operation out of their engineering firm in Canberra.
Hot tides.
They were. Yeah, like the likes of Thomas Randall and all of those guys were in that same cohort.
And other. So, as you say, some of the teams like Max Gagan's working on his own this weekend, or as his own team, and he's won 2 races so far. Here we have the grid for the third and final race of round 3 of this series.
Max Gagan has had a watershed weekend, certainly been right at the very pointy end across this entire weekend. Got a guy that's doing a lot of racing this year. Lockie Bloxham, not only in the Toyota series, but is also racing in the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge series, and is doing quite well there as well. Ryland Gray for on the Pace team. We just had a chat to Ryland before coming to the marshalling area. And Ryland certainly in P3, starting P3 in this one. Oscar Target, the Grove Racing. There is, I guess, one of the more scholarship or academy type situations.
Juniors coming in.
Yeah, when you put Grove Racing on the side of your Toyota 86, and it's in the same logo that they run with their international Porsche program, and of course with the supercar program, you're in the mix. So Oscar Target in position number 4.
Jack Westby in 5 and Brady Owen in 6. They had a great stoush in the last race. Cody Bircher, who was seen in Formula Ford as well. Cooper Barnes out of position 8.
Alice Buckley in the 680 racing there in car number 50 out of position number 9. Ryan Thompson for Bondi Carpets, a very iconic type of livery on Ryan's car number 27. I always have great trepidation around the number 27, Gaz. It's Casey Stoner and Alan Jones World Championship number. You're making a fairly broad sweeping statement when you put that number on your race car in Australian motorsport. Ryan Haddon for Zeus Tech out of 11, and then Jordan Shalala, who is racing for Tyler Greenbury Racing, started rear of grid in the last race, so a good charge there.
Charlie Parker, the grandson of Greg Crick, out of position 13 all the way up from Tasmania. Mitchell McGarry is in position 14. Holly Espray from Queensland has improved substantially after a broken drive shaft in the first race, and Tom Davies out of position 16 for BF Racing.
big field of Toyota 86s as we continue to run through the grid. Salvatore Imbrogno, with a name like that, you're going straight to Indy cars, aren't you, with that one? We'll look forward to seeing that name in Indy racing. Jordan Freestone for TechWorks Motorsport. There's another one of the big teams being represented there. Shane Nowicki for 99 Motorsport, and Cruz Frost in car number 30. We'll start out of position number 20. The 1 minute board has gone up to the entire field in the marshalling area. 8 laps is the journey.
Yeah, Mason Harvey in another 99 Motorsport machine. Zoe Woods out of TechWorks in position 22. Brock Stinson we've seen as the fastest qualifier, but unfortunately had contact during that race, and Madison Dunstan out of position 24.
Good strong field there, plenty of names that we know and recognise. Zoe Woods, of course, working with Luke Youlden in the production car series last year. Craig Thornton for Thorn Sport and Thorntech in the 71 will start out of position number 25. Herbert Zockling for HG Motorsport, Hadley Green Investment Group out of position number 26. Michael Sherwell for Nova Air and Electrical out of 27. And Marcus Liddell for 99 Motorsport out of position number 28. The guy that dominated round 1 out of 28th in this afternoon's race here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Matthew Hillier for Walkinshaw and Andretti United in the number 29, and Benjamin Gomersell. Let's watch the charge. You'd have to say Liddell and Hillier going to have a full head of steam here. How does Liddell go from winning 3 races here to cellar dweller basically in this round?
Well, he didn't have a real flash round down at Phillip Island either, did he?
No.
But they said they had a puzzling engine deficiency, power-wise, after the first race last night. So that probably was manifested at the beginning of the second race, where he pitted basically as the race started. Let's see what he can do in the third one. Here's our track map. And
Turn 1, a very, very fast corner here, and we see on the package there in the background with the 86's cars off, left, right and centre. Up to turn 2, the hairpin. Turn 3, very, very fast up and over the tunnel into 4 and 5. Hard on the brakes at turn 6, tip it in, balance the car, ease on the throttle, and you've got to get onto the loud pedal hard around Corporate Hill. Fully loaded up.
And then
right where all the electrical towers, right next to your under brakes.
Hairpin at turn 8 takes you up to the top part of the track where we've got 9, 10, 11, and then that 1 kilometre front straight where engine performance is a priority.
3.93 kilometres, 11 turns. Barton Moore in the 968 Track Attack car, 119 around here. And magnificent facility, really a jewel in the crown of New South Wales sporting facilities these days. And, well, if the utilisation of it is anything to go by, you can hardly get a day on this track in the next 2 years.
Well, multiple circuits being used as well, because they can break the track up into a north-south, the Brabham circuit, which we see, which is the extra long circuit, and the Gardner circuit, which we're running on this weekend, and mostly run on this circuit.
Yeah, this is the more popular one at national level competition. It gives good continuity to bring national series here and be able to accrue data and it be relevant to the next time the cars come here. Max Gagan leading the field around with Lockie Bloxham, Ryland Gray, Oscar Target and Westbury. Let's see how Westbury handles this one. Been very much, Jack's been very much on the attack this weekend, and really exciting race driver to watch. And a good livery. There's the car there in that white and bright yellow, almost like the Brawn Formula One kind of colours used that Jenson Button used to win his World Championship. But Jack Westbury stands out on track and certainly doesn't leave any stone unturned to try and get the result.
So they will come down and form up on the grid in allocated order. We'll get a green flag at the back, and then we'll be underway for 8 laps.
This is quite a slow formation lap that they're out on there at the moment, just trickling around. It looks like Maxi Gagan starting to just pick up the pace as he takes up his spot, and the cars peel off from driver's right and come down onto the left and right-hand side of the track, depending on where their grid positions are. Big field, testament to what everyone's doing in the background with this series, and I guess the dangled carrot, the bait to get yourself a spot in the Toyota Gazoo Racing main event, as we've got a car retiring to
is that
the
Liddell
lane.
again?
So Marcus Liddell, yes, he's the black and yellow car, and it was a black and yellow car coming down the lane. So, yes, Gaz, I would say so. Perfect lineup there. Yeah, it is the Oxsafe Australia entry car number 99. What a shame. What a shame. Had such a great round one. The all-important man at the back of the field with the green flag. There it is. Look but don't stare at the lights. Find the take-up of the clutch. And we get the final race for the weekend in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Scholarship Series underway. And Lockie Bloxham gets beautiful clutch contact. Rylan Glay heads off the charging Westbury. Westbury jags back to the middle of the track there. Loses a little bit of ground there, but the Grove entry goes through very, very nicely indeed. 36 coming through there. Cody Bircher getting on with it. The 21 just cutting off Westbury there, so giving each other a good chop of the nose there, Gaz.
They did. Target got up to third spot, but in the meantime, Bloxham is, well, was looking like he was going to be in front, but he hasn't. Or he has, he lost the lead.
No, it's Gagan.
Well, Bloxham had it for a moment.
Momentary lead in the race, but Gagan said, "No, I've led most of the laps this weekend. I think I'll keep that one up."
S&P's mine.
Yeah, that's right. Liddell probably could have claimed that a couple of months ago, but hasn't worked that out. Holly Espray getting right into it there in the mid-pack. In fact, that's a good start from Holly Espray, getting up into 13th place. And there is some crowded parts of the racetrack here.
Three wide in turn 6. I don't think it's meant to be 3 wide in turn 6, maybe 2. And around they come, and look at this field of cars.
It might not meant to be, but it certainly got through, didn't they?
Someone got in
71. That was Craig Thornton. That nearly ended in tears, didn't it?
Out of turn 7.
Nearly ended in tears there. So everybody settles down for the moment as we get through this complex. 9 and 10. Who gets the best run out of 11? And then the big downhill run as they'll all try and jag in behind each other to get the best tow. And who will pull out to try and get the move done? It doesn't look like anyone yet. It looks like they're all just happy to...
Tyres are still coming up to optimum temperature, of course. It's cooled off a little bit from what we had earlier in the day. A lot of cloud cover now that we didn't have.
And certainly the wind locally has picked up quite substantially. Oh, this off in the dirt. No harm, no foul. Not sure who it was, but certainly kicked up a lot, and they went a long, long way off. Was it the number 50 that went off there? Was it the Alice Buckley? And there's Holly Espray in the 77, getting on with it in the 77 at the moment. Still in 13th, but definitely putting a car into different positions on the track to try and force a move.
Brock Sensen coming from further back. I suspect he may have been penalised for that incident in the earlier race, and that's why he started so far back. So he'll be looking to make up ground. He was the fastest qualifier, as I mentioned before, and he's looking to make up further positions. Currently, he's in 22nd position, so he's picked up some spots. Where's Matt Hillier? That's the other one we should be keeping an eye on.
There's Owen gone wide in the 25. That's a mid-pack battle. There's Buckley, Alice Buckley in the mix there in the bright yellow car. Dean Herridge just reporting that Liddell in the 99 did take the start, rolled out the bottom of pit lane, so has made way onto the track there. So let's hope that some sort of pride can be recovered out of this weekend for Liddell. Side-by-side action now, and we're looking at with Mason Harvey going side-by-side with Salvatore and Brogno in the all-black car there.
And they all find a new windscreen for Mason Harvey's car. It hit a brake marker board last night and smashed the windscreen. Hillier in the background there of this four-way scrap going on.
So Hillier coming from the rear of the grid. There's Shalala as well in the number 5. Very exciting racer there for Tyler Greenberry Racing, Jordan Shalala. Very much exciting focus on that car. Entertainment Plus.
Unfortunately, ended up in the gravel trap last night. Got a hit from Harvey.
Alice Buckley into 11th place now, so impressing strongly. There's Buckley there in the number 50, and making up a couple of spots in this early couple of laps, 8 laps the journey, so there really isn't a lot of time to settle in, is there, Gary? It's all about just getting up on the wheel and making the move as it presents itself. Holly Espray puts herself to the inside around Corporate Hill this time, getting quite aggressive here this afternoon. Had a bit of a struggle at Phillip Island, copped some damage there as well. And the 777 now in a very big sandwich of Toyota Gazoo Racing, Toyota 86s, that's for sure.
Broke a drive shaft last night, so that's why she's had to fight her way back up the field.
Jack Westbury, look at that. Excitement plus there, the 36 going along for the ride, which is Cody Bircher. And this is quite the pack. You get the feeling that when you switch on Townsville, it might be some of these names that are on line of stern with each other again.
Well, they could be up amongst the established stars as well, could they not? But it's what gets me is that most of these competitors have raced XLs. That's been the breeding ground for moving forward.
Mitchell Gary in the 17. There we go, back up to the front end of the field here. That's Target, Westbury, Birchett, Thompson and Haddon. And they're all battling it out for third, fourth, fifth, sixth on the road. So Gagan out in front and setting fastest laps, a 148.8737. And there's only 2 cars on track currently in the 48s, and that's our race leader, which is out in front, and then of course Lockie blocks them there as well. There we go, that's our 2 cars that are operating in the 148s.
On the track, there'd be an inner guard by the look of it that's come off a car.
Sacrificial.
Yeah, it's only there for noise insulation.
That's right, yeah, the 80s. The 57 there as well. Ryan Haddon just trying to work out where Ryan's found his way to. Position number 8 now, so getting a good look at some cars that have forced their way up through the field. There's the number 50 again, the Castrol entry of Alice Buckley. It's a nice drive. Now this is going to get very willing, Gaz. I can feel as though I'm a great white shark and I'm starting to see the blood in the water here at the moment.
That's Target, Westbury.
I'm probably more like a great white whale, but that's okay.
Birchett and Gray.
Target, Westbury, Bircher. This is very close. Westbury on the attack, looks to the inside. Nice move. It's going to work too. Slides the car around. Gee, in a straight line there, those Dunlop directors come under a lot of pressure, and Westbury is getting a hurry on. Birch is giving Target the hurry on. Gray and Thompson, you get the feeling they're in the waiting room waiting for a Zoom meeting for the boss to let them in. Kids probably do that a lot these days.
I know some other people that do it.
Well, that's true too. So, this race has not settled down. We've got 5 laps to go. I'm going to say, and I said it earlier in the race, it's probably not going to settle down. It's probably just going to remain maximum attack as we watch Target just try and get the laser out and paint the target on the back of Westbury and do a bit of a Top Gun and fly right on by.
Yeah, still Gagan and Bloxham are basically nose to tail at this stage, so Gagan hasn't been able to get away like he has in previous race. We've just seen him come out a picture there then.
I like the way where there's an opportunity to throw stones rearward, they throw stones rearward just to be off the back of the track. We know the Clark, of course, is watching this. There's a replay there, and that's the 71 of the Thorntech entry, which is Craig Thornton. And just try and work out where Craig Thornton is on the road, currently down in 26. They lost a spot or 2 there as well. back at the lead, Max Gagan and Lockie Bloxham. Let's just have a listen to these two as they go through into top gear. Great stuff here on 7+ this afternoon, the inaugural round of the Shannons Trophy Series. Big congratulations to Motorsport Australia for throwing this whole thing together in such a professional manner.
Weaving, they're all weaving behind him as well. And almost a touch there with Thompson trying to get back up the inside of Target, I should say, getting up the inside of Westbury. Bircher waiting in the wings, as is Gray and Thompson. Thompson's actually dropped off a little bit off the back of this group of 5. Here the tyres squirreling, so the tyres are sort of getting towards the end of their cycle with 3 races in hand. Look at this. They're all over each other. That's Bircher and Gray. Gray now up the inside as they go towards turn 6. He might be able to get away with this one and get the position away. And does so. So Gray moves up a spot. So go out of turn 8 now. There's our race leader still. Gagan, if anything, has put a little bit of a margin on Bloxham. It's out to just over half a second. Come through to complete the 6th lap. And they've got about 2 and a bit seconds over this other group that we've been watching for a while now.
Keep bouncing around through turns 10 up to 11 there as well. Sliding sideways. The Dunlops being asked just a little bit too much towards the end of the weekend. 2 laps remaining. Don't worry about it. Hang it. Get out there. Burn them up. You're not going to need them for the next one. As Matt Hillier comes through to take another spot. On Matt Hillier, watch there, Gaz. Whereabouts has he landed?
He's 16th at the moment.
So got some work to do. Shalala there has also worked very, very hard in the number 5 to try and make up spots.
He's just into 10th.
So that's working. Parker not interested in giving up the spot, but eventually had to. There's the 999 there of Shane Nowicki.
He's moved up quite a few spots.
Yeah, making some good advances there as well.
There is some light at the end of the tunnel for the 99 Motorsport team. They've had a fairly dramatic weekend.
Car number 31 there as well, sporting a non-liveried front bumper from Wars in earlier racing today. 25 down the inside of McGarry. Owen on McGarry. And the professionals real estate car just holds on. Hillier now, this is a good battle. Just mixing it up with the mid-pack. Connection there between the 25 and the 17, so they remain in mortal combat with Mitchell Gary. And Owen there as well.
Sherwell in the background.
Yeah, again, just circling.
That car, you might remember, had damage in the earlier race today. Ran up the back of Hillier.
In these sprint race formats, there is no time to muck around. There's
Bloxham down the outside of Gagan, starting the last lap.
Gagan soaring away at the wheel under brakes there, just trying to keep the car straight. The car lurches all its weight over onto the front wheels and really test that balance that Toyota have built into these cars.
Bloxham may have got the move done. He comes down the inside to turn 4. They'll go side by side with the advantage going to Bloxham, so he's got the lead on the last lap. Can he hold on to it? No, Gagan fights back, gets it by turn 5. This is a splendid dice between these two.
Lockie Bloxham's left-hand mirror is pointing the right out the wrong way, and
he's not worried about what's behind him at this stage.
Not caring about what's on the left-hand side of the car or rearwards, that's for sure. At the moment, it's all about in the front window.
He'll have another opportunity, maybe down at turn 8 and then up to turn 9. And here he's having another look, but Gagan's not having any of it. He covered the potential move down the outside, which would have put him on the inside to 8. And holds that spot now as they make the final run up to the top part of the circuit, the eastern side of Sydney Motorsport Park.
Max Gagan now just holding station. The charging Lockie blocks them over the last half a lap or so. This really is pushing hard in the Optian entry. It's a hard run down the hill. Brings it down. Just running through the gears. Gagan gets it to the line and gets the result there. Jack Westbury also in the back there, doing some flash photography on the winners in front. So, gee, that was a hard-fought race right throughout the field. Here's Hillier trying to just make up one last spot on the 999 of Shane Nowicki. Davies goes through on Owen. And just a couple of cars there with some second-handish looking bumpers or lone bumpers that they've taken out of the Toyota truck. And that will signal the end of the round 3 of the 2023 Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia Scholarship Series. And I've got to say, Gaz, of the 6 races I've seen of this series, they've never failed to entertain.
Well, I've seen all 9 now, and I think all of them have delivered.
Yeah, and I hope so. I hope they continue to do exactly that. Coming around, just warming it down there on the JB Just Bathroom Wear car of Max Gagan.
Great driving between those two. Gave them each other room to a point.
Interesting, isn't it, that we've had 3 rounds and 3 dominant victors at each of the rounds?
Yeah, I wouldn't call that race dominant, but yeah,
well,
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. And when you point to the scoreboard, it comes up like that, doesn't it? Let's have a look at the results for this final race for the weekend for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia Series.
Here they go. Final results, race 3.
Fastest lap, Gaz, went to Max Gagan, a 1:48.8737. So no real guessing there. Let's have a look. So it was Max Gagan over Lockie Bloxham for the win, and then there we go again. Jack Westbury to Oscar Target, Ryland Gray, Cody Bircher in number 36 there. As we continue to roll down through the screen, so Bircher to Thompson, then Haddon, Barnes, Shalala, Parker, Holly Eastbray ultimately recovering to 12th place in 777. Alice Buckley in behind in car number 50. Then Freestone, Nowicki, Matt Hillier eventually home in 16th place there. So made up essentially half the field before the end there. Davies, Owen, Stinson, Sherwell, Imbrogno, McGarry, Dunstan, Thornton, Frost, Woods, Zockling, Liddell and Harvey, and Gomersell not taking any part in that particular race.
The last 3 haven't come across the line as yet, so don't know if they're going to make it or not.
Up next on track is the MARC Cars Australia. I wonder if we'll get a word down there with the podium. It looks like they're all being sent to Parc Ferme, doesn't it? No, some of them are, some of them aren't.
Well, they're all pitting in the garages, so I think just the top 3 had to go to Parc Ferme.
You can see in the background there the fantastic Race Fuels site here at Sydney Motorsport Park, purpose-built. You can get fuel here now. You can see the yellow Bowsers there with the Sydney Motorsport Park logos on them. You can get fuel here all the time now. It doesn't have to be a circuit race meeting. You can come and get all of your specific racing fuels on pump here ready to go. So really cool that Race Fuels have developed all of that here trackside for, as we touched on earlier, the place getting used pretty much 24/7, but at least daylight hours.
Yeah, well, and night time, because that's why they put the lights.
Floodlights as well, so maybe 24/7, 18/7.
Race Fuel's an interesting story, but we had him on our podcast just recently.
Yeah, certainly a good business. They've got the similar sort of compound at Sandown and also at Bathurst. Down at Dean Heritage with the Toyota 86 teams.
Yes, we do in the victory lane here. 3-2-1, we're going to speak to Jack. Congratulations. Big moves to get on the podium. Well done. They must be happy with that.
Yes, very happy with that. Thank you very much. With race bar pulling up in third place.
You have to hustle these cars hard, don't you, at the end of the day? So, you know, to be able to make those moves, and you've been sort of moving as they've gone through this.
In the first sector, but we've come back good from that, I think. Just picking off a couple at a time during the races, so yeah, couldn't be happier with our result.
Good way to finish race 3 here on the podium. The other boys are having a chat. We're going to grab Lachlan. Lachlan, second again, mate. P2, you pushed pretty hard in that one, though.
I tried my best to get Maxi, but he's had a flawless weekend. He's perfect driving, and we had a great battle all race long. And yeah, I tried my best, but couldn't get him. But congrats to P&K Race Prep as well. We had a 2-3 on the podium, so that's great.
That's the thing. You got to just start pushing together, get this championship together. Got to get these sort of results under your belt and make them stick, don't you?
Yeah, that's it. It's all a points game, and if you can keep your nose clean and keep having races like this, where it's good racing, but you just want to finish clean. So yeah, it's great towards the championship.
Congratulations, well done, P2. And Max has done the 3-peat. Congratulations, mate. The smile says it all. 3 in a row. Look at that.
I know, I had to work a lot harder for that one. Far out. I hope it made good TV because it was going off inside the car. It was awesome.
It's one of the things we love about these cars is the battles and the amount of work you have to do as a driver. You know, the cars are so equal. And this one, like you said, you earned your money on that one, didn't you?
Yeah, Blocky and I had an amazing battle all race. Started to pull away from him in the middle, and then I just made a mistake on that last lap at turn 1, and we were on it was crazy. We had a good little battle there side by side for about half the lap, so it was cool.
Were you thinking about the fact this was going to be 3 races in a row, or that was out the window? Just make sure you stay in front.
It was out the window. Just try and bring the thing home, try and be on the top step. So it was good fun. But yeah, no, thank you to everyone who's made this weekend possible, all my sponsors, everyone. It's been amazing.
It has been amazing. Well done there. 3-peat there for Max here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Up next is the MARC cars. This is live and free. This is the Shannons Trophy Series.
The finals are calling, and our Aussie heroes are ready to answer.
Let's go surf on 7+.
All the big surfing events around the world are right here on 7+.
Big waves.
That was sick. Big action.
Snaps underneath the lip. Can our Aussies blitz the surf to make the finals? See it all live and free. The World Surf League streaming now on 7+. Stream free.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
The biggest stars in golf.
The rivalries are huge.
We're playing for the biggest ever prize in the history of golf.
This is the game the world loves. Supercharged.
Live golf.
Wonderful. You'll see it all right here.
Teeing off on your home of golf, 7+. Stream free.
They don't get too much newer than this, John. Brand spanking car. I think only finished on Monday.
Yeah, it was finished Monday. We got it out the track on Tuesday up at QR. Did a few laps in it, not much, about an hour or two, and then ripped it down here and took it out, yeah.
Now, you've driven a Mark 1 before, obviously motivated to get the Mark 2. What's the difference? What can you tell us from the driver's seat? Any intel?
Oh, it's just a much better car. Like, besides being a newer car, it's just a completely different design, different aero. It's got a lot more torque, a lot more brakes, a lot stabler. It's a lot wider. It's just easier to drive, and it's a lot faster.
It looks absolutely magic. The workmanship in these cars is beautiful as well, isn't it?
Yeah, Pace Engineering, who designed and built the chassis, and they just do a fantastic job. You know, they've got experience from the V8 supercar sort of era, and this isn't too dissimilar, you know, from concept chassis and the put together way it's put together. And MARC Cars with Jeff Taunton, you know, has helped, and they've engineered a really fantastic machine for a really, really reasonable price. You know, it's a great budget car, you know, so to speak, for a GT style car.
That's one of the aims, isn't it? It's trying to be cost effective but really enjoy the racing, and when and if the category grows, which is the aim, it'll be some magic racing.
Oh, yeah, I'd be surprised if the category doesn't grow with the introduction of this car. And, you know, if you're looking at running a GT style car, like, this is a no-brainer. You know, it's half or a third the cost of some of the GTs, and the running costs are, you know, minimal compared to any sort of Monarch sort of car. You know, like, it's just, yeah, we'll take it out, we'll run it, we'll put it in the shed, do a few spanner checks and run it again the next week, you know. So, yeah, that's why we run it. That's why I run this.
Cost-effective racing from that point of view, but also if you're a young person coming through the sport, you can tear off after driving one of these and really adapt to something else in another category.
Yeah, like if you want to go to a V8 supercar, if that's your ambition, you know, to hit that level, it's a great starter. You know, like to go to Super 2 or 3 is quite expensive, and this is just a no-brainer, and the speed is similar to a V8 supercar, or, you know, thereabouts, or faster. So, you know, once you can drive this, you can drive a V8 supercar. The engineering is similar, so yeah, it's a great stepping stone at a budgeted sort of pathway.
Well, if it goes as good as it looks, you're going to be mostly there. So good luck for the weekend.
No worries, thanks. Appreciate you talking to us. Thank you.
Well, Gaz, good old mate of ours from his saloon car days in the Dial Before You Dig series, and then Porsches, and then of course in his original Mark 1 car. The grid is on our screens now. Adam Hargraves will start on pole position, and John Goodacre will be in position number 2 in the Gap Solutions entry. Jeff Morgan, invitational along here this weekend, got himself on the podium in race 1, as is Eric Constitus, a invitational in the 991.2 GT3 car. Andrew Leithhead in the GTA Motorsport Mark Focus. Frank Mammarello in the SSR Select Smash Repairs Mark Focus. And we go to Jake Camilleri in the 36 out of 7. And Darren Curry.
No, I don't think Curry's starting,
Not
actually.
making it, no, I think you're right.
And neither is Axel Donaldson, as he's commonly known. His name is Grant, of course, but unfortunately both the latter cars were crashed yesterday, actually. One in qualifying and one in the race. So we had a safety car in that first race yesterday, which was a longer race with mandatory pit stops and optional driver change. So I believe in this race it's Hargraves will be on pole, and I think it'll be Cameron McLeod will be starting alongside him in Goodacre's new Mark GT.
So word just down from the race director for Mark Cars, car number 20 will have, which is Adam Hargraves, will have a 60-second pit stop. Car number 66, which is John Goodacre and Cam McLeod, as you've just touched on, Gaz, will have a 50-second pit stop. Car number 41, which is Jeff Morgan in the Porsche, 45 seconds. Then car number 11 is Eric Constitus, will have a 40-second stop. Car number 36 will have a 15-second stop. So car number 36 is Camilleri.
Yep.
Jake Camilleri. And the 67 and the 55 both have 33 seconds by the handwriting I've got here. We are set for a race start. The timer for this race has already started, and we're down to 37 minutes. A rolling start as Hargraves has the pace here of Goodacre, and in behind Jeff Morgan and Eric Constitus look pretty much ready to go on with it, and away they go. The MARC cars accelerate very nicely. The MARC GT cars with the Porsches go with them, line astern with each other. A brilliant start there. John Goodacre trying to get round the outside, flowing the car nicely in the 66. Under brakes. And it'll be Adam Hargraves that gets the into turn 2 for the first time. It spins right in front of Goodacre, has to take absolute haul it up on the spot there. Cold tyres on the local search car number 20, and that's put John Goodacre in behind Jake Camilleri, who also had to go to the dirt in that car there, the Grand Prix Mazda 3 MARC car.
Whoa, that was a big moment there, and if I'm right and it's Cameron McLeod in that car, he wouldn't like to be damaging someone else's car, would he? And not his fault either.
No, not his fault, but just cold tyres there for that car there, the local search entry of Adam Hargraves. But now head down, thumb up, because we've got 2 Porsches out in the lead of this race. Frank Mamarello now running wide in the Select Smash Repairs Ford Focus, and he looks to be just getting out of everyone's way at the moment. Jake Camilleri still racing with the Gap Solutions entry of John Goodacre, and they come out of turn 8 for the first time. There is Jeff Morgan in the sweet black Porsche 991.
So he leads this race with Eric Constantinidis in second spot. So who would have thought we'd have the Porsches leading the first race? Here's a replay of what happened there. Yeah, just got cold tyres, just got the back around.
Jake Camilleri, great work there to take evasive action on John Goodacre. And they're going to get racy with each other down at turn 1 as they complete the first journey around in this race of Sydney Motorsport Park. The 2 Porsches leading the way.
Doesn't the Mark 1 car look big compared to the Mark GT?
Yeah, the Mark GT seems to look wider, but it's the overall height of the earlier Mark 1 cars, isn't it? They're that almost family car type of silhouette to them. You can see why they've gone to the GT silhouette to get it through the air better. And one of the real noticeable things on the Mark GT is the bottom of the front air dam. There is a lot of air direction being pushed into the side and into the engine bay of the car as well. Very, very well partitioned off, and direction of air into where it needs to go. Driver comfort into the inlet side of things, and also down for downforce on the front end of the car too.
Good battle going on between the 2 leading Porsches too, with Constantinidis trying to go around the outside of Morgan. He's in a position to pull it off. Runs a bit wide on the exit. Got to be careful doing that. You can get pinged for exceeding track limits if you get out there too often. I guess he didn't really have much choice there where he was. But if you do it on your own, you certainly get a 5-second penalty, and I guess they'll add that into the pit stop. I think
Porsche
we're about
side by side. And have a look at Johnny Goodacre's looking for a way through here. He's going to try and take it through onto Eric, and in the process we'll have Jeff Morgan as well. So held onto the pit wall, and the number 66 goes streaming on through into the lead of this race. Jake Camilleri now bouncing around in the back of shot there, bouncing around onto the back of these Porsches as well, looking for his way through. And he would have seen a number of these when he took this car overseas and did some enduro racing. Porsche quite often the weapon of choice in some of those longer distance races.
Those VIN races, 3 hours, 6 hour duration events. Some of the iconic circuits across Europe, Spa, Nürburgring.
Up into Holland as well, the VLN. And just getting the feeling now that Jake Camilleri has done it. Yes, he has. And the Porsches now. Oh no, Eric Constantinis got on the gas a little bit too early. Parks himself up across the racing line, and now trying to get around on the rev limiter there as well. Nice way to do it if you can. Gets himself back underway. So Eric has got a whole lot of work to do now as we see Goodacre lead the way over Morgan. And going to, to Jake Camilleri, and then to Morgan in the Porsche.
Camilleri, of course, double duties this weekend, running in the Mobil 1 Australian Production Car Series. in his Mazda 3 MPS.
Here it is, the move, Jake Camilleri down into 6, around the back of the lake there, and Eric Cosnidis all on his own.
I think he
going around the number 11.
He wanted to follow the MARC car up the inside there and just didn't quite get it right. Here's Hargrave. Hargrave on the rebound after that little indiscretion down at turn 2. And he brings it across the top of the tunnel and down. Looks good in the blue wrap.
It's a special livery, that one, isn't it? It really does stand out. And in this this sun that is, it's not setting yet, but it's certainly coming lower in the sky, glinting at the Shannons Trophy Series cameras around the track, and the Blendline TV cameras are picking it up. Let's have a look at Johnny Goodacre and have a bit of a listen to how the MARC car, the GT, gets its lap time here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Absolutely no doubting a V8 on board, isn't it? Really, that symphony soundtrack is just brilliant.
ABS, traction control, all the good bits you want in a gentleman's type race car.
Let's have a listen as it underload coming up to turns 4, 5 and 6. Chevrolet-based power plant in the MARC GT, as opposed to all the previous power plants in the MARC cars being the Ford Coyote overhead cam engine. And gee, this thing sounds the goods. Nothing wrong with the Jake Camilleri though with the Coyote either. They do sound brilliant as well.
He hasn't given away a lot of time, has he? Considering he got held up when they tried to get past the Porsches. Hasn't lost a lot of time, and he's got away from Morgan now, who still holds down third spot. Jake, if you're watching timing, Jake's still having dramas with the transponder in some sections of the track.
How much fun has Jake had at Sydney Motorsport Park this weekend, racing the Australian production cars in his venerable Mazda 3 MPS.
I don't think he had much fun in the first race. He didn't finish, but but the second race he won the class.
Yeah,
so.
and then you get out and your Red Rocket go for a burn as well. And the number 36 currently holding down second position on the road.
Did a lot of these races early on when they ran with GTs in the Shannons Nationals, and then of course jumped overseas on occasions when races were on over there. In some instances, the cars were sold overseas, and Jake would go along to have a drive. And I think we've just had confirmation that the Camilleri transponder is an issue, because we know for sure that he is second, and Morgan in third spot.
So much fun. Jake Camilleri, the Grand Prix Mazda outfit, and getting a good look at this car. That deep, deep red. Looks like something that might come out of the Barossa Valley, Gaz, in that deep, deep red. And this is the deep, deep blue. That might come out of
just trying to think what
the local down the Shire, maybe down on the beach.
It's a sporty drink, that one.
Like a Powerade or something.
Powerade,
like
yeah, the blue Powerade.
Yep. And well, Adam is going to have to give it some good power. He's also going to have to, as Scotty McLaughlin would say, apply some jandal and bring back the deficit that he lost in turn 1.
And he's got a longer stop than the others.
He does, yes. So got a lot of work to do there. Here's Frank Morello again in the selected Smash Repairs Ford Focus.
Frank did a bit of Excel racing, also won the class at the 6 hour and the Hyundai
i30 something.
i30N.
Yep. I think he enjoys this type of racing.
Jake, actually.
Yeah, he enjoys this sort of racing. It's that longer enduro stuff he certainly enjoys, and this sort of MARC car type of racing with some freedoms and a little bit more horsepower to really apply the trade or the sport. And the number 55 has been ticking the boxes quite nicely throughout this weekend. Got some repair work done, and Frank is now currently sitting in 7th place in this particular race, and just up the road is the Leithhead car. Back down through the gearbox.
These two had a pretty good scrap in the first race today, and they're continuing that on through this one. Of course, Andrew Leithhead, long-time Alfa Romeo custodian as far as race cars.
Where I know that name from? Veloce series. Yes, of course. Well, this is a big old difference, isn't it?
Ran it as a sports sedan for a while. I think he was president of the ARDC for quite a while as well. So
tipping it into turn 6 there. Nice application of throttle, a guy that's been racing for a long time. And Leithhead there as well in the number 67. That's a very, very active livery. Very lively livery there in the black. Big thump down of the Coyote engine as they both of them line up to the top of the complex here at Sydney Motorsport Park and apply the throttle, have a little bit of a rest, because this is a very technical track. Drivers love coming here. That has a bit of everything. They really designed, obviously, for MotoGP to bring the MotoGP to New South Wales, in particular Sydney. But certainly it's evolved as a fantastic car racing track as well, and many drivers will list it as their big challenge because it has so much to offer.
they all enjoy it. It wasn't so enjoyable in the early days when they had the drag strip here for cars going down into turn 1. But my understanding was that the track was originally designed to be driven the other way around.
Right.
But they settled on this one, and the Australian Motorcycle Grand Prix came here initially. We had a Nissan 500 here for touring cars back when it first opened.
Compulsory pit stop window is now open for the MARC cars, and Matt Baragwanath, the race director for MARC cars, has furnished me with the compulsory stop times, and as the cars come into the pit lane, we will cover that detail off as to how long each particular car will be standing still, and it is according to a formula that is drawn from the previous race results from this weekend. You get the feeling that there's some sort of branding going on this car, Gaz, don't you? There's some very specific details on there that maybe we'll see
utilised
some
in the
sort
future.
of branding. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's very interesting livery. Certainly very bright. Very helpful for us to be able to pick it out in the field.
Well, there's no other Mark 1 car that looks like that one.
No, that's for sure. Quite menacing with the all matte black front and leading edge of the bonnet there. In fact, the MARC cars, the stance that they have is quite menacing. It's a fairly purposeful looking racing car.
Well, when we earlier on seen Camilleri behind this car, which is now coming in for its stop, it looked menacing in because it's bigger. So this is the stop where...
Yeah, the MARC GT cars look sleek, don't they? They look more like a GT car.
And Marmarello in as well.
So Frank Marmarello comes in the number 55, and he has just a stop and go. So that's what happened there. Johnny Goodacre. Now, this is going to seem like an eternity for car number 66. He has a 50-second stop.
Yeah, he gets out. Cameron McLeod gets in. And And I spoke to Cameron this morning. He had a drive of the car yesterday afternoon in their pit stop race, and he said it was awesome.
Yeah, it would be. Brilliant stuff.
He's currently doing Super 3 duties as well.
The rest of the MARC team just watching on there. Not a whole lot that can go on here with these cars. Certainly we're hearing the normalisation of the tyre pressures, bringing them back down to the original starting pressure. We've still got 21 minutes to go in this journey. And Cam McLeod not getting away, so gives himself another little penalty to get out there, so kicks it in the guts and away we go. Cars from the Toyota series in the background in pit lane, so they're not playing any part in this particular race. But we've had two races in so far. Frank Mamarello has been in, and this car with John Goodacre and now Cameron McLeod at the wheel.
Lifeend comes into the pits as well. McLeod, of course, as I mentioned, running in Super 3 in Brad Shields' Nissan Altima.
So the 67 of Leithhead just comes in stop and go, and Cam McLeod just dragging a bit of dust in off the edge of the track there. So yeah, the 67 will just be a stop and go and head back out. So the I guess the handicapping aspect of it, Gaz, is pretty specific. Come in and sit still and wait for the timer to go down, and away you go again.
Yeah, well, Adam Hargraves won't have to worry about that, but he's got the longest stop.
He does have. And he actually does have. Yeah, he's got 60 seconds.
Yeah. So McLeod has his car out. He's currently running in. Not showing up there. We've got Camilleri leading, Morgan second. Good, yeah, McLeod's in third spot. Comes up still with Johnny's Goodacre's name on it. And then we see Constantinidis in the pits for his stop. He has a shorter stop, 30 seconds, I believe. And he has
40 seconds for a car 11.
Oh, okay.
Up to 11 Motorsport back out on track. And again, that's a Toyota 86 from the previous race. That's not heading out at this point in time. So Eric Constantinidis heads back out onto Alan Moffat turn 1. We'll rocket up to Colin Bond turn 2.
And just goes a lap down on the race leader in Jake Camilleri, and Jeff Morgan will try and put a lap on him as well, because these two were pretty close early on, even though in the earlier race today, Jeff had quite a margin on him, but it's been a lot closer in this one.
Certainly has, and the two Porsches racing against each other was quite entertaining for a large part of that race. And the number 20, Hargraves' car, is into the lane to serve as a compulsory pit stop, and this is going to be a long old wait, particularly after spinning on the opening lap and spending some time trying to recover and regain the field. And there we have it, the MARC Cars Speed Cafe entry number 20, waiting for 60 seconds will be the entire pit stop.
Please shut it down. Now they've decided they might check tyres.
Do some tyre pressures.
Yeah.
Plenty of time, 60 seconds to do it in here. Running on the Michelins for this particular version of the MARC car. Speed Cafe, local search digital marketing service down the side there. And Speed Cafe, of course, giving you all the news and views and many different for sale pages, the jobs market, everything on there on Speed Cafe these days. Pretty cool place to visit and get all your news.
There's certainly some news going up there constantly. What's happening in motorsport, you'll find it on speedcafe.com.
Accelerating away now, Adam Hargraves heads off into the last stanza of this race. 16 minutes left to go in this weekend for the MARC cars. And there is Jeff Morgan. And Jeff is in the lane. And car number 41 has a 45-second sweet black, creating success with people.
Previously a Porsche Cup champion back before Carrera Cup was thought about.
Absolutely was for many, many years in the, I believe, the TNT entry he had for quite some time, and then the Morgan Vault entry as well. Been around a long, long time, and quite a benefactor to many, many drivers. I'm pretty sure if you went and spoke to Joey Mawson, he would know this guy very, very well indeed.
Jeff also dabbles a little bit in Group S historic production sports as well, and you can take a guess what sort of car.
Yes. Be a lovely RSR, I'm sure.
No, 911 Carrera.
911 Carrera. Not a Rensport?
No, RSR wouldn't fit into Group S. Probably got one stowed away somewhere.
That's right.
Here's Jay Camilleri, surrenders the lead for his stop.
Came in the lead of the race in car number 36. And it's a short stop, 15 seconds. And there we have it, right back in the Mark 1. You can still see how far inboard and down and back the drivers sit in the Mark cars. So it was always the theory about keeping the driver safe and employing as many of those safer technologies or the passive safety items that you can put into these cars. And it was painstakingly done. Gaz, you and I had a chat with Ryan McLeod on the Grassroots Racing podcast, and he went through the whole process of building these cars and was very much an engineering feat, wasn't it, to get them up and running. So you can check all that out at the Grassroots Racing podcast. 27 other episodes up there as well. And we go down to pit lane.
Good opportunity now those pit stops are done to talk to Jeff Chawton from MARC Cars. You must be pretty happy with the way the series is coming together and the cars are acting out there on track.
They're proving to be beautiful. They're doing the times we wanted them to do. Magnificent drivers. Having young Cameron McLeod, he's just, he's the next superstar. Johnny's no slouch on the pedal himself at pedaling it, so very happy with their cars, which is very important to me, of course. A few niggly problems still there to sort out. But yeah, I think overall this is something big. This is going to be good.
You got some big plans and ambitions for this sort of category, haven't you? And these cars, particularly the new ones.
Yeah, well, we hopefully produce one car from every 4 to 6 weeks. We've sold 7 already, so these are the first 2. But yeah, it will be, all the cars will be identical. It will be a superb series, with the young ones being able to do a 27. So the older gentlemen are going to have to, have the wits about them. But yeah, all the same cars. They will all be identical. We are doing a Mustang body. We're going to do a Mustang Inspired body and a few others as well. But yeah, I think, guys, we're onto something big here.
Beautifully engineered as well. They're a proper race car as well, which is what gets people excited as well, getting into one of these machines.
Well, Australian made. They're made at Yatala at Pace. Pace are the absolute pinnacle in this country and probably the world in its everything, the technology, everything. They're a brilliant bunch of guys to work with, and I can't say enough on how good they are. We can't go wrong. We're fully Aussie made. The engine is a crate engine from the States. Every other component is made in this country.
I love it. Fantastic. Well done to everybody involved in it. We can't wait to see it grow and grow and grow.
Thank you, buddy.
That was Jeff Taunton talking to Dean Herridge. And
it's hard not to be round up in the passion, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Hand over heart when that one came on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard not to be absolutely tied up in the passion. And we touched on it earlier, Gaz, where between Mike Borland and Jeff Taunton, they represent the Australian automotive manufacturing industry these days, don't they?
That might be a bit of a fight in a couple of years' time about who produces the most cars. At the moment, I think Mike's got it.
I think Mark have got a couple of hundred, or at least 100 more variations to try and catch up. But certainly different way of going about it. The MARC cars did bring professional design in, whereas the crew down at Ball and Race Developments and the Spectrum do it all in-house, as is done in Formula Ford. there wasn't any rules for these cars. It was just we're going to do it, and the design was done, and then they just started building them. The Mark 1, the Mark 2, and then now the Mark GT, and the newer GT SS, I believe, on the way as well.
Yeah, and then so if you want a Mustang-inspired shape, that's not out of the realms of possibilities, as Jeff alluded to. There is a new Mustang being built. I believe that car will be for Darren Curry, so he and his good mate Axel Donaldson will be able to have the same sort of firepower underneath them.
What I think will be the interesting thing is that getting a really experienced, and I don't want to say veteran, but a very experienced racer like this guy on screen at the moment, Jake Camilleri, with the older car, and to see how long he can pedal the older car to still be in that, in that contention for the race, because he's currently leading this one.
He is indeed, and he's got a just under 10-second gap over McLeod. But I know drivers always say no cars are different. You just get into it and drive them. But Jake's going to get out of this Mark 1 Mazda and jump into a production car Mazda. What's that going to feel like? Obviously, the production car hasn't got the performance of this one, and
I was going to say the wheel's going to spin a bit slower. I would suggest he'd be able to bring himself back. I would suggest that Jake's going to be pretty worn out when he pours himself into the car to head off back home after today's racing. Does a lot of racing and does it well. He's always represented himself.
Well, there's
and his
the
family
gap
very
first
well.
to second.
That's a charge, isn't it?
Yeah, and we've got 10 minutes of this race to go, so you think the odds are with young Cameron McLeod that he may get to the front of this and
3
win it.
seconds a lap faster on the fastest laps between these two cars, and it was McLeod at the wheel, it wasn't Johnny Goodacre. So the car getting some 11 laps in with John, and then Cameron jumping on board and giving it a good push. And Jeff Taunton obviously has a lot of faith in Cameron and his ability to drive this car. Certainly it's not a wrestling match with these cars, is it? The drivers look quite comfortable. The hands are all very deliberate movements. They respond nicely, and here we go, responding nicely to the chase down of Jake Camilleri. Jake opens up the wheel and just says, yeah, there's no chance I'm going to be able to run with Cameron, and lets him on through. Very, very gentlemanly, and that's exactly what we expect from Jake Camilleri, is that his career, a stellar career, and an absolute gentleman racer as well. We'll race hard, we'll certainly race fair, but when it's not on, we just saw what happens there. Just opened up the wheel and allowed the car through. And I would suggest that Jake won't have even dropped any lap time in that. He just allowed the car through and let himself flow on his normal lap.
And there was about a 2-second lap time gap between them on that lap as well. So Jake can just drive and get a result and maybe try and go for a nice quick lap at the end as well, but he won't be able to catch McLeod at this rate.
Something you and I know, Gaz, is that Jake Camilleri approaches his racing that he wants to finish every race. If he enters a championship, he's in it for every race, and he's in it right to the very end. So that could be his theory here, is to finish every race and finish as high as he possibly can.
Well, he drives in predominantly in a category where finishing is paramount, yes, because he does bat above the weight. There's no doubt about that. I can remember him last year, I think, at Queensland Raceway in a production car race, winning because, yes, other cars had dramas, and he kept going and won the race. So you've got to always have that in the back of your mind. Anything can happen in the last 7 to 8 minutes.
Certainly can, and we're in that zone now. 7.5 minutes left in this journey. It's been a ripping day, a ripping opening weekend for the Shannons Trophy Series here this weekend. And there's a lot of people that have put in great efforts here at the track with our volunteer officials, the race control staff, recovery staff, everyone putting in a great effort. The competitors coming to the event and racing at it, and of course all of the people that work so very, very hard at Motorsport Australia to keep these sorts of events running, these sorts of categories running, and to keep everybody safe and to go home at the end of the weekend. So a big congratulations to everyone that's been involved in getting this event up and running. and really enjoying it. And the MARC cars having their own standalone series, a place to develop that as well. It looks like it's going to have a happy home amongst the Shannons Trophy Series.
Indeed, and you can only expect it to grow because there'll be more cars come along as we move along, and particularly if we go into next year.
I would suggest you're not buying a MARC car to have it sit in the shed.
No.
You're buying a MARC car because you want a race car and you want to go out there and use it, and use it for what it was designed for, to be a very serviceable race car. And we just cast our eyes now to the other competitors with Jeff Morgan and Eric Constantidis. This is Eric Constantidis who had a spin all on his own in the number 11, but pressing on nicely now and has had a faultless last 16 laps or so, and will be ruining that tiny little mistake that saw the car go around. But just up the road is the Leithhead. Behind is the Leithhead and Mamarello outfits. Here's Hargraves, and made his way up into 5th place now with 5.5 minutes left to go.
Well, he had it all to do, didn't he, with the spin early in the race and then the longest pit stop. He was up against the odds, and look who's coming up behind him to put a lap on him.
The 1:34 is the best lap time for Adam Hargraves, 1:34.72, and the car coming in behind is Cam McLeod with Johnny Goodacre, and that car did with McLeod at the wheel a 1:30.26. It's some 4 seconds a lap faster, and that's why we're just seeing this closing space now. There it is, confirmation on our screens, a 1:30.2689 for the number 66. McLeod currently at the wheel, and looks to the inside of Adam Hargraves, and they ever so nearly had it coming together in turn 1, didn't they?
Now he goes through, so that puts him down a lap. So McLeod leads from Camilleri, Morgan, Constantinides and Hargraves we see in the blue MARC GT in position 5. Andrew Lifehead and Frank Mamarello.
Gee, that front air dam is a complexity of engineering on these cars, very deliberately directing air to exactly where it needs to go. There is no actual grill on it, it's just a blanked out.
Yeah, the air comes in underneath.
So it's flowing all the air from underneath the car and into those planes that we can see on the front of that front air dam. So let's have a look at the gaps. There was our race leader going through, McLeod. Jake Camilleri coming down the straight now, so that's a decent gap as well. 10 seconds.
He's certainly got second spot lined up, hasn't he? Or locked in.
Yeah, what are we on times there? Some 30 seconds back to this car.
This is Jeff Morgan in the Porsche 991.
And
it's more than the front straight, isn't it? It's a very long gap between second and third.
It's almost half a track, actually.
It is.
The gap between second and third, so they're all gathered around the back of the track, hiding out at the moment, and coming onto the straight there. So Jeff Morgan will be Eric Constantidis, which is a further 12 or 13 seconds back. There is Eric, right on cue. Enter screen right, and plummet down the hill here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Then we have the
Andrew Lifehead
car.
1 Focus.
And here comes Adam Hargraves, who is the next one on the road. So cars spread out around the racetrack now with just under 3 minutes left to race. See the big vents out the side of the front air down there as well. So there is air being directed everywhere, even down the side pods of the car here. So they've thought about it very, very cleverly, and using all of that frontal area to deliver what the car needs at both high and low speeds.
I think the car would look better if that side pod was blue as well.
Yeah, would be. Like the livery on this car, you can't really see the side pod because it just blends into the livery on the side of it.
Look lower then, doesn't it?
Yeah, the Gap Solutions outfit.
Gap Solutions has been a big part of Johnny Goodacre's racing career. From saloon cars to Porsches. Now in the MARC cars.
Cam McLeod just ticking the boxes here on these laps now, just keeping the sector times where they need to be. It's a fine balance on bringing the car home, and I would suggest that Johnny probably wants to maybe even take a day to do some testing and maybe keep some of the tyre that he's currently got there to do a bit of that on. Do you reckon they're on the radio saying, righto Cam, you've got a minute 30 left, see if you can unleash the beast, see if you can give it what it needs?
The tyre life might not be there now. Camilleri comes through turn 8. He still has second spot, and he's got quite an advantage over Jeff Morgan. At least he won't have to worry about cooling off. Won't have time.
Yeah, he's going to have to bound out of the car. I'm pretty sure there won't be a post-race interview with him as well. He'll be straight down to pick it up here. There's a bit of a drag race here between the Ford Focus and the Mazda 3. Camilleri just got the sniff in a straight line. Manages to escape away.
Well, some of the Mark 1 cars, I think most of them by now have had an engine upgrade to a later Coyote motor than what they originally came with. And even the Mark 2s have a newer engine configuration. 2 of them went to Bathurst for the Bathurst Challenge last year. They were Jeff Taunton and had his there, which I think Cameron McLeod had a run in. And the other car that was there were different capacity engines or different configured engines. So plenty of options there if you go and want to get one of these.
So we've just run out of time on the race clock here. This is our race leader, Cameron McLeod. Does he come around for one more, or is this the checkered flag lap? So one more to go. So we're on our last one here, we'd suggest, for the Gap Solutions number 66. And I've got a feeling that it's just been given the go for it. See what you can do.
He did a 32.2 on that last lap, so it'll be interesting to see what he does on this one.
Well, he was running out to 33s there, so definitely brought it back in check to some of the quicker times.
So he brings it down to turn 4, see how it goes. And of course, the cars don't move around like other categories that we've seen here this weekend because they're so well developed, the aero's so good on them that they're like rails, aren't they?
Yeah, and that's what they're designed to do. They're designed to reward a guy or a girl or a race driver who wants to push a car and find its limits. There will be limits, that is for sure. Looking over the shoulder of our race officials down there with the checkered flags at hand. Our Motorsport Australia officials do a lot of training to make sure that they are well versed in all aspects of the jobs that they have at hand. You're not just thrown in the deep end and expected to know what to do. There is training. You can attend training courses, you can attend race meetings and get training. As we watch the top of the straight now and the charge down the hill here, let's see ultimately what the lap time is coming to the checkered flag. But ultimately this is the race win to Cam McLeod and to a fantastic drive there.
Johnny Goodacre.
Johnny Goodacre,
last
sorry.
lap he did a 30.8. So he did go quicker.
Yeah, got well within in reach of the fastest lap, 0.6 of a second away from it. So McLeod 1:30.2689, which was set on lap 9 of this race. To the line now, here comes Jake Camilleri. No stranger to standing on a podium. In fact, he's probably not even going to get the chance this time round. He's going to rush back to the pit lane
and jump in his
and get into the production car, which will be on the marshalling area ready for him to go.
So we're seeing Adam Hargraves cross the line. He was in 5th position. Andrew Livehead in 6th position. We're just waiting for the 2 Porsches. And, of course, Frank Marmorello, who just passes the
Here comes
checkered flag.
Morgan now, taking the checkered flag. That's 2 third places today for Jeff Morgan in the black suite. Yellow and black Porsche 991. and he disappears away. Still 2 cars on track. Eric Constantidis to bring it in. In fact, 1 car on track, and there he is. And that rounds out this round of the MARC cars. And we are closing in on the last race for the day, which will be the Monochrome GT4. And the Mobil 1 Australian Production Car Championship won't be too far away on track to see those cars. There they are, lining up, ready to go.
We'll probably be missing a few, considering some of the damage that we've seen in we'll lose a few because of issues through the day.
Really good to see production cars, Gaz. You and I have been around for quite some time and seen the ebbs and flows of production cars.
We've seen some production car
3-hour races with 8 cars at Phillip Island and things like that.
10 cars in a night race at Malar.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's our result from the race just occurred. John Goodacre and Cameron McLeod the winners. Jake Camilleri in second, Jeff Morgan in third, Eric Constantidis was the next one, followed by Adam Hargraves, Andrew Liefeld, Frank Marmarella. Rounded out the field, of course, Darren Curry and Grant Donaldson didn't start.
Gaz, I'm going to jump out of the booth now, and we've got Troy Williams joining us for the last race from GT4 and production cars to join you. And we will see the last race of the day.
Thanks, Darren. It's great to have you here.
We will go down to pit lane now for our interviews.
Yes, guys, here on Victory Lane, we'll have a chat to John, who's obviously handed over. We'll chat to Cameron in a second. John, you must be pretty pleased with that, the way the car's been running all weekend.
Oh, it's been great. First day out, so how can you complain? 2 out of 3 wins, pole position. Oh, can't. It's great, isn't it? Yeah, it's fantastic.
And great to have Cameron on board, of course, who knows how to steer a car around.
Yeah, he certainly does, and I learned a few things off him. Never too old to learn.
Cameron, what was it like? The smiles that I think you like punting this thing around Sydney Motorsport Park?
Yeah, it's a great car and a great track. The combination's just like unreal. I really enjoyed driving his car, and he did an awesome job all weekend. So big thanks to the crew and him for letting me have a go.
Is he going to let you back in at another stage or not?
Hopefully. Depends what he wants. But nah, if I'm invited, I'll happily come back.
Well done, John. Fantastic job by you and the whole team.
Great, thanks very much.
We're going to wander down. I think, as you said, guys, you picked it exactly right. Jake's gone. He had to bail out. He's obviously in the next race. He's on double duties. Let's chat to Invitational, though. He's done a good job here. I think they're going to try and talk him into a MARC car at some point, but let's go and have a chat to our third place, Jeff, who's done a fantastic job as he bails out of the Porsche, the handicap version of the pit stops there. He's got the open face, so we're going to even talk to him with the helmet on there. Jeff, this is not fair. Third, you've got, I think, 3 thirds in a row, mate. Well done.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's been a fabulous weekend, and can't thank the guys at MARC enough for inviting us along. Eric and I have had a fabulous time, and they've been very kind to us.
Well, I think that means you're signing up for one of the new MARC cars, they said, so that's fine. That's all a part of the deal and the network together.
They put a contract in front of me for 3, but I'm not sure, I don't know what Porsche would do to me if I did that.
It's been fantastic to have you a part of this one. Well done. Always fantastic you're out there piloting one of these Porsches around as you do.
Thanks very much.
Good on you guys. That's smart. We've got 1 to go here for the Shannons Trophy Series. Of course, that's a big one. We've got the Monochrome GT4s coming up, and of course the Mobil 1 Australian production cars. It's an hour race, so we're going to be finishing big.
Prize in the history of golf. This is the game the world loves. Supercharged.
Live golf.
Wonderful. You'll see it all right here.
Teeing off on your home of golf, 7 Plus. Stream free.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day, race against the clock at a hill climb, or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life. My Coupe 4 is rare and very special. A real performance car with all-wheel drive grip. I'm not a car club bloke, and I don't work on it myself, but I do have a great mechanic. One day, I might even get that HQ. When it comes to insurance, it's got to be Shannons.
Shannons shares your passion. Call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
World champion martial arts fighters are battling it out for the premier world title.
I beat the best to become the best.
Live Friday fight nights are exclusive to 7+. The biggest and toughest go head-to-head.
This crowd is going nuts right now. The collision course we all knew would happen.
It's all part of the One Championship, exclusively on 7+. Stream free.
We're back for our final race of the day. I've got Troy Williams with me to call this one, and well, we've got a bit to talk about because quite a bit happened in the earlier 1 hour race, race 3 on the program. Troy.
Certainly did, Gary. So yeah, I think it'll be a interesting final race. We've got a couple of GT4s buried further back in the field after some misadventure in the earlier race. But I think the two on screen now, the Porsche and the Mercedes, are really looking to go head-to-head in this final race for final winning rights.
Well, it'll be interesting to see whether Shane Smollen can keep that record intact. He's had 7 wins out of 7 races so far, but Nash Morris has taken the fight up to him in the previous race, so will that happen again? We'll wait and see. Ian Sherrin starts out of position 3, and he's been the front runner in the production cars throughout the weekend, which is a bit of a surprise because normally Grant's been the faster of the two of them.
It's always the family feud there, but great to see Ian leading the charge for APC. Colby Cowham in the Mustang in position 4.
Of course, the A2 car, and neglecting to say that Sharon's in the Class X car. We've got Andrew Madecki out of position 5 in the A2 Mustang, Brian Callahan and David Baker in the A2 Holden Commodore GTS. Then it's Wade Scott in the Evo 7 and Paul Piscini and Justin Anthony in the B1 BMW.
Jake Camilleri in the Giant Killing Class C Mazda 3 MPS. Mick Rowell in the Mustang completing that row. Then Steve Jukes in the Verve Racing ex Tony Longhurst GT4 M4 out of position 11, and Tom Needham in the Mazda 3 MPS Class C APC car.
Go back to position 13, Justin Ashwell in the BMW 135, Liam Mose, who's been undefeated in Class D in that Toyota 86. Then it's Adrian Morel and Tyler Mecklem in the Evo 10. They've had some dramas over the course of the weekend. Scott Turner and Rob Rubis in the BMW 135i out of 16.
Position 17, Alan Jarvis in the Polo GTI, and then position 18, Chris Gunther and Mitch Randall in the BMW 130i. Position 19 will be Matt O'Brien in the 195 CSV Volanti, and position 20 will be, we've got Jack Sipp running this afternoon in speedcafe.com BMW M4.
That thing should be on a bit of a charge coming from that far back in the Class X car. And then we've got Butt Derwin in the Astra VXR with Renee Gracie coming from the back. Should be interesting to watch her come through the field. And at position 23, it'll be Tony Levitt and Luke Webber, I'm not sure who's starting, in the C63 AMG.
Yeah, look, the fourth hour of a 4x1 hour weekend always sees a bit of attrition with the Australian production cars. GT4 normally pretty reliable. They're designed to go around and around all day. Obviously a few impacts of...
So we lost the Colberg Paul Morris car.
Yes.
We've lost the Tony Quinn car.
Yes, time commitments, unfortunately, for Daniel and Tony mean they can't run the final race.
That's a bit of a shame.
But no, it was all set. We've been blessed with the weather all weekend.
Yeah,
Gary?
a bit overcast at the moment, but certainly no precipitation forecast at this stage.
Hopefully that's not the commentator's curse.
Oh, it might liven things up a bit. That'd be good. Okay, as we say, mandatory pit stops, optional driver changes. Some people will elect to do it on their own, particularly Ian Sherrin. I guess Rob will hand over to Justin Rouget for their stop.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Nash.
And Nash will do the full hour.
Okay. Because Mark Griffith did the first full hour. But will Shane Smollen get his 8th win out of 8 races?
That's the big question. All set for a start now.
Revs come up as we get them ready to get off in this one. And away they go, and Smollen's just nailed that start perfectly. Goes straight to the lead. Morris will settle into second spot. Just seeing who's moving around in the background there. It looks like Colby Cowan's got ahead of Medicki. And already on the move through the field, it looks like Duke's starting to pick up some spots as well.
So the two Mazdas there battling it out for Class C honours, but back at the front of the field, looks like we've had a change for the lead with Nash Morris through on the Porsche.
Well, that sort of come from nowhere because it looked like Smollen got a fairly decent break on him off the start, but Nash is coming on strong as far as his driving ability goes. So Morris leads them as they go down towards turn 6. Smollen in second. Then it's Ian Sherrin, Colby Cowan and Andrew Medicki. The next three, the production Mobil 1 production car series front runners. And the Mustangs have really been taking it up to the BMWs this weekend as well, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And with the advantage that they have in the compulsory pit stop, the Mustangs only needing to replace one tyre, the X-Class BMWs needing to replace 2, that gives them a quick little step up on the Class X cars over the course of an hour race.
Rene Gracie coming through the field at the back there has already picked off quite a few competitors.
Sitting on the back of the Speed Cafe M4. Tom Needham here, the Class C Mazda, sitting on the back of the CSV Volante.
It's an interesting car because it's the people that built the Mondio were the ones that came up with that concept for that Holden. But the good thing about the first race yesterday, the top 4 GT4 cars were from 4 different manufacturers.
Yeah, fantastic to see the different brands up there fighting. And of course the SRO BOP is designed to bring all marks to a competitive benchmark. So fantastic to see all of the different brands of cars in there fighting for the podium spots.
And the top 6 cars in that race were the GT4, 6 that were here. Unfortunately, this morning's race didn't quite work that well, just because of racing and accidents do happen.
Yeah. On the way here, Gary, I might have spotted in pit lane some green tyres going on to the number 19, driven by Nash Morris. So that may explain some of the additional traction they're finding early in the race.
Good scrap going on back here in the field. That's Brian Callahan and Hayden Morrell. Is it Hayden Morrell or?
Looks like Tyler Mecklen's driving this one.
He's just gone under
Callahan and chasing there hard on the BMW, the A1 car.
That's Paul Piscini. Who's at the moment, they're in the same class.
Yeah, so A1 battle and then A2 with the red Commodore here. So normally aspirated versus the turbo all-wheel drive Evo.
And of course, the VZ Commodore is lacking a little bit, except for straight line speed. Look at it. It just pulls out, almost went around him and then pulled back in as Mecklin gets the job done on Bassini going towards turn 1. And that means there's a lead change in the Class A1. Did the Dean? Yeah, I figured he had a drama because he was going to go past him and then all of a sudden he pulled out of it. So problems for the Brian Callahan car. Did the Campbell Creek car make the start?
It didn't, no. Unfortunately.
Because they would have been the front runners in A1 along with Beckham and Adrian Morel.
Yeah, very tightly contested this year, the A1 class within Mobil 1 Australian production cars.
There goes Gracie past the speedcafe.com car.
And ranging in on the back there of the Rowell and Chris Pappas Mustang.
Certainly a different sounding car, yeah, and Brian Callahan's pulled off past turn 3. I would assume that's just about over the tunnel somewhere. Didn't quite make it back to the back entrance into the pit area. Yeah, the Rowell car sounds so different from the other two Mustangs, doesn't it?
Certainly enjoyable to hear it heading past down the main straight here, and you know, for all those V8 fans out there, great sound to listen to.
So Gracie continues her way forward.
I understand in the previous race with Renee at the pit stop, they had some trouble getting the car restarted. So it was just a simple, probably one of those $2 parts, which was unfortunate to see, but an easy one to fix. So hopefully they've solved that for the pit stop coming up.
The anomaly that I've seen so far is that the GT4 cars aren't necessarily the fastest cars in a straight line.
Absolutely right. So the GT4s are making their time around the corners. The Class X Mobil 1 Australian production cars are still faster in a straight line, so it makes for some fantastic racing. And on a similar semi-slick tyre, you're seeing them battling for outright honours. Over a longer race distance, the GT4s tend to survive a bit better, are kinder to tyres, but on raw pace, we saw that at Bathurst as well.
Indeed, we did. It took quite a while for the GT4s to assert their superiority.
Yeah, the Sherrin brothers giving a few people a scare up and down the mountain there.
Oh, Bassini almost ran out of road coming into turn 6 there. You get a wheel off on the outside of the track going in there, you could end up in all sorts of dramas, and we did see a drama there in the earlier race with Paul Morris and the Grant Sherrin BMW.
Yeah. I have a feeling we're going to see these two at it right throughout the hour for A1 honours.
Will be runner-up honours at this stage. Mecklin already gone past them. But that's where the good fights are. They're not necessarily at the front of the field. They stretch all the way down. And just trying to see who's leading the Class C class. I would think it's Jake Camilleri in 15th. And Needham is the next one in line. He's only 2.4 seconds behind, so he's in another Mazda 3 MPS.
Yeah, those cars, the MPS, have long been the dominant Class C car.
Well, I can remember when Jake Camilleri was an outright winner of a production car race down to Symmons Plains in the wet.
Yes, yeah.
So he beat the four-wheel drive Evo 8s or whatever they were back in that era. I don't think it was this Mazda 3 MPS. It might have been the previous one that they had.
Yeah, and even last year at Tailem Bend, we had a race with the torrential rain, and Jake found his way to the front of the field again mid-race.
Yeah, that was an extraordinary race down there in those conditions. It was the race that Chris Lillis won, wasn't it? Did he win that race in the end?
I think he did. Yeah. Speaking of Chris, he's planning to bring the Camaro back to Mobil 1 Australian production cars in the near future.
Yeah, it was actually getting ready for Phillip Island, but unfortunately some parts hold up meant that it didn't start, and he had to bring out the old Evergreen HSV. Unfortunately, it didn't quite end up all that well in the end. Got involved in an incident And unfortunately, he was never going to make this meeting because of some other commitments that he had. So we look forward to see what turns up at Queensland.
Yeah, the Camaro, I understand, has been dubbed Ali May.
And is there a reason for that?
I'm not sure, but I'm sure Chris can tell us at Queensland Raceways. So.
And is there something we can put to wear?
Well, who knows?
Here's our Class D leader in the Toyota 86, Liam Moss.
Yeah, Liam's run a few rounds with us now and got some great results down in the Class D 86.
He's been undefeated, hasn't he, I think?
Believe so, yes.
Yep.
Yep.
So he's had a great run. Chris Gunther going through there. That car's had its fair share of dramas.
Yeah, I run into some clutch problems earlier in the weekend, but looks like they're back and circulating.
As you say, this battle for second in A1 continues. And the problem is they've got Mick Rowell coming up behind them. So they don't want to... I let him pass, I guess, because you don't let anyone pass. Oh, well, looks like it's now the battle for the lead because Tyler Mecklem has slowed the PVS Evo 10 of Hadrian Morel. So a drama there. And there's Matt O'Brien on the back of Mick Rowell. So there's something, was that tyre smoke I've just seen, or was it something else? Oh, it's a bit of a puff of smoke, but it's a turbo Evo, so they do that. Just as long as it's not that big white puff, which generally means the turbo has expired.
You don't want to see that one in the revision mirror when the first third of a 1 hour endurance race, that's for sure.
A good fight here between Rowell and O'Brien, both in A2. The Mustang, far newer car than the Commodore,
the Volante there,
Volante CSV. Not a car we see a lot on the roads in Australia. It is an Australian car, mind you, but I think there was more of the Mondios running. So just looking back at our leaderboard, Morris is out to 7.4 seconds, so he might be the spoiler for Shane Smollen getting his
clean sweep.
Yeah. And Steve Duke's up to third, Ian Sharon fourth,
Colby Callum fifth, and
Medicare in sixth, and fingers crossed still going.
Yeah, and of course the compulsory pit stop's coming up, so that's always an interesting time.
There's another battle going on there. That's
BMW on BMW, different classes. We've got a turbo vehicle versus the normally aspirated 15. But it looks like at the moment the normally aspirated 15 is certainly giving the turbo variant a bit of a hurry up.
Indeed he is. And most right in the background there, just saying, where can I just get past you two?
Car 15, interesting. We've got Mitch Randall driving that in this race. Quite accomplished speedway driver. So earlier this year won the Dirt Modified title. I believe. So
he's from Lismore, isn't he?
Yes, that's right, that's right. So brings a lot of experience across to circuit racing with Chris Gunther there. So great to have both of them participating in Australian production cars for a few rounds now. So I'm sure Liam will be watching this with bated breath, and if the two BMWs in front of him have a slip up, he'll be the first to make maximum use of that. And then the Polo in behind there of Alan Jarvis, also Class C.
Because he stepped up from Class E.
Yeah, Alan ran a Swift with us last year in Class E, but has stepped up to the Polo GTI this year in Class C. Class C turning out to be very competitive this year.
Okay, just got an update on that Matt O'Brien has been given 5 seconds for exceeding track limits, and the compulsory pit window opens at 16:10 and closes at 16:40. So we're currently now at 16:07. So in 3 minutes, that window will open.
Be interesting to see who chooses to pit early or perhaps hold on and pit late in the piece.
Well, it's always been the question, and Macklin continues to go around, which is surprising, although it's now picked up pace again, so maybe he just did a reset on the straight, must have went into a limp mode situation. It's quite common in these newer cars. A lot of BMWs have the problem.
Yep.
In race configuration. I don't think BMW actually designed them to go racing initially, did they?
Well, not the road cars, that's for sure. So remembering too, in the previous race, the Mediki car Control Alt Delete. So hopefully it's not a thing for yellow vehicles.
The Mediki car ran out here at the last state round, and they put a new program into the computer, and it initially reacted by thinking the car was stolen, so I put it in limp mode. At the first round where George drove it down to Phillip Island, it was going fine until they had a safety car, and all of a sudden he's gone into limp mode. Every time it went slow, it went into limp mode. Here's our race leader, Nash Morris, coming up on to lap some of the back markers. Hasn't he come on well the last couple of rounds of Trans Am, T82 as well.
So now 9.3 seconds back to Shane. So they'll be looking for their 60 seconds pit stop to pass without any controversy, get out nice and clean.
Do they have a tyre change as well?
So with GT4 Australia this round, 60 seconds stationary time is the pit stop. The teams can choose if they would like to do a tyre change or not. And the car on screen now, number 56, Shane Smolin started in the car, and he will hand over to his co-driver at the pit stop. So
we just heard another penalty. Mick Rowell has got one for exceeding track limits at turn 8. Now, they were dicing together, so that tells your story, doesn't it?
That's right. They'll still be dicing post-penalty as well.
There goes our Class A2 leader in Colby Cowan. Been racing this car for a while with Lindsay Kearns. This is one of the older Ford Mustangs. This one dates back a couple of years now, whereas the yellow car in the background is one of the newer ones.
Yep. Colby was the first to bring Mustangs to APC.
After a battle of trying to get them as a eligible car because of the rear deck, I believe. Is that where the problem was?
Yeah, there was something in there. But you know, if we look back through the Australian Touring Car Championship, you know, the Ford versus Holden battles right through production car racing back to the 60s. You know, you had Mustangs and Camaros and all those sorts of cars. So I think the right decision was made to include them, and now we see a lot of Mustangs in production car racing, which is fantastic.
I believe there's more coming too, isn't there? Some others being built.
Yeah, the latest iteration.
Yep.
So
here's our stop.
Entry, so Justin Anthony jumping in the car there.
Yeah, it's not showing up on our timing at the moment, but yeah, they're the first one. So this is a question I was going to ask before about do you pit early, do you pit late? If you get a pit stop, if you get a safety car, you then pit, you're going to make up a lot more ground.
Yeah, and Nash Morris has jumped into the pits now, the race leader. So you can see him there. Oh, everyone coming in.
Smolin in as well. So is Justin moving into that car? Not moved yet.
Yep. See the movement on the left-hand side there. So yeah, it's a big strategy call. You know, do you go in early or late? Do you wait to try to play a safety car? You can't enter pit lane for your CPS under a safety car, period. But if you judge it correctly, you might already be in the pit lane by the time the safety car boards go out.
Something HRT nailed with perfection. It was almost like they knew when to trigger the safety car back in the early 2000s when the Red Barons were winning races. How many times did they just nail? Every time they come in the pits, safety car would come out, and they just pick up so many spots.
So Nash looking very focused here. The team will be counting down the 60 seconds.
And only lucky he didn't get cut off there.
So Liam Moyes heading back out in the fast lane in the 86.
So Morris will drop spots, unfortunately. our timing's not helping us
right at the minute, but here comes Nash on the inside of the Mercedes, and also Jake Camilleri in the C-Class car. So it looked like a pretty clean pit stop. Team seems happy.
Yeah, Colby Cowan now leads the race. Well, actually, he just led it for a moment because he's lost it.
Renee Gracie back in position 1 now. So.
Yeah, she's just taken over the lead, and she's, I think that's her in the background, isn't it? Behind Morris. No, it wasn't. Just caught a catch of a flash of blue. Here's the speedcafe.com BMW Class X car of Jack Sipp, who we understand is doing this race on his own. That's the beauty of what I really like about production cars now. That if you have two drivers, you can have one do two race and one do the other two races. And I think Bob Pearson nailed this a few years ago in the Evo 10 out here, where everyone else was losing time in the pits doing driver changes. He just stayed in the car and won 4 races that day.
Yeah, and here's Renee into the pits now for her 60 seconds stationary. Team comes out to check tyre pressure. Bit of additional fluid going into the PBS Evo here.
Yeah, it might be a bit of heat under the bottom of that Evo 10.
Remembering again, this is the 4th hour of the weekend, so the cars have seen a fair bit of action at this point.
There's our race leader, well, back in the lead now, Colby Cowan. Not yet as pitted.
So they might be praying for a safety car.
A safety car will help them, but they've got to make sure that they're in the pits before it happens, don't they?
Absolutely.
Otherwise, nothing gained out of it.
Yeah, the Mediki car in the background there. So a reminder, they'll be changing one tyre only when they come in, the 2 Mustangs.
So they'll get an advantage over Ian Sharon.
Great to involve the teams as well in the outcome. A good slick pit stop can give you that advantage.
Here comes our race leader into pit lane. Tore into pit lane, hard on the pick handles to pull it up. We've got we're seeing a replay of something happening here. Chris Gunter.
Mitch Randall, I think, behind the... I gave him the Speedway wrap, and he's off into the dirt showing us some of the Speedway skills.
And did it well. Here comes our race, was our race leader, won't be for long now. Did Mediki come in as well? No, Mediki's, I think, stayed out. Yes, did. So we've got another race leader now. And Colby staying in the car by the look of it. Lindsay Kearns obviously did the earlier races.
Yeah, Colby and Lindsay have been a duo for a number of years, driving together. Great partnership and very consistent and reliable competitors.
Both came out of racing saloon cars. Oh, there's some Matt O'Brien. Valenti parked, unfortunately out of the race. So if they're bringing out a safety car now, the only ones that get any advantage are the ones in the pits. But that car might be pretty right where it is. I can't actually determine the spot. Looked like it was over near turn 4 somewhere. Here's our race leader, Andrew Mediki. Now there's a guy that's done a few miles on a racetrack.
In a number of cars too.
You name it, he's driven it, almost.
So great to see them here and hopefully getting on top of the transmission issues that have
plagued that car.
Mm-hmm.
So far, so good.
So still leading the race pre-pit stop. Andrew in the 95 Mustang here.
Has a fairly sizable lead too at this stage over Scott.
That's 81 in the Evo there. So Nash Morris now making his way through again. So he's back into second.
And trails by 27.7 seconds. and Medicki with a stop to perform. That'll put Morris well out in front. Just trying to see how far back behind would be Justin Rouget. He's about 12 seconds, 12.8 seconds. Maybe just a fraction more. So it still could be on, because at this stage, potentially, the Porsche still looks the quicker of the two cars. Would that be a fair assumption? Here is Justin Rouget, previously raced in Aussie racing cars, won Kumo Tyres V8 Touring Car Series as well. Has been mentoring drivers in XLs. I think he's been doing some test days as well. Andrew Medicki on full noise coming into pit lane there. Pulls it up in time, fortunately, so he will give the lead to Nash Morris.
Now hopefully here this car gets through the pit stop safely. I know in the earlier race it was the safety car period. A little bit of heat soak into the car that caused that problem that we saw them Control-Alt-Delete.
Not what they would need at the moment to go, oh no, not again. Here is Nash Morris in the Mark Griffith Mercedes AMG GT. Looks like a very popular addition to GT4. Steve Dukes in the M4 BMW F82 model, the same model as that car in the background, the Ian Sherrin car, but it's M4 spec as opposed to Class X spec.
Yeah, the factory GT4. So I know they, Steve Dukes and the team were planning to update the livery, but I think they've got some good feedback on the bright orange and the heritage of that car with the livery as it is. So it might live to see another few rounds yet before they update it.
The car raced in a 12-hour with Tony Longhurst and Aaron Seaton. Colby Cowan, we believe, still at the wheel of the number 25 Mustang, and lost the A2 lead in that exchange.
Yeah, it looks like the overcut as opposed to the undercut.
And this would be the top three in the Mobil 1 Australian Production Car Series, would it not? Medicki leading Cowan and Sherrin.
Yep, that's right. We've still got, looks like Jake Camilleri in the Class C Mazda still to make his pit stop, but it's a great example of how that change in the pit stop of one wheel versus two brings the Mustangs right back up into outright contention.
And even the pit stop crews with the Medicki crew getting through the stop quicker, but now you can see that he drops from first in production cars to third, almost to third. Now he does, as Ian Sherrin goes down the inside of him at turn one. So now we've got a great fight on the hand between Colby Cowan and Ian Sherrin. And going on their times from some of the other races, there's not a lot in it.
Not much at all, so this will be a great battle to the end of the race.
Certainly they've got the Mustangs working really well. Mind you, it took a long while to get the BMWs to work properly as well.
Yeah, look, any new production car that comes in needs its time to get developed. And that's one of the advantage of the GT4 product. You know, out of the factory, turnkey race car ready to go. Motorsport ABS, you know, different wiring looms, all the things that traditionally give a production car a little bit of problem and, reason to jump into limp mode at, any given minute. The GT4s don't tend to have that issue.
Yeah. So what's likely to come along in production cars, you think? Anything?
To beat the M4s?
Yeah, and the Mustangs, obviously.
Look, I think they're going to be the two dominant cars
Camaro?
For the next couple of years. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Chris Lillis and the Camaro go.
I believe it's got about 50 horsepower more than what the HSV does.
Yeah, and surprisingly quite light for the size of car that it is, the Camaro.
So it could be the weapon of choice. But here's this battle for the lead in the Mobil 1 Australian Production Car Series. And Ian Sherrin pulls out of the slipstream, tries to go past, and eventually does so. So we've had a change of lead in the Australian Production Car Series. And Ian Sherrin is looking at his third win out of 4 starts this weekend. Did miss out on one, didn't they?
Believe so, yeah.
Yeah, I think I did. One of the A2 cars got the nod in, I think it was in last night's race, actually.
And unfortunately, Grant not making the starting grid this afternoon. So
yeah, in the new car too.
Yep. And the DNF's really hurt when it comes to the championship point score. The way the point score is structured, consistently finishing races definitely rewards you over a full season. So they'll be looking to minimise any DNFs throughout the season. And I know their family goal is to go 1-2 in the outright this year.
We're going to have their work cut out now with Grant out of this one and the last one. But was he classified a finisher in the last one? No, because there was an extended wait period. So we've still got 25.5 minutes or just under left of this one. Morris leads away from Rouget by 12 seconds. Scott Hull's third, and he's a further 16 seconds away. And it's Dukes in fourth, Camilleri in fifth spot, but yet to do a pit stop, which will probably hurt him a fair bit, knock him down the field somewhat.
And Gary, this is the time of day when the angle of the sun starts becoming an issue. You can see on the cars coming down the straight now, looking straight into the sun.
So we were watching what was actually the battle for second, because Scott hadn't done his pit stop, but we knew that. Manual jacks for these cars, and the old rattle gun is a battery operated one.
So these guys making the choice to swap front tyre. Some of the other, perfectly legally, some of the other teams take the tyre off, place it on the ground,
put it back on
again, which is fine.
This track's notoriously hard on that right front, so it's a good idea to change it, especially if you haven't changed it already.
All the team members back behind the line. Car controller releases them. Good stop for that team.
And right down the end of the pit lane too, so that helps getting back out up to speed out of the track. You probably understand why the supercar teams like to be right down the end of the pits, because you don't have to worry about transversing the pit lane after you stop.
So Nash Morris now 11 seconds out on Justin Rougier in the Prestige Connects number 56 GT4 Porsche. Steve Dukes in third place, also in a GT4.
Yeah, it's just been confirmed to me that Ian has been the winner of the Australian Production Car Series 3 races leading up to this one. So we've still got 23 minutes of this race to go. Rougier is actually made a slight indent on Morris's lead. It's down to 11.9 seconds. And he will be driving as hard as he possibly can to try and make up that leeway. And given that there's 22 minutes to go, it's he wouldn't have to do a lot. He'd have to be a bit quicker, no doubt. Steve Dukes in third, so it's GT4 cars first, second and third, with Ian Sherrin in fourth position. Colby Cowan in 5th, Andrew Medicki in 6th, and Jake Camilleri still with a stop to perform. The only one that hasn't stopped at this stage in 7th position.
Jake double timing with the MARC cars this weekend, so it's been a common sight to see him running through the paddock and up and down pit lane from one car to the other.
Renee Gracie in 8th position. She's done her stop. She started rear of field. So she's potentially in a position to pick off some more cars. She's only 2 seconds behind Jake and 2 seconds, she's actually just past Jake. And 2 seconds behind Medicki. So there's another couple of spots. So potentially she's looking at maybe 5th position at this stage.
Great result for that older generation, Janetta. Just shows you that the balance of performance is working well, and you know, can even go get your hands on a G55 Janetta as well as the current generation G56 and still be competitive in the field.
Indeed. It's Nash Morris coming out of turn 11 onto the straight, and as we speak, here's Gracie passing Medicki, and that moves her up into 6th position overall. There's quite a few people looking on. Paul Morris there looking on, keeping an eye on Nash, no doubt. Actually, when they first raced against each other this meeting, it would have been the first time they were on circuit at something really serious, like production cars in GT4, and someone's had a big drama out of, well, near turn 3. See a number 11. That's one of the BMW 130i's. That's Justin Ashwell. That car's cooked the turbo by the look of it.
Yeah, that's the M135i BMW.
And got to drive through the smoke from this point on. So will we see a safety car? This could really liven it up now and put Justin Ruger on the back of Nash Morris. So far they haven't moved. Someone's just got a 10-second penalty then, so it must have been a pit infringement.
Which is the number 3.
So he had a
5-second Mustang.
5-second one for track limits, now a 10-second one. So whether it's 2 more track limits or, yeah, it's starting to be a bit like a wrecking car lot out there, isn't it? There's a couple of cars strewn around the place, but so far they're keeping the race green. It would be good to see it go under safety car for a couple of laps, just to see what would happen in the final races, the final laps of the race.
Certainly give a spicy end to the weekend.
Yeah, I dare say that most teams would be saying, no, let's not do that, especially the one out in front. And here's Gracie now about to pass Cowan, and that will move her up into 5th position. And she's only just behind Sharon as well, so there's a good chance that she'll get Ian Sharon as well. There's Ian Sharon just up the road, so she's made some great inroads and easily picking off these cars around what you say, Troy, the better part of the circuit for GT4s, the back part of the circuit, through the corners, under brakes and out of the corners. But on the straight, it may not have the same amount of
firepower as that M4, yeah. 3.7 litre V6.
And there she goes at turn 8, takes that position off Sharon. Mecklen's still going to, which is, they're soldiering on. They're looking for points, obviously, because we've still got a few rounds of this series to go.
Yeah, avoid that DNF at any cost.
Exactly, as you mentioned, that's just not what you don't need, is to have a DNF.
So that angle of the sun really getting quite low now. Hopefully we'll get some vision of that coming down the straight here.
There it is. It's off to the right-hand side of the driver's vision, which helps. Summer months, of course, you're driving straight into it. So how far up the road? It's about 16 seconds from Gracie up to Dukes. With 17.5 minutes of the race to go, she would have to be lapping at better than a second a lap than the BMW driver. So we go back through the field where Camilleri still not made that stop. He's got till 16:40. He's still got 8 minutes in which to make that stop. Is he hanging around for a safety car? His eyes must have lit up when he seen that BMW off the road. Thought, well, here's my chance. But he didn't pit, so obviously they didn't think they were going to bring it under a cautionary period. And here's the Tyler Macklin car back in the pits again. So it's obviously overheating. And there is Jake Cavalieri in the background of Nash Morris. It must be a big step down to jump from a MARC car back into this speed-wise. I'm not saying anything else for and to immediately adapt to that as well, because you're used to going down the straight at warp speed, and then you jump into a production car and you're not going quite as quick.
True. Jake, I think Jake and that car have a love affair that's gone on for some time. Queensland State Championships. I know he's been state champion in Queensland there. Obviously Class C champion with Australian production cars. So I think with the amount of winning he's done in that car, he's going to be reluctant not to drive it. And a bit of a Sydney Motorsport Park specialist too, Jake.
He's won a lot of class races here. Had a couple of detonations here too. I remember one year they had, I think they had a qualifying detonation and a race detonation. So it can bite you as well. Here's Justin Rouget in Shane Smollen's car, the Porsche Cayman. And it's been a bit of a windfall for him up until this very point. He's currently second on the road for Shane Smollen after 7 race victories.
Brand new car, that one, this year too. A number of other cars either on the water or have been ordered by competitors. So Porsches, BMWs, Ginettas, Aston Martin on the way potentially. So there's an Audi in the country that's looking to join. So I think as we work towards the end of the season, we're going to see more and more GT4 cars join the series. And as we break away into independent grid next year, probably looking at 20 or so cars.
That's great, isn't it? The McLaren didn't stay in the country, did it?
So there was a McLaren in Phillip Island that was on display in our paddock area, which I believe is now sold. And we may even see that car at the Queensland round.
I know that there was one racing a couple of years ago, but it only did a couple of meetings, and I'm not sure what happened to it after that, whether it left the country or it stayed here. It might even be that particular car that you're talking about. So another lap in the books for Nash Morris. He goes down past the start-finish line. The lead is 11 seconds. He's quite comfortable. He's managing this race really well. Got the lead fairly early on in the race and has been forging ahead ever since. So Justin Rouget in second, Steve Dukes in third, then it's Rene Gracie in fourth, and Jake Camilleri finally has to pull to the pits, and with only 2 minutes left in the pit window, it's just as well they decided to do it now. They don't have to do a tyre, do they? One tyre. So
one tyre, so
they're going on the offside. It's interesting.
If the tyres aren't an issue on the car, proximity to the crew, can mean a couple of seconds as well. So rather than running around the car, they might be making the choice to change something that's nice and close. So Graham Murray, Jake's long-time crew manager there in the car controller position. Great to see speed sales on the cars there this weekend as well.
Yeah, it's a new addition to Speed Cafe now.
Yep, part of the Speed Cafe group. So classified site, great place to go and check out your next race car. Have a browse over a cold beer.
No, yeah, I have an issue with buying new cars. It's called finance. Here's Jake Jukes. He's in third position. And we talked about him before, and now Nash Morris has just put Colby Cowan down a lap. as he just takes all before him. It's good of Mark Griffin to give Nash a run in the car. And if you needed a form guide, the guy at the moment, he is the one.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Mark being a great supporter of the category as well. Griffith Transporters probably bought 80% of the GT4 field to Sydney Motorsport Park this weekend.
He was very up on the heels after his second in the first race. Very happy about the whole situation. Drove very well in that race too.
So again, the top four different marks in GT4.
That's phenomenal. That's what the category really needs. Monochrome GT4 series. And again, we go back to our race leader. This race begins to wind down. Actually, the gap's just dropped down to 8.4 seconds. So I wonder if it's been an issue or Nash has just been conservative.
Probably lapping some of the traffic with 10 minutes to go. Discretion, the better part of valour. And
yeah, well, that's the last thing you want to do. So how bad was the big car after that incident in the previous race?
Yeah, I think the team will have a look at that before Queensland Raceway and make a call as to what the plan of attack might be. Hopefully we see it back on the circuit at some stage in the future. I know Paul was definitely enjoying driving it, so hopefully also we see Paul and Nash continue in the GT4 Australia Series.
Well, the more laps you do, the better you get, they say. And we've seen that with Nash Morris. He came off a resounding TA2 result in Queensland. Had a win in Trans Am down at Phillip Island. 2 wins there. And copped a fair bit of a challenge from certain protagonists in that one as well. So we're winding down. 10 minutes now left of this to go. The gap has stabilised a bit now. Still 8 seconds. And I guess Mick Rowe's going to get his 10-second penalty at the end as the pit window closes, and we have the run home now. Tony Levitt in the Mercedes C63 AMG. Hasn't had the greatest run. It's had some good results and not so good results.
Definitely a crowd favourite, the C63. Sounds fantastic and has quite the following on social media.
Now Justin Rouget gets past Ian Sherrin. So that move to get past the lap car has cost him about half a second. Drops off just a little bit. Dukes and Gracie maintain their gaps at this stage. Don't think that's altered a lot. But I would say that she would be pretty happy to get up to 4th spot from the rear of the grid.
Great result, yes. And we look forward now to the next round, Queensland Raceway, the traditional fight in the night, which has some fantastic heritage as an event in itself.
As Darren Smith alluded to, the biggest fight will be in the com box to get to the chips, because you're usually pretty hungry by the time the race has started, and someone graciously dropped us some chips in and just hands dived in from everywhere. So there's a few cars spread around the field that aren't going any further. We've just seen the Matt O'Brien car there out of turn 6 parked, and of course we've got the Callaghan Commodore out as well as the BMW. It's expired.
So still the 9-second gap between first and second, and then quite a big gap back to Stephen Dukes.
It's a minute 10 back to Dukes in third. Actually, the gap to Rouget's just gone out a little bit, gone out to 9 seconds now. And there we go. There's Nash putting a lap on Renee Gracie for position 4, and she's in 4th position, so he's lapped everyone up to there. And what sort of lap times we get out of these cars? 30, so it's about 19 seconds off getting Steve Dukes as well.
Yes, so lap time 1:39 was the last for the leader, Nash Morris, with the best lap time of 1:38.3.
Yeah, and Dukes is actually trailing by 1 minute 20, so that means there's about 19 seconds to be made up, you would think.
And that's interesting, at the end of the 4th hour across a weekend, the delta between the last lap and fastest lap is still quite small.
Yeah,
so consistent performance from the cars and drivers, which is great.
So Sharon still leads the Mobil 1 production cars from Cowan, Medicke in 3rd, Jack Sipp up to 4th, so he's picked up a few spots. Scott in 5th and leading A1. I don't know if we've got too many A1s left.
So Justin Anthony in 71, also A1.
So well, they're the 2 leading A1 competitors. Mick Rao in the A2s in 11, Camilleri 12th after the stop. So he's in Class C, and that's a good result to be 12th on the road.
Absolutely.
And then Scott Turner, followed by Tom Needham.
Yep, we just saw Liam Moyes on screen, getting passed by Nash, Class D leader.
Yeah, he's been undefeated. So the way the overall points work in production cars is that is it based on your class result?
So we have an outright championship as well as class results. So Ian Sharon will be getting the points for the outright Australian Production Car Championship and also Class X points.
So that doesn't matter what class you're from, it's where you finish in the pecking order.
For outright, yes, that's right.
Yeah. There is our Mobil 1 production car series leader and outright leader in the points, I would imagine now.
Yeah, quite a history to that red Sharon Racing M4 as well. The yellow car of Grant's the newer of the 2, and then followed by the
oldest of the Mustangs. So it's the oldest of the BMWs leading the oldest of the Mustangs. But that's the good thing about production cars. Like, you can come with an older car. Like Jake Camilleri's car dates back a fair bit too, the Mazda 3 MPS. I dare say that most of the parts have been brought up to date. That's allowable.
Yes, yeah. So under 5 minutes to go now on the race clock.
It's good to see the Medicke Ford travelling well. And Nash Morris still has that 9-second lead over Justin Rouget.
So Nash coming up now on the Polo of Alan Jarvis, the newest car in the field. That one, 2020, I believe it's a logbook Polo GTI. Ran out of fuel earlier in the weekend with 4 corners to go.
And there's no downhill from the 4 corners out, is there?
No.
You've got to go uphill and then downhill.
No. It was a long 59 minutes and 50 seconds for Alan, unfortunately, but good to see him back working away at accumulating points in Class C.
And here's Justin now has just put a lap on Renee Gracie as well. So the 3 leaders are on the lead lap, and they're just on their 31st lap at the moment. We've gone without a safety car through this one, and probably rightly so considering the dramas that happened in the earlier race. And here's Nash Morris coming around. Just under 3 minutes to this one left now. And it's been a dominating performance, really, hasn't it?
It's been a good, clean race from the 19.
There's Justin Rouget in the background coming down. So about half the length of the front straight, the gap. That's about 9 seconds worth. it must be hard when you can see the car ahead of you, but you can't do much about it.
You can see some of the marbles building up on the outside of the corners here too. So for the cars being lapped who are doing their best to get out of the way, as Alan Jarvis just did there, you sometimes got to be a bit careful heading out there, and they get a bit skatey.
Yeah, especially when you got to get offline to let the faster car through. It's our third place car going through turn 6, and there you go. The gap has come down. It's now about 9 to 10 seconds between Morris putting a lap on Dukes. Is that a possibility with a minute 40? Probably not. And Dukes probably driving to a number at this stage anyway.
I would say so. Nash there putting a lap on the BMW 130i with Mitch Randall at the wheel. And now ranging in on the back of the Evo of Wade Scott.
Yeah, leading Class A1, and currently, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 outright in production cars.
Pretty funky livery on the Evo there.
There you go. What we anticipate might be either the second last or the last lap. Didn't see a lap board go out there.
This is what the part of the race when those noises you start hearing that may or not even be there, you start getting a bit nervous, hear the rattles, and oh.
Well, you're picking up a bit of tyre deck too off the track, and that rattles around up inside the guards. That would worry you a little bit. He brings it over the top of the tunnel, down into turn 4. So we've still got 28 seconds, so we may go another lap. Been a faultless display, really. And for Shane Smolin and Justin Rouget in second. Oh, we're just outpaced in this one, I guess.
Yeah, from that first lap where we saw Nash get past for the lead, but a good clean weekend for both competitors. I'll be happy to bank the points, and I guess although the Prestige Connects team have lost the clean sweep, they'll still have a fairly strong championship lead, and I dare say we'll be very happy with the weekend's results.
Well, I think they were leading from Tony Quinn, weren't they, coming into this round? So they've stretched that lead because Tony hasn't started the last race.
Yeah, Tony will be looking forward to the next round on home turf up at Queensland Raceway.
Won't have to catch a plane from there.
Oh, that's all right.
Okay, now I think we must be about to head. Checkered flag is out and has been shown to Nash Morris. So Nash Morris wins the fourth and final race at the second round of the Monochrome GT4 and Mobil 1 production car series here at Sydney Motorsport Park today. Part of the Trophy Race Series, the first inaugural round for the Trophy Series, and it's been a good one overall with all the categories that we've seen run here this weekend. Justin Rouget was second. There's our production car race winner in Ian Sharon out onto the track, out onto the last lap, onto the back front straight, and I'll get it right in a minute. And he comes down to the line, takes the win. There you can see second in production cars, Colby Cowan coming across the line. He finishes 6th outright. And we look further back, there's Jake Camilleri, what a drive, 12th in the Class C Mazda 3 MPS, third place in production cars, and second in A2 is Andrew Medicki. Gets across the line there, finishes in 7th position outright.
B1 class winner coming down to take the checkered flag now, followed by Tom Needham in the Class C Mazda, second place for Tom.
In Class C.
Who spanners for GRM during the week.
There you go. So he was at Winton last weekend working. And here's our third place overall, and in GT4, Steve Dukes. And he's a bit happy about that.
Testing out the headlights there.
Jack Sipp brings the Class X BMW down to the line. He finished in 8th position. overall. So that would make him 5th in production cars.
Yeah, and 2nd in Class X.
So a good result for them in the end, considering where they started that race a while back. So the cars all filter their way back into pit lane, and shortly we will go to grab some interviews with these guys and wrap up what has been a great opening round of the Shannons Trophy Series. Here's our final results for this race. Nash Morris from Justin Rouget and Shane Smolin. Steve Dukes in 3rd, Rene Gracie in 4th, Ian Sherrin, Colby Cowan and Andrew Medicki. The top 3 in production cars. Jack Sipp was 4th. Wade Scott and Justin Anthony rounded out the top 10 overall.
Nash Morris getting the fastest lap of the race there with a 1:38.3749.
Going back through the field, Mick Rao, where I think there's got to be a couple of penalties handed to him. Jake Camilleri might actually pick up 11. Scott Turner, Tom Needham, Mitchell Randall, Alan Jarvis, Liam Moose, Anthony Levitt, Oscar Butt, Tyler Mecklin soldiered on, finished 7 laps off the lead, but gets points. Then it's Justin Ashwell, Matt O'Brien, Brian Callahan, those 3 non-finishers with cars littered on the track. We just duck down to the pits and get some interviews with Dean Herridge.
Yeah, thank you guys. What a way to finish this inaugural round of the Shannons Trophy Series. Nash Morris led it basically start to finish. It looked easy, but I'm sure it's not. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. It wasn't easy out there. It's, you know, with all the different classes and all the cars making speeds in different areas, it's quite tricky to navigate your way through traffic. But I just want to say a big thank you to Griffo for obviously letting me drive his car this weekend. He's a great bloke that we need more people like him in motorsport, so thanks to him.
Well, you do indeed. He's done a fantastic job steering around, and together as a combination, you've had a fantastic weekend, realistically.
Of course, he's probably one of the best quote-unquote AM drivers out there, so it's pretty good to have him my co-driver, or me his co-driver, if you know what I mean.
Which way are you going to go with that one? Were you a driver or main driver or co-driver?
Whichever he wants me to be.
Happy with the lap time when you're out there on your own? I see you set a really good lap time early. Then it was just about consolidating, really?
Yeah, I didn't really know how far Justin was behind me, so and I'm not really sure. I didn't want to blow a tyre or something with a big lead, so I tried to set a few good ones at the end there just to see what the thing had, and I'm not sure where we ended up, but yeah, it was good fun.
Mate, well done, congratulations, fantastic, like I said, by you and the team and Griffo as well. Fantastic weekend, a good way to finish the series.
Yeah, it's great. Thanks very much.
Good on you guys. We're going to move to Justin. They've been dominant the whole time. This time round, couldn't quite bring home the goods, mate. Congratulations. That's been a great weekend, realistically, but they couldn't quite get Nash in that one on his own.
No, I was when I seen that car park up out of turn 2, I was hoping there's going to be a safety car, so it'd be on the Donkey Kong. But yeah, it just wasn't to be. You know, we tried our heart out. We with our strategy and everything with our tyre set. But credit to Shane, Autohouse, Hamilton, the whole crew. You know, it's pretty cool to be part of the GT4 series, and to come away with the round win's pretty cool too.
Team have done a fantastic job, as you say, round win, so you can't be displeased with that. Didn't quite get it on this one, but solid. And like I said, probably the cars had the least amount of dramas, still straight and looking good for the next one.
Yeah, of course. You know, I've learned a lot from Shane and the whole team this weekend, and credit to Shane for being so quick. And yeah, look, we'll reevaluate. We'll come out swinging the next one.
I like that fighting talk. Well done. Good stuff. Let's round out the podium here, have a chat. The team pretty happy. The BMW, well done. Smiles as it all. Podium to finish it off. Congrats.
Yeah, thanks very much. Nice to come back from 11th. We had a little bit of trouble in the second race. We were nice and fast. Got a little tag up with the rear grid, so great to finish off this way. Big thank you to all the crew. Hello to everyone back at home, and just a great weekend.
And the thing is, good to fight back from those dramas. That race looked really solid from your team's point of view.
Yeah, thanks very much. We're just conserving tyres, making sure we knew where we wanted to be and the times we wanted to run. So, and great job to 1 and 2. They've been great all weekend. So, yeah, awesome. No complaints.
Bodes well for the rest of the series. Congratulations. Enjoy with your team.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff, and what a absolutely fantastic start to this season. The Shannons Trophy Series here from Sydney Motorsport Park. It's been fantastic bringing the action to you. Of course, the next round is going to be up north, Queensland race, where we go to on the 2nd to the 4th of August. Make sure you join us then live and free here on 7+. On behalf of the whole broadcast team that's put this forward, I'm Dean Herridge. Great to have your company. We'll see you in Queensland.
roar of engines fills the grandstand here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Oh, that's a huge slide through the turn. It has to be said that this is truly some of the best racing you'll